The Bills fell to the Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season.
Pitch play to the left to Achane. He's got some room. He's through a hole, and he's going to walk into the end zone for a 35-yard touchdown run, and that will do it.
In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 20 of 48 pass attempts for 307 yards along with two touchdowns. A little bit of an injury report. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also exited the game with a hamstring injury. It's your Barnes Firm Injury Report. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills now get ready to host Tampa Bay next Sunday at 1 o'clock. Also in a report yesterday morning, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network reported that the Bills offer the Miami Dolphins a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick for Jalen Waddle. Pelissero went on to add that it was the best offer that Miami received for the receiver, but ultimately no deal was done, of course. Around the NFL, some results from yesterday. Patriots beat the Buccaneers 28-23 and moved to 8-2 on the season. The Texans beat the Jaguars in a last-minute thriller, 36-29. The Lions demolished the Commanders 44-22, and last night, the Chargers beat the Steelers 25-10. Tonight, the Eagles take on the Packers for Monday Night Football. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night, with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. In baseball, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted on charges that they took bribes from sports bettors to throw certain types of pitches, including tossing balls in the dirt instead of strikes to ensure successful bets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Big win to start the day. I'll tell you about my small win that maybe is a good omen. You might have to do something similar today. You're going to go outside. If your car is not in the garage, if your truck's outside, snow. My truck was parked over the weekend in one spot. Here we go. Am I going to have to scrape? Is this going to be I'm out here, I'm not prepared for snow, no gloves, probably not dressed enough. Am I going to have to scrape? Hit those wipers, gone. Big win. Taking that dub. I'm taking that win today. The wipers did it in one swipe. Did not have to exert myself at 5 in the morning in the dark, in the snow, in the cold. Hey, the first snowfall's on the ground. And that's not really relevant to anything, but I'm taking that win anyway. I want that win. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. It is not a Victory Monday. We had one of those last week. This is not a Victory Monday. This is a just regular Buffalo Bills Football Monday. And we will talk about everything Bills with you. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. All right. We didn't dream that. That was not just a dream. The Bills got hammered by the Miami Dolphins. They got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. They got absolutely whooped by the quarterback that is the punchline of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by the head coach that is the butt of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by a team that had traded away a lot of good players or lost some good players, traded away their best pass rusher. Halfway through this game, I said, thank goodness The Dolphins can't rush the passer or else this game could get ugly. And then it was ugly anyway? Wow. Rough one for the Bills. They will probably point to turnovers. And if you listen to this show, you know me. You know that I think turnovers are almost always overrated. And there's good reason for that, whether it's anecdotal or we can actually dig deep enough, far enough into some numbers that I won't do right now. The Bills were down 13-0 while winning the turnover battle. 13-0. They're already in a hole. And they got beat by a Dolphins team that went the length of the field on them on long, plodding drives. They got beat by a Dolphins team that hit them with explosives. And many of the fundamental problems that you have with the Bills were about as big of a problem as they have been all season long. And there are a couple things that, each of us like to key on. Maybe you're about the offensive coordinator. Maybe you're about the run defense. Maybe you're at Terrell Bernard. Who knows? Maybe you're at Josh Allen, Joe Brady. There's a lot of people today that are going to no doubt catch some. Maybe, of course, you're after Brandon Beane, and we got to get to the story about the Bills' pursuit of Jalen Waddle, which was reported widely over the course of yesterday, before the game, with many believing that the Bills would have leaked that story to kind of lower the pressure on themselves for not getting a deal done. We'll get into that and explain that. But, man, to lose like this, I think the word of the day or the word of the year, and if we want to psychoanalyze ourselves, we can, but we'll save that for Tuesday. This team is so unsatisfying. And is that a high bar? Maybe. But even the wins, several of the wins, you watch and say, like, man, it is not often a pretty operation that they have from their offense. They beat the Carolina Panthers 40-9, and many people come out unsatisfied. Oh, geez, Josh is running around. Everything looks really hard. Thank goodness you could run the ball. They beat the Chiefs, and that's always good to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They did that, but even after that, it was, all right, well, 28-21, that thing got a little close. You played near perfect. You won by 7. I don't know. Why did you put that game away? The standard is high. There's no doubt about that. But, man, watching this offense go, I posted a Twitter poll about Joe Brady midweek, late week. Do you want him back? Forget about whether they win, whether he gets a job, whether he gets fired. Do you want him running the offense again? And that Twitter poll was split, about 33 aside, yes, no, and not sure. And I'm here to tell you that I'm going to be satisfied if this is the final season. I'll let it play out, see how it goes. Maybe they win the Super Bowl. Maybe they find their magical formula. Maybe Josh Palmer returns. But the offense, to me, is just really a tough watch. The passing game has been a tough watch for most of the last 2 years. There have been some games, but, man, the passing game has been tough. And whether you're someone that just watches football casually or trusts the film people or whatever it is, but you see what Josh Allen has kind of become, and he can be the dink dunker. He can be the manage the game guy. And if they don't turn the ball over, they're going to win their 13 games, and the offense is going to be the most efficient and the highest scoring in franchise history, which it wasn't, because if you go by per game, 2 years, 3 years before, they were higher scoring. Like all these kind of false idols to worship, and you watch it and think, all right, I guess. And now what do I have in an offense? I've got an offense that's missing Dalton Kincaid. I've got an offense that's without Josh Palmer can't operate. The thing that I kind of can't get past is try to help me understand how you could have one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league, top 2, top 1, pick your number, universally accepted that he's a top 3 quarterback with an offensive line perfectly built and a run game that is among the best in the league. You have those things, and you can't throw the ball. I kind of want to say, how bad do you have to be at throwing the ball to not be able to throw the ball? And, Sean McDermott, that's not his side of the football, but the number of times I hear complimentary, two-dimensional complimentary, like this, to me, is another false idol to worship. You have to be good. You have to be complimentary. Maybe it helps. I'm sure it helps. But they had so many wins over the last 6 years where I do not even remember if they were complimentary, and I don't know if you did either. There is not some magical run at 25, pass at 25 formula, which is something that Pete Carroll probably said somewhere along the way. This offense acts like they have to thread some invisible needle that we don't know all the boxes that they've got to check. How could you be this bad passing the ball when you're this good running the ball? And if all a team has to do while playing a skeleton squad that's supposed to be checked out, you got corners on the field that are practice squad guys, and they can shut down your passing game. It's incredible. Anyone else have their first Curtis Samuel sighting in the game as he's running after James Cook's fumble and remembering, oh, yeah, that guy's on the team? Curtis Samuel, $9 million a year, AAV, to just be what? A bit player? Elijah Moore, same thing, like off the street post-draft because, they were short at that position. And he'll catch a pass or two, but their passing offense is lost. And can they get it back? Can they recover? To what? To what? It's going to be tougher and tougher to believe with each of these games that looks like this, especially against substandard competition. Tougher and tougher to believe that they can win something significant. And we might be looking at the first time in a long time where they will not win the division. They are really in a hole now. New England goes out and wins on the road in Tampa. And I have some thoughts on that because maybe you've seen some of the highlights, maybe you haven't, but I've read a couple stories there. And I'm remembering a time, and it's an overreaction Monday. Let's overreact. I'm remembering a time where the Bills had a player that was fiery, motivated, demanded your best, and he plays for New England now. And I saw some of the stuff he did yesterday, and they need him. They need him bad. They need somebody like him again that gets mad. They need somebody to be upset. They need somebody to demand their best. So I'll get you that. Frustrating loss. I know a lot of you out there are frustrated as well. You can join us on the YouTube stream. You can join us online, on the app, on the radio, wherever you are. Just give us a call, 803-0550. Jerry and Joe, back to it. By the way, Joe's off today. Joe's on a flight on his way back from Miami. We'll have to get his review of the entire Miami experience tomorrow, when he's in tomorrow. And he got to see a terrible game, like one of the worst games that the Bills have had since the Houston game. I think it's the Houston game all over again. And one last thing before we get some calls and get your reaction. We're all just gonna bounce it off each other here. I'm so nervous for the Bills' lesson and takeaway in that game to be the takeaways. Without the takeaways, without Miami's takeaways, without the Bills' careless turnovers and fumbles and picks, I think the Bills do win the game. And I don't think the conversation is much different. The conversation gets then to, man, thank goodness they were able to come back and beat a Miami team that's dreadful. A Miami team that is not only dreadful this season. I just laid out the Tua and the Mike McDaniel thing. They're also a team whose entire franchise identity is literally they never beat anybody good. That's what everybody knows about them. For 3-4 years, they don't beat anybody that's good. And they just waxed you. And they were doing it before you started giving the ball away. Had the Bills not fumbled, had Allen not thrown that pick, they probably come back and win that game. The comeback was right there for them, and they kind of gave it away. So if they don't give it away without those turnovers, do they win the game? I think they probably do. And I'd be sitting here, I know, taking some calls, talking about, they got in a 13-0 hole? They got shut out for 3 quarters? Man, rough. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. And then, of course, I want to tell you about, along the way, some of the positives and where the red flags are there as well. They're down 16-0. They start the second half with a drive that goes 14 plays for 77 yards and 9 minutes. Even if they had scored 9 minutes, is this Super Bowl 25's drive to keep it away from Thurman Thomas? This team is slow. They're slow in how they run their routes. They're slow. They were going tempo at different points in this game. Thank goodness they had to go tempo because some of these drives go 9 minutes. The drive to start the fourth quarter, end of the third, start of the fourth quarter, is another very long drive. They actually get things going quickly enough. Once they just run out the clock on the third quarter, man. 803-0550. All right, we'll get some phone calls in. I'm, as maybe you can tell, all over the place. You've got issues on offense. You probably have issues on defense. I got so many injuries on that side of the ball. You've got some problems, but they're just missing half their team. And the Jalen Waddle story it's going to be interesting. Jalen Waddle and Quinnen Williams, they were after those two guys. But those two teams did not want to deal in their division. That's the story told to Tom Pelissero and others. By who? You decide. Mike in Connecticut will lead us off. Hey, Mike, good morning. Happy Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Hey, Mike. Oh, hold on, Mike. We'll get you up. Go ahead.
Hello. Good morning. Sorry, I usually call in every week, probably a couple times a week, but I'm always very positive. But one thing I want to say is we need to take that end around, and we need to take that wide receiver screen pass, crumple it up in a ball, either throw it in a fire, put it in a bottle, and have it run off Niagara Falls, or put it in a firework and blow it up in the air, because I cannot watch that anymore. It is so frustrating, and it's so predictable. I don't understand where they think a positive outcome comes on that play. And if it's not to Shakir, the spot pass, it has been so many times this year. We did it to Dawson Knox against the Ravens. We did it to Amari Cooper in the AFC Championship game. It doesn't work. It's not sustainable. If we want to do that on second and short or something, sure. My last thing is, I don't know when or who Keon Coleman believes he thinks he is, but if I was going to have a disconnect between my quarterback and my wide receiver, I would have rather have had it been a top 5 receiver in Stephon Diggs, not Keon Coleman, who can't get past anyone. So sorry for the negative attitude, but it's just beyond frustrating because we are wasting Allen's prime, and you could tell he's frustrated in his presser. He's just like, it's just so I am infuriated. So thank you guys, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say, especially about the play calling.
Thanks, Mike. On the play calling, I'll say this: I usually, this might shock you, and I hope it's true. I've been sitting in this chair for a long time. I am not often one to get to offensive play calling. People will often say play calling is predictable, and maybe that's something that they notice that I don't. But over the years, sitting in this exact same chair for as long as I have, I don't know how many times I've called an offense predictable. I feel like I want to say I can count the number of times on one hand. Yesterday, early in that first half, watching the game, I said on a 3rd and 10, my wife and I are watching 3rd and 10. She's like not looking at the screen at the time. She's like, what's going on? I said, it's 3rd and 10, which means here comes your back shoulder throw to Keon Coleman. And sure enough, there it was. And of course it didn't hit. They hit Coleman down the field for the one touchdown, which, hey, every once in a while I stripe my driver 280 down the middle too. I should still probably not hit it as often as I do. And every once in a while you're going to hit one. Allen's comment after the game about Coleman, interesting, right? It was interesting. Whether the disconnect that exists between those two, I don't know what the disconnect is. Is it that Coleman doesn't know how to run around in the scramble drill? Is it that Coleman is frustrated by his lack of targets? How about one little nugget along the way? Andrew Catalon on the game, calling the game, said in their meetings this week, Joe Brady said Coleman's not doing anything wrong. He has to do more to get him involved in the game plan and, quote, force him the ball. Force him the ball. 2 years of it's bad to force it. And Joe Brady says to Andrew Catalon in their production meetings, we've got to force it to him. That was weird. Super weird. It makes me think that coaches will say anything in those production meetings. I have no idea. But part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But I think about the Bills, and I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? I mean, I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low, but anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback to me is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years we get into what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough. He looks frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which that's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better. I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying. I don't know. It's a tough spot because, again, the season's not over. The Ravens have had tough times. The Chiefs have had tough times. It's been a weird year. But New England just went into Tampa and they won. And the Bills went to Miami and they lost. And that's just, I mean, to lose to Miami. Now, I think you can go ahead and book this. In order to win the division, the Bills will have to finish a game ahead of New England. Before, it was possible to probably, I shouldn't say that's a guarantee, but it was possible to win in New England, then win on tiebreakers because of division record or common opponents or AFC record. Now, I got a New England team that I'm not sure they're going to lose a game in the division. If they do, it's probably one to the Bills. And you've got another one. Your road to the playoffs got tougher. Your road to the division got tougher. Bills fans are maybe looking at the idea that that game against the Jets could really be the last game at Highmark Stadium because they might not return for the postseason. Bills odds to win the division, according to the New York Times playoff machine, down to 17%. And if they lose to Tampa, very possible, they dip below 9%. Mike in Wheatfield is up before the break. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Morning. So it looked absolutely lazy. It looked like they drank their own Kool-Aid all week getting ready, and then the first drive for Miami when Cole Bishop picked that ball off, it looked like they were just like, oh, okay, we're going to walk through this team. And then they just didn't do anything. And then fourth quarter rolls around, they're like, okay, let's start trying. I can't, I don't want to say it's injuries because, I mean, they have this next man up mentality, and usually it works.
And everybody's got injuries, and Miami's got a ton of injuries and also traded their best player. Yeah,
I can't pinpoint it. And you're right, that press conference that he did was atrocious. It's not all on him, but he did not look good. And this is a weird sidebar, but is Gabe Davis still on injured? Is he still injured? And if not, why are they not putting him in there?
He'll probably get in soon enough, Mike. Thanks. He's on the practice squad. He was on practice squad injured reserve, and then got elevated to the practice squad, and then had his knee flare up quickly after. So then he's injured. I mean, I think it's a matter of time before Davis actually gets into a game. That might happen this week against the Bucs. It might happen after that. Who knows if Josh Palmer's ready to come back? But on the defense and the injuries, the Bills were put in a position they shouldn't. Well, they don't want to be in. I got Joey Bosa playing with one hand. I've got Fedarian Mathis is up and he's on the 53. I've got Daquan Jones taking reps at defensive end because Landon Jackson, who finally dresses for the third time this year, goes out 2 plays into the game. Epinesa is missing. In the run game, they count on their ends a lot. And where were their ends? All injured in some way. Rousseau's healthy and that's it. But it's a mess. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Of course, the wide receiver conversation is here to be had. You know we're going to always do that, right? What's to say about it? I got a lot of tweets like, oh, you're going to yell about receiver. What? Why? Who? About what? Who's surprised? Yell about the fact that they didn't go in for Jalen Waddle when it appears the price and the deal was there to be had, but the year that they gave up the first was the thing they got stuck on? All right. Tom Pelissero's report on that. We'll talk about it with you. And then Waddle shows you what it's like to have actual speed on the field. Actual speed with route running and the ability to get open, to smoke a corner, like due respect to Max Hairston, who still looks like a pretty good player. He got smoked. And then Waddle catches it through contact while being interfered with. Nice player, that Waddle. Would have been good to have that guy. Or someone like him anywhere along the way in the last 3 years. But, all right. We dialed back. It's a frustrating loss. And where do they go from here? Beat the Bucs, and we all pull our hair out because they would have beaten Tampa and Kansas City and then lost to Miami. Who knows? Or they lose to the Bucs and lose to Houston. It could go a lot of ways. But there are no more reinforcements coming. There's no more help coming. And they've got to find answers here. And the offensive coordinator, I bet he's having a rough morning. I bet he's having a rough couple of weeks because I think everyone is looking at the coordinator. That can be the quarterback, the head coach. We should be able to pass the ball with Josh. The GM probably thinks his players he's drafted are good enough, and the guys he's signed are good enough. Curtis Samuel can't get that guy the ball. Why'd I sign him? What are you doing? Get him the ball. I feel like the offensive coordinator's under a lot of fire inside the building because everyone looks to him and says, what exactly is going on here? 803-0550. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. What's frustrating for you? What happens from here? Let's talk about it. 803-0550. Just me, Jeremy. No Joe today. He's on a flight back from Miami. And, of course, Jerry and Joe rolls along here on WGR. We didn't dream that. That was not just a dream. The Bills got hammered by the Miami Dolphins. They got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. They got absolutely whooped by the quarterback that is the punchline of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by the head coach that is the butt of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by a team that had traded away a lot of good players or lost some good players, traded away their best pass rusher. Halfway through this game, I said, thank goodness the Dolphins can't rush the passer or else this game could get ugly. And then it was ugly anyway. Wow. Rough one for the Bills. They will probably point to turnovers. And if you listen to this show, you know me. You know that I think turnovers are almost always overrated. And there's good reason for that, whether it's anecdotal or we can actually dig deep enough, far enough into some numbers that I won't do right now. The Bills were down 13-0 while winning the turnover battle. 13-0. They're already in a hole. And they got beat by a Dolphins team that went the length of the field on them on long, plodding drives. They got beat by a Dolphins team that hit them with explosives. And many of the fundamental problems that you have with the Bills were about as big of a problem as they have been all season long. And there are a couple things that, each of us like to key on. Maybe you're about the offensive coordinator. Maybe you're about the run defense. Maybe you're at Terrell Bernard. Who knows? Maybe you're at Josh Allen, Joe Brady. There's a lot of people today that are going to no doubt catch some. Maybe, of course, you're after Brandon Beane. And we got to get to the story about the Bills' pursuit of Jalen Waddle, which was reported widely over the course of yesterday before the game, with many believing that the Bills would have leaked that story to kind of lower the pressure on themselves for not getting a deal done. We'll get into that and explain that.
The Bills fell to the Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season. In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 20 of 48 pass attempts for 307 yards along with 2 touchdowns. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also left the game with a hamstring injury. That's your Barnes from Injury Report. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills get ready now to host Tampa Bay next Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. In a report yesterday morning, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network said that the Bills offered the Miami Dolphins a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick for Jalen Waddle. Pelissero went on to add that it was the best offer they had received for the wide receiver, but ultimately no deal was done, of course. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday and looked to rebound at Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Back to pass, looking right, going deep for Waddle. Coverage is there, and is it picked off? Yes, picked off by Cole Bishop. The safety in coverage. What a couple of weeks for the second-year safety. A takeaway for Buffalo.
One of the highlights of the game, Chris Brown on the call there. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Cole Bishop and Max Hairston each get interceptions along the way. The Bills, though, still lose to Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins. A loss to Miami that drops the Bills well behind New England in the division. Buffalo now 6-3. New England wins in Tampa. They get 3 huge plays, the Patriots did. 2 50-yard touchdown runs from Trevion Henderson and a 50-yard reception and catch and run from Kyle Williams, one of their rookies. They're the first team to get 3 rookie 50-yard touchdowns, I think, since the Vikings did it when Randy Moss got all 3. That Moss guy was pretty good. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. All right, now that we're warmed up, we'll get more of your calls in here, I'm ready to give you my spiciest take about this game and my spiciest take about the weekend. And that's, I watched the Bills lose, and then I watched the Patriots win. And understanding that sometimes the winners tell stories that are just stories. But did you see the Patriots and what happened in that game? Because I watched a couple things from New England, and a lot of them involved Stephon Diggs. Forget the player. Forget the receiver for a minute. Here's what I saw from New England, and you tell me if this is something the Bills really need on their roster. I saw from Diggs the fiery pregame speech, an incredible toe-tap touchdown. I saw him on the hands team catch the onside kick to clinch the game and get absolutely demolished on the play and hold on to it to seal the game. And then I saw, after the game, Trevion Henderson, their rookie running back, who has not been getting in as much as people thought he would. He's not been getting the carries people thought he would. He took 2 50-yard touchdowns to the house. And what did he say after the game? He credited Diggs because Diggs is hard on him. And Diggs is quoted saying, "Yes, I'm hard on him." I can actually pull the quote up here because I remember what it was like for the Bills to have someone like that. "I'm definitely hard on Trevion because I see so much potential. I've been around some great backs, and I was telling him, the great backs don't get tackled. I want to see you score. I'm hard on him." Who's hard on anybody down there in one Bills drive? They probably are. We don't really get to see it. Diggs was the only player we ever saw get hard on someone. Right? Anybody else get hard on people down there? So anyway, great signing by the Patriots. You can tell me it's just the honeymoon. It'll fizzle out. Great. I could use a honeymoon or two. I could use a couple honeymooners, a couple of free agents that come in, make a big difference, motivate things, get guys in the right place. I guess Mac Hollins was that for the Bills to some degree. But anyway, there's my 2 hot take on it. Is I see the team the Bills are chasing, and I see them doing it with the fiery guy the Bills used to do it with. And the Bills, hey, that broke up. That can happen. That's all right. But I think the Bills need somebody like that. Not just for the separation and the ability, but anyone to rise up and have a little bit more than just like, it happens. Because the Bills, things look like they're going in a not too great direction. And the tone you can get from anybody outside of the head coach who at the most will say the offense is cute or we have to be able to pass the ball with Josh Allen. Anybody looking the least bit upset would feel good, at least for us. It's not generally how they operate. I do want to say, for me, I feel like that'd feel good to know they're a little upset. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. I go to every Bills-Dolphins game here since I moved here, and that was by far the worst effort. It looks like they never even got off the plane, and that's, people say you get that Kansas City hangover, which I'm sure it is. However, it's 0 points for us going into the fourth quarter. So even if our defense, even with all our injuries, played great and they tackled well and we didn't turn the ball over, whatever, it would be 0-0. We still haven't scored. So Miami's playing with it's a horrible team, as you've already mentioned, as everyone knows. And the guys I went with are all Dolphins fans. He goes, "We suck. You guys are good. Even though you're losing by 16,
you're going to win.
Come back and beat us."
Yep.
They actually took bets on Hard Rock that in the fourth quarter that we were going to win. I go, "You guys are nuts. I know us team. I know this team." You can tell when they're not playing. They weren't playing. And sitting where I was sitting, Jeremy, up in section 334, you can see the entire play develop. And it was so evident on that awful 2-point conversion. First of all, Shakir slipped when he was trying
I saw, yeah.
He circled back. And even though they still went to him, it took forever to go to him. Josh, look, no one was open. All game, no one was open. Keon Coleman, I'm sorry. Stop playing him so much. I'd rather see Elijah Moore in there and Curtis Samuel running the deeper routes. He's terrible. He doesn't get open. Yeah, he made a nice touchdown play, blah, blah, blah. But I don't want Brady back at all, period. And I don't want Bean back. And Bean is responsible for building this roster. So, yes, is it great that he made an offer of a 1 and a 3, but he couldn't get the 1 in the right year? Well, I'd give him to him in the right year. But Brandon Bean, that's your fault. We're in this position because you ignored the wide receiver position for the last 5 drafts. And in those last 5 drafts, there were so many quality receivers that you could have taken in the first or second round without making any moves. In this last one, you saw what McConkey did last night. It just blows my mind, Jeremy, that we would trade our first pick to Kansas City when Miami and the Jets, who are already decimated, won't make a trade with us. We trade with Kansas City to move down and get this guy, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. I put all the blame on Brandon Bean. And Tua, by the way, did not get touched. I kept waiting. Are we going to get a pass rush here? Is someone going to hit? I mean, how do you hit Mahomes 15 times? And I know Tua's got a quick release, and he does that.
Yeah.
But he had a couple drop-back passes, Jeremy. He's sitting in the pocket for a couple seconds before he wound up and let it rip. And if Bean does not do whatever he can to do to get the best receiver on the board in the first round, I think he'd be fired right then and there. I'm ready to fire him now, and I'm ready to get rid of Brady right now. But that was the worst game I've ever seen him play in Miami, including the game where Dorsey slammed his pad down and Clay dropped.
That's the last time they lost in Miami was Dorsey slamming the pad down. Thanks, Larry. The offseason's the offseason. That's another conversation. Like you're almost – this is the point about the trade deadline that's so frustrating. It's like this was your last chance to say we need something. I need to make sure this team is better. This team is well prepared for the stretch run, for the playoff run, and they didn't do anything to get more prepared for it. You can sit here and say, I don't want to pay that price for Jalen Waddle. I think it's an overpay. The reason you have to overpay, as we've all well chronicled and talked about on this station to the point where it makes people mad how often we've talked about it, but this is the price you pay for not going out and drafting the second most important position, third. It's top 3. In terms of money, it definitely is. It's very expensive to trade for somebody's receiver. It's very expensive to try and sign them in free agency. You paid Curtis Samuel $9 million. Josh Palmer got $11 million. These guys were cast-offs. The teams that said goodbye to them just replaced them with anybody. And not to say that they're not worth anything, but the teams that left them would have thought the same thing you thought about Gabe Davis. That guy got 11? All right, good luck. I definitely don't need to pay that guy 11. Meanwhile, that's the Bills' crown jewel, Josh Palmer. He's the crown jewel of their passing game at receiver. He's the Gabe. I put up some pretty good numbers. Let's bring him in over here. And without him, the Bills are they're cooked. It's strange. I mean, it really is. Like it's a 4-year problem coming to a head. It came to a head last year. They were able to get through it. Amari Cooper, the trade of Cooper, the surprise of Hollins, the freshness of Joe Brady's offense, how well Allen played. They never turned the ball over. They were able to get through it, even though it was obviously a problem last year. And now, it's all come home. And if you think about the 4 to 5 year timeline, like you said, 4 to 5 years, I know it's 4 to 5 years because for 4 to 5 years, they've needed it. And went all the way back to when they drafted James Cook, and it was think of him like a receiver. Then they drafted Kincaid. It was think of him like a receiver. Then they draft Keon Coleman, and it's think of him like a receiver that he isn't. He can't be on the outside. But what if he could? All right, let's see it. So it's been obvious. And people talk to me a lot about the receiver because, I've drive the train, play this gimmicky bit where we hit a horn. I got a board behind me because I'm leaning into the idea that they go, all right, let's go do this. Let's make this thing happen. This team really needs somebody at this spot. But it wasn't ever a hot take. It was always very clear. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew it. And it's, it is where it is right now. And if Josh Palmer and Dalton Kincaid come back, then maybe the Bills can, get this thing over the line and get this thing back on track. But, man, you're really praying for what? For Josh Palmer to be the thing that rescues you. And the Kincaid injury, he's probably out this week, right? He's out this week. 803-0550. Play calls in this game, predictability, the jump ball to Jackson Hawes. All right. That comes why? Because the Bills run a play. We've seen them run, and the Dolphins are all over it. Predictable. Easy. What 3rd and 10, what are they going to do? Throw our 4th-string nickel cornerback out on Keon Coleman, and hey, kid, just don't interfere. You'll be fine. They're going to throw a back shoulder throw that's going to have 0 chance of being complete. Tough. Real tough. Josh's comment on Coleman, we should play that because I don't think I'm taking as much from it as some others are. The pause is a lot because for Allen, he never pauses. He just gets right into the robotic answer that is my fault, my fault, my fault. I got to be better. We got to be better at everything we do. And then he just leaves. I'm sure Allen has accountability in that room, but to the media, he just doesn't. He's not interested in that. He's not going to give anything. He's a pro in that department. The pause. Is the pause more? 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Joe out today. More of your phone calls. Sal at 7. Chris Brown at 8:30 on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR. We didn't dream that. That was not just a dream. The Bills got hammered by the Miami Dolphins. They got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. They got absolutely whooped by the quarterback that is the punchline of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by the head coach that is the butt of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by a team that had traded away a lot of good players or lost some good players, traded with their best pass rusher. Halfway through this game, I said, thank goodness the Dolphins can't rush the passer or else this game could get ugly. And then it was ugly anyway. Wow. Rough one for the Bills. They will probably point to turnovers. And if you listen to this show, you know me. You know that I think turnovers are almost always overrated. And there's good reason for that, whether it's anecdotal or we can actually dig deep enough, far enough into some numbers that I won't do right now. The Bills were down 13-0 while winning the turnover battle. 13-zip. They're already in a hole. And they got beat by a Dolphins team that went the length of the field on them on long, plodding drives. They got beat by a Dolphins team that hit them with explosives. And many of the fundamental problems that you have with the Bills were about as big of a problem as they have been all season long. And there are a couple things that, each of us like to key on. Maybe you're about the offensive coordinator. Maybe you're about the run defense. Maybe you're at Terrell Bernard. Who knows? Maybe you're at Josh Allen, Joe Brady. There's a lot of people today that are going to no doubt catch some. Maybe, of course, you're after Brandon Beane, and we got to get to the story about the Bills' pursuit of Jalen Waddle, which was reported widely over the course of yesterday, before the game, with many believing that the Bills would have leaked that story to kind of lower the pressure on themselves for not getting a deal done. We'll get into that and explain that. Man, to lose like this, I think the word of the day or the word of the year, and if we want to psychoanalyze ourselves, we can, but we'll save that for Tuesday. This team is so unsatisfying. And is that a high bar? Maybe. But even the wins, several of the wins, you watch and say, like, man, it is not often a pretty operation that they have from their offense. They beat the Carolina Panthers 40-9, and many people come out unsatisfied. Oh, geez, Josh is running around. Everything looks really hard. Thank goodness you could run the ball. They beat the Chiefs, and that's always good to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They did that, but even after that, it was, all right, well, 28-21, that thing got a little close. You played near perfect. You won by 7. I don't know. Why did you put that game away? The standard is high. There's no doubt about that. But, man, watching this offense go, I posted a Twitter poll about Joe Brady midweek, late week. Do you want him back? Forget about whether they win, whether he gets a job, whether he gets fired. Do you want him running the offense again? And that Twitter poll was split, about 33 aside, yes, no, and not sure. And I'm here to tell you that I'm going to be satisfied if this is the final season. I'll let it play out, see how it goes. Maybe they win the Super Bowl. Maybe they find their magical formula. Maybe Josh Palmer returns. But the offense, to me, is just really a tough watch. The passing game has been a tough watch for most of the last 2 years. There have been some games, but, man, the passing game has been tough.
Do you feel like Keon is doing enough with the chances that he's been getting?
I mean, got one today, so yeah.
Josh Allen asked by Jay Skursky there of the Buffalo News, do you feel like Keon's doing enough with the chances he's getting? Pause, right? Little pause there. It is that's sound from the locker room here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Sound from the locker room audio is brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Tonight, it's Eagles and Packers on Monday Night Football. The Chargers beat the Steelers last night, and don't look now, but the Ravens are one game back of the Steelers, and they play them twice. Like, if you saw that coming, sure looks like it's right here. The Ravens are going to take that division, and we'll see if the Bills can chase down. The Bills and the Chiefs have a lot of work to chase down their counterparts. Both the Chargers and the Broncos win, and the Chiefs are off this week. They'll have to catch them. They play the Broncos next week. 803-0550, your thoughts on, what you saw against the Dolphins. A blowout loss. They turned the ball over, but again, like turnovers to me, you lose a game where you turn the ball over 3 times, and that's the only reason you lose. Like, goofy stuff happens. They were losing that game well before they started to turn the ball over. And I think the turnovers thwarted a comeback, and that the comeback was still right there for them. But the larger problems of this offense and how I got Josh Allen, the stat from Next Gen Stats, Carl Jones of Channel 4 tweeted this. So let me get this out for you on how long it took Josh Allen to throw the ball in this game. Josh Allen's time to throw, 3.53 seconds, the longest time to throw of his career since 2018. Now, this is one of those spots where time to throw is bad. You should never have 3.53 seconds average to throw a ball. That means your offense can't get anybody open. The players aren't winning, or you're not seeing it. And I got Brett Coleman of the Bootleg Podcast and Underdog Fantasy, who I like the work that he does a lot. and he covers all teams in the NFL. What he wrote about this Bills team was, this team needs vertical speed like I need oxygen. It feels like there's an impenetrable umbrella over the offense at a 25-yard depth. Safeties never have to open up. Every attempt at a chunk has to be drilled over/around hook droppers. And why, this is more Brett, why are such a large percentage of their routes just receivers running to a spot and turning around? It feels like they try to use static spacing to open windows way too often. Brett Coleman on the Bills. 8030550. The Waddle story. We got to dig into that. Is there any doubt that that came from the Bills? Right? Tom Pelissero reports. It hits the old interweb, internet, online. The Bills attempted a pair of big-name trades. And again, like, you decide how cynical you want to be, but sometimes we like to play the game. Who wants me to know that? NFL insiders are given a story by someone in the league source, team source, agent, blah, 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 blah. Who wants you to know that they were after Jalen Waddle and Quinnen Williams, but were unable to get it done because of the trades being in division? Who wants you to know that? You can answer the question for yourself. What's more likely? One source gave a story about 2 Bills targets, or the Dolphins and the Jets each gave that out. Like, the Bills wanted you to know that. And I think the outcome of that report is, hey, the Bills were going to offer a first and a third for Waddle, and then maybe the new GM change gets in on this timeline somewhere along the way. But one of the reports is the Bills would have offered a 2027 first and a third this year. And Miami wanted the first and third to be this year. And the Bills walked away because the first was in the wrong year, which is a great way to miss on having a receiver that can make a difference like Waddle could. Imagine this offense if instead of who they have on the outside, it's Waddle who just toasted the Bills' fastest player. You want vertical speed? There it is. And that was insult to injury to watch him go over the top of this defense. Great play by him. And, Tua Tagovailoa just shot play down the field to beat the Bills to an open receiver. And the ball's underthrown. He's so open that Hairston has a chance to get back in. Anyway, the Bills had a 20-plus air yard touchdown in the game. Throw to Keon Coleman, so good for Coleman. 8030550. All right, I'm all over the place. We'll get to more of your calls. We'll get to Sal Capaccio. 8030550. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, like, there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But I think about the Bills, and I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? I mean, I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low. But anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback to me is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years we get into what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough. He looks frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which it's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better. I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying. Now that we're warmed up, we'll get more of your calls in here. I'm ready to give you my spiciest take about this game and my spiciest take about the weekend. And that's, I watched the Bills lose, and then I watched the Patriots win. And understanding that sometimes the winners tell stories that are just stories. But did you see the Patriots and what happened in that game? Because I watched a couple things from New England, and a lot of them involved Stephon Diggs. Forget the player. Forget the receiver for a minute. Here's what I saw from New England, and you tell me if this is something the Bills really need on their roster. I saw from Diggs the fiery pregame speech, an incredible toe-tap touchdown. I saw him on the hands team catch the onside kick to clinch the game and get absolutely demolished on the play and hold on to it to seal the game. And then I saw, after the game, Trevion Henderson, their rookie running back, who has not been getting in as much as people thought he would. He's not been getting the carries people thought he would. He took 2 50-yard touchdowns to the house. And what did he say after the game? He credited Diggs because Diggs is hard on him. And Diggs is quoted saying, "Yes, I'm hard on him." I could actually pull the quote up here because I remember what it was like for the Bills to have someone like that. "I'm definitely hard on Trevion because I see so much potential. I've been around some great backs, and I was telling him, the great backs don't get tackled. I want to see you score. I'm hard on him." Who's hard on anybody down there in one Bills drive? They probably are. We don't really get to see it. Diggs was the only player we ever saw get hard on someone. Right? Anybody else get hard on people down there?
The Bills fell to the Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season.
Pitch play to the left to Achane. He's got some room. He's through a hole, and he's going to walk into the end zone for a 35-yard touchdown run. And that will do it.
In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 20 of 48 pass attempts for 307 yards with 2 touchdowns. A little bit of an injury report. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also exited the game with a hamstring injury. Jabbarn's Firm injury report. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills now get ready to host Tampa Bay next Sunday at 1 o'clock. In a report yesterday, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network reported that the Bills offered the Miami Dolphins a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick for wide receiver Jalen Waddle. Pelissero went on to add that it was the best offer the Dolphins had received for the receiver, but ultimately no deal was done. Around the NFL, some of the big results from yesterday. Patriots beat the Buccaneers 28-3 and moved to 8-2. The Texans beat the Jaguars in a last-minute thriller, 36-29. The Lions demolished the Commanders 44-22. And last night, the Chargers beat the Steelers 25-10. Tonight, the Eagles take on the Packers for Monday Night Football. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. And in baseball, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted on charges that they took bribes from sports bettors to throw certain types of pitches, including tossing balls in the dirt instead of strikes, to ensure successful bets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio going to join us here on Bills Dolphins as the Bills are back from Miami after a 30-13 loss in the division to a Dolphins team that entered 2-7. We owe you a few things, including the Skyworks stats of the game as we bring in Mr. Sal Capaccio. I'll give you those Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. Sal, is there any one stat that, looking back, your arrow up, arrow down, is there any one stat that jumped out at you that you liked that you want to point out, whether it's the Bills on third down, of course. They were terrible on third down throughout this game until garbage time. Anything you like? James Cook, 87.
I like or don't like?
Well,
a lot of stats I didn't like.
Just a stat that tells the story. How about that?
A stat that tells a story. 90 yards of offense in the first half.
Yeah. How about 3.53 seconds time to throw for Josh Allen, the longest of his career since 2018?
Yeah. The some of the advanced stats for sure, pointed directly to a story, and you can take a look at those. No doubt, there were many numbers that did not go the Bills' way by their own doing in this game, their own undoing in this game. They were good on third down defense. In fact, both teams were 33%, 3 of 9 for the Dolphins, 5 of 15 for the Bills. But 5 of 15 for the Bills against the Miami Dolphins, 90 yards of offense in the first half against the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Unable to run the football. The best rushing team in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills, against one of the worst rush defenses in the NFL, the Miami Dolphins. And the Bills had 87 yards rushing, 4.0 yards a carry. And 31 of those yards rushing basically came on Josh Allen's scrambles. So it was really 53 yards from James Cook and then pretty much nothing after that. It was a really, really, really bad, tough day.
Yeah. Terrible day for the Bills. They lose. And let's do the Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call $1-800-8 million. Okay, so, Sal, the Barnes Firm injury report. Dalton Kincaid, of course, going to be the biggest name on this because he leaves with a hamstring injury, and it could be some time here.
Yeah, hamstring injuries are always tricky and tough. And, I mean, generally when you get a hamstring injury in a game, it pretty much keeps you out at least a game, but we'll see. At that point in the game, they were down. It wasn't completely out of hand yet. So maybe it was okay. Well, we're not going to put you back in, but Dalton limped off the sidelines, even putting weight on his leg. And then when he got there, he went into the tent, he came out, and then he walked to the locker room, and then he came back out in fact, it was, I can't remember exactly when it was, right, fourth quarter maybe. He was in street clothes on the sideline, so he had already been out. Like, that's it. He's not going back in the game. So yeah, we'll see where it goes for there. That's number one. Number two would be Landon Jackson, obviously, and excuse me, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Landon Jackson and his, third, fourth play of the game maybe. It was very early on in the game. He suffers a knee injury, and right away you knew it was bad because he didn't get up. A couple guys asked him, "Are you okay?" And he waved like no, and they waved for the trainers to come on. And immediately declared out with a knee injury. And then after the game, I saw him with crutches and a brace on. So not good there for the young rookie who was going to be counted on to step up here.
Yeah, the injuries on the defensive line, a big part of it. Sal, we could get to the defense in a minute. I mean, to me, the defense has reasons. You could call them excuses, but I've got Daquan Jones playing snaps at edge, right? The defensive end room has been decimated at this point, and Joey Bosa is playing with one hand. So I've got some excuses for the defense, and maybe we'll dip back into that. But the story of this game is probably going to be the offense. You mentioned, like, the yards they had in the first half of this game, and the general – I mean, it's a theme of the year. How could a team that runs it this well be so bad throwing the football? Again, with a great quarterback and a great offensive line, how could it be this hard for them?
Remember last year, and then early part this year even, but maybe I remember last year, Baltimore, Houston, and then early part of this year we revisited this, which was, okay, teams are basically just pressing receivers and saying, we're going to make sure we know you can't beat us with them, and then we're going to come after your quarterback, right? And that's how Josh got beat up a little bit in the Baltimore game. Remember that? Like, that was the blueprint. It's very similar now to me. This game was, and I think this is what teams are going to do going forward, except in one regard. It's, we're going to basically go one-on-one with your receivers because you can't beat us, because we're just going to put guys in the box and stop James Cook. The difference is from last year to this year, it's the same issue. It's wide receivers not getting separation. But instead of blitzing Josh Allen as the counter to why you're doing it, because you're worried about him, now we're just worried about the run game. Josh won't do anything. What could he do? He's got nobody to throw to. So we're just going to load up the box to stop the run game. I asked Spencer Brown and other players in the locker room after the game, but Spencer gave a good answer on this. I said, did they do anything different? I mean, you're the best running team in the league, and you guys couldn't run the ball. And he said, first play of the game, they went base, and he didn't expect them to go base. Now, that doesn't mean that you're unprepared for it. You just make adjustments, but it's a insight into what the Dolphins are thinking immediately. As soon as the game starts, Jeremy, they're like, we're going to put 3 linebackers on the field. You're not going to run the ball. And you can't beat us one-on-one. And that's how we can put 3 linebackers on the field. Yep. They weren't even concerned with going nickel. And that's a problem. And teams are going to do this against the Bills the rest of the year, I think. Especially if Dalton Kincaid's injury is a long one. Like, that's an even bigger problem from a personnel standpoint for the Bills. 100%. 100%. And they're going to have to find answers in some way, shape, or form to figure out who can step up. And I don't even know how to say it, because what are we supposed to – it's all been said. It's all been said. Yeah. It goes back months. It goes back seasons, weeks, games, whatever, about separation. Like, I don't know. Like, people can point to Joe Brady. That's fine. You want to blame the offensive coordinator? That's fine. Say it's scheme. I mean, I was thinking about this last night. I'm a terrible artist. Like, I can't draw anything. I just can't, right? Like, I draw stick figures, all right? If you brought in someone to teach me how to draw, I still don't think I can't do it. Like, I might be able to get a little better at it, right? But I don't think I'll ever be able to actually do it. It's just one of those things where he can scheme up all he wants. But if you don't have the guys who have that skill set to be able to do it, I don't know what else he's supposed to do. Yeah. So, but I'm not also absolving him of blame. Of course, like, I think that, yes, he can do more. He's got to do more. That's his job, right? He's got to try and find that. But you have to have guys who can do it. They don't have that. And then on top of that, you have the quarterback who is not pulling the trigger sometimes, Jeremy. I mean, you see some of the screenshots are coming out. You see some of the all 22 that's coming out. And it's like, why didn't he throw it here? Like, I saw one yesterday. There's like Keon's open, like 2 yards off the line. Why didn't he throw it? I'm like, well, it is 2 yards off the line. Right, I don't think he wants that play. You know what I mean? Like, he's not trying to get a 2-yard gain. He's trying to get a little bit more. But where is there a little bit more? And the NFL, it's so quick. One of the things that immediately when I got this job to be the sideline reporter, I've been around football all my life, Jared. I've been around high school, college. But when I was on an NFL sideline, like that first year, it really, really underscored how fast everything happens, right? Like, you can't, if you get off your first read, bam, like your second read might not be there because you took it's not necessarily the quarterback, just these guys are so good at closing and these guys are so good at getting where they need to go. And I mean, it just feels like there's just nothing there in the first read, or it's so minimal that, okay, there's nothing I can do here. And then you can put that on Josh Allen too. But I just think that everything here, it's not one person to blame. It's the coordinator, it's the quarterback, it's the wide receivers. It's just not enough. They don't have enough there.
Yeah. On the coordinator, Sal, we had a call earlier about how the offense looks predictable. And one thing I think about this offense is the idea that the vertical speed that they don't have, that maybe Josh Palmer can help them with this, because we saw a couple plays from him. But, man, do you feel like what we're seeing here is the NFL? You said everybody in the NFL is fast. Everything happens so fast. How about the evolution of once the book is out on how to beat a team? And that might be overused from time to time, but, man, I feel like we know the blueprint to beat the Bills, and so far Joe Brady looks like he's not had answers. Like, the league has figured out his offense from last year, and the evolution of it's not yet arrived.
I agree. I actually exactly my arrow up, arrow down, I wrote Joe Brady got an arrow down and said not having answers, because early on the Dolphins said, again, we're going to stop James Cook. We're going to load the box. You're not going to run inside zone against us. Bills could not run inside zone. It's their favorite play. They love to run it. They couldn't run it. Every time James Cook tried to cut back, someone was there running downhill to fill. Now you tell me, Jeremy, when linebackers or safeties are running downhill that quick, why is that? Because they're not threatened by anything coming at them outside of the running back coming into the hole. And yeah, they can read it. That's great. But that's what they're doing. And like, okay, we're gonna make sure. I think teams are daring the Bills to do it. They're daring them, but they can't.
Yep.
And that to me is, again, I'll go back to, I'm with you. I'm with everybody. I'm not absolving. Like, yes, Joe Brady has to have answers. My question is, what answers is he supposed to have? Yeah. If he doesn't have wide receivers who can help create the answers.
Pat in Florida, you're on with Sal. Hey, Pat, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to bring up the post-game comments from Allen and Dawkins about them just not wanting it as much as Miami. I mean, what do you mean? The team is 2-7, not making the playoffs. You're 6-2, fighting for the division against the Patriots team who looks amazing, and you just don't want it enough. And I think that's incredibly concerning. I don't know if that's reflective of leadership. It feels like a very Sabre-esque comment. You know, you commented about Ryan O'Reilly earlier in the first hour. I don't know. And it just makes me feel like, you said, there's no fire within the organization. Who's stepping up? I just don't understand how you could not want this game. It just makes no sense to me.
So thanks, Pat, for bringing this up.
Let me step in on this, and I appreciate the call and the comments, because it's right. We were in the locker room, and that was one thing that stood out to me. Josh Allen started off with they wanted it more. Deion Dawkins echoed those comments, basically. I don't think he said the Bills didn't want it enough, but it's the same thing. It's splitting hairs. They said they wanted it more, right? And the energy. They came out the first, even Spencer Brown, basically echoed those comments. And look, I'll always tell you, you're not wrong. Pat, I'm sorry, right? Is Pat the name, right? Yep. Pat, you're not wrong. Like, how could you not, right? I mean, this is a team they should have put their foot on. They should have buried early. You should have gone out there and said, we're going to make sure it's going to be a long day for you. Your season's over. We're the reigning champions here, and nothing's going to change from how we've done that. There's no doubt. Also tell you that 17 games, 18 weeks in the NFL, it's very, very hard to have that energy every single week, every time you step on the field. I totally get that as well. In fact, you can go back to last week against Kansas City. I think the Bills showed up and were ready to play, and that was a great example of this team wants to get out there, show who they are, what you put on film, all that kind of stuff. The energy was there. And then they come out and they have this one. Now, throughout Sean McDermott's tenure as a head coach, I believe one of his strengths has actually been keeping each game as a week-to-week entity. And very rarely, but it has happened, very rarely have you had these games where his team was flat or the energy like that. Jacksonville was one of them, right? But Jeremy, that game was, oh my God, they were just so flat. That has happened a few times over the years. I think it might have happened maybe in Baltimore and Houston last year. I think Houston was more so for me in that case. It does happen. It's not an excuse. It can't happen, and you have to do everything you can to not let it happen again next week. It can't be a trend. I agree with you. I don't know why it happened. I don't know how it happened, but it was alarming to me that a few players said it happened.
I want to follow up on this point, Sal, because I don't know if you saw, I tweeted about this. Also, I brought this up, and it's not about having actually Stephon Diggs back on the team. But the Patriots win a game in Tampa, and throughout that, I've got Diggs giving a fiery speech. I've got Diggs making a big play on the field as a leader. I've got him recovering the onside kick and taking a huge hit to do it. And then after the game, Trevion Henderson, who had a pair of 50-yard touchdowns, like part of the story of that post game is Henderson Anderson saying that Diggs asks a lot of him, and Diggs saying, I'm hard on him. And I'm thinking back to when Diggs was here. Again, it's not about the individual player. It's about someone that they brought in that kind of upped everything they did. He demanded a lot of them, and it did burn out. And I guess what I would ask is, does this team have enough of that? Enough guys demanding the best from others? Because I know I've got Allen and Bernard as my captains, and Allen is often said to be not really rah-rah guy, right? He's one of the guys. He's a leader with the way he plays. And then I got Terrell Bernard on the other side as a captain who has had a terrible season, and the idea that he would demand anything from anybody might be falling on deaf ears. Like, it comes down to a leadership council kind of conversation. Does this team have the same kind of fire that it has had in years past? Because it sure looks like they just kind of always accept and always expect we'll be fine. There's a ton of we'll be fine as a general, just that's the message they're always putting out there is we'll be just fine. And I feel like sometimes some fire would be warranted.
I agree, and I don't know, and apparently they could use some of that, right? That's right. And I'm glad you said it's not about Stephon Diggs personally, right? That's not like don't say like that's not the guy specifically, but
no,
people like him.
But a guy
and you think
like
about the people they've had in this organization, Micah Hyde, right?
Yeah,
Micah Hyde, who Micah goes about his business, but I think about guys and leaders. But Jordan's not in that same position now, right? You know what I mean? But he's been that kind of player. Like they had those types of players and the demanding of what was happening. I would even put Von Miller into that category in a lot of ways, right? I mean, Von Miller, the story of walking into a meeting and putting a Lombardi trophy right on the table, right? Like this is like you know what I mean? Little things like that behind the scenes. It wasn't necessarily the same realm as Stephon. And now they have these young guys, it's Javon Solomon. Javon was very good after the game yesterday. I talked with him at length yesterday, and he was talking about how being young on this team, and he hasn't gone through tons of tough times yet, and he's like the veterans. He's learned how to win a lot, and haven't learned how to lose a lot, and things like that. It's just it's striking to me, or it was notable to me thinking about that, right? And having certain guys that you have to lean on, and who those leaders are. As you say this, I agree. I think they need a little more. Is Mac Hollins one of these guys that they had last year?
Yeah, right.
And I know he's quirky, and he's got all these, right? But like you watch the way he plays, and he brings that out maybe in a few of the guys on the team. Does Keon Coleman need someone like that in his room? Does he have someone like that in his room?
Yeah, I'm remembering Allen when the Patriots were here. He really praised Mac for how they still miss him. And I wonder if Allen feels like letting him walk, the extra money, extra year, whatever was a mistake. On Coleman, Sal, it's interesting that it's another game where he's catching a lot of heat, even though he did make a big play and did catch a touchdown pass. So Coleman, as a part of their offense, it's like these back shoulder throws, it's these jump balls. He got one. And that was the comment from Allen. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Bills fans reading into Allen's postgame where he pauses and then says, well, he got one today. And I wonder if you're also reading anything from that about maybe a disconnect between Allen and Coleman, or if you think it was just, whatever, he got one today.
I thought I noted it. I mean, I thought it was interesting. He paused. He said, the question was, do you believe that he's made the most of his opportunities when you've gone his way? I believe it was like that and phrased in like that. And then he paused. He said, he got one today. And I don't know what he meant by that exactly. Like he got one today, and he got one thrown his way and he made the most of it, or he got a touchdown today, probably, I guess is what he meant. I'm not really sure. I understand why people would do that. Now, we gave Keon Coleman a chance too in the locker room, talking with him. Question was, how do you feel your chemistry or relationship is with Josh? Whatever word you want to use. The thing was Jay Skursky, you might have asked it and said whatever word you want to use. And he said it's never been better. He said that everything seemed good from there. So we'll take it from what it is. I thought it was also interesting. Sean McDermott, when asked by Jay, he said he was asked. The question was, Brandon Beane said he still believes there's a championship roster here.
Yeah.
Do you believe that? Sean's answer was, I love these guys in this room.
Yeah, I love these players.
I love these players. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no.
Right.
And I don't know if that's his way of saying yes, right? But
I think it's his way of saying no. I mean, otherwise, saying no. Right, that's my read. I mean, if you're asked a yes or no question, and the obvious, easy answer that is not even a headline is yes, right? And you can't get yourself to it, like, of course I believe in this team. It's just easy, and we wouldn't even necessarily have to believe him. To make a choice to not say yes is, to me, pretty stark. It's a big deal to me.
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, he's sending a message in some capacity to somebody, but I mean, the trade deadline's gone.
Yep. What do you make?
Right, like what? Yeah. What? Go ahead.
What do you make of the Waddle report and how that all works? Like, it comes out Tom Pelissero and others reporting the Bills had tried to get Jalen Waddle, and Sal, it almost feels like it backfired. That information gets out there to maybe make the Bills look like they tried hard, and it was a team in their division that shut it down, and yet the reported price or the reported breaking point that it was a 2026 first instead of a 2027 first, it feels like the leak backfired because plenty of Bills fans would have said, sounds good, and then that guy went over top of you and showed you why you would have done it. Like, it feels like insult to injury, and the whole thing is a mess, even more so, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, I see a lot of people like not believing it and thinking it's PR spin or whatever. Look, I agree that it's out there for a reason, and at least it's something that people can look at and say, okay, the Bills tried. I don't think it's BS. I think they did. Yeah, I think that's right, that this happened. I also think, to me, my biggest takeaway was, and I said this to you the day after Brandon talked, and you had your theory about Brian Thomas, right? Remember that? You had your theory. And I don't even remember what my theory was. My theory was they went hard after someone in the division, or they went hard after somebody had a deal. They had something in place. They had something that he thought he was doing, and that was taken away. You know what I mean? Like, that was my read. My read was there was something that was going on that he was pretty confident, because Brandon Beane said, if I were a betting man, I would have lost money on us not making a deal if I was in Vegas.
That's right. That's right.
Like, that to me was saying I had a deal. Like, there was something happening here. Then you had, let's go back. Hey, Diana Rossini reported that day the Bills were checking in on division teams, and division teams were reluctant to trade. Brandon Beane said it. He said it that day, guys. He said, we looked at like the division teams that, unfortunately, the two teams selling in our division, they were interested. I'm taking all of that along with the report from Pelissero and Ian Rappaport and going, they made a run at Waddle. Yep. They made a run at Quinnen Williams. I do believe that 100%. Now, Jeremy, you correct me. I don't know this. Breaking point, did the Dolphins say they would have done it for a 26 first? I didn't see that.
Yes. I didn't see that part of it. Some of the reporting is that it was a 2027 first and a 2026 third, and that the Dolphins wanted both picks in 26, and that's where it all fell apart.
Okay.
Because to me, it's the same value, and you can be mad that the other guy tried to get a little bit extra out of you, but, you have Josh Allen in a Super Bowl window, and your offense looks broken. The idea that you would walk away from that and act like you're not the one that didn't get it done, like it's not somebody else's fault. You're the one calling in the division. You didn't get Shaheed. You didn't get Jacoby Myers if those would have been upgrades. You wanted to go big game hunting and didn't get it over the line. And if it really did come down to which year the first-round pick was in, that is a tough sell as a reason not to do it.
I wonder, too. I wondered about this. Is it possible, I think it's possible, would we know, that Chris Greer had agreed to do this deal, and that's why he got fired? Because the owner said, you're not doing that.
I mean, I don't know, because, again, the reporting is that Miami still would have done it for the right price, and the price is the same ultimate value of picks. Right. It just would have left the Bills with no first and no third this year, and maybe Beane doesn't want to do that in a year where he doesn't have a first and a third in the same year. Like, that could just be too much. Like, no, I'll give you a first and a third, but they have to be alternate years, right? I don't know, but it's certainly tough to swallow. All right, Sal, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock. You've got arrow up, arrow down, and all right. Next, right, Tampa, and a big one, right? Like,
yeah, and hey, I mean, the Bills are behind here now, right, in the standings, and they have a lot of work to do. The season isn't over. I know what it feels like to a lot of fans, but what you do is you get back to work today, and you make sure what happened yesterday does not happen again, especially in a home game against a good team in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And if you go out there and you beat Tampa, And you start to feel a little better about yourself, and you have a quick turnaround to go to Houston, right? And, like, you can – the next, 10 days, Jeremy? The next 10 days are going to tell a big story and how we're going to feel about this team. I'll tell you that. So, you get the Patriots on a Thursday night this week for the Jets. They're probably going to win a game here. But you're still getting the Patriots later. The season is not over, of course, in a playoff spot. But you got to make sure this week has to be very, very, very intentional.
The other thing I want to mention, and you know this very well, like to try and still win the division, you'll probably have to beat New England. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But you'll also probably now have to finish a full game in front of them because tiebreakers. You lost to Miami, and I don't.
That's right.
I don't expect them to do that. So the division became a big, big hill to climb here. All right, Sal. Thanks very much.
Okay, you got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline on Buffalo Bills Football Monday. You want to give us a call on the Waddle trade that wasn't? Quinnen Williams would have been, I guess, an answer. He went for a first-round pick to the Cowboys. 803-0550. The deadline comes and goes. And maybe if they had the game they just had right before the deadline, instead of the Kansas City game right before the deadline, you might be looking at a new player on this team. 803-0550. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. He's on his way back from Miami. Buffalo Bills Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
I thought it was also interesting, Sean McDermott, when asked by Jay, he was asked, the question was, Brandon Beane said he still believes there's a championship roster here.
Yeah.
Do you believe that? Sean's answer was, I love these guys in this room.
I love these players.
I love these players. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no.
Right.
And I don't know if that's his way of saying yes, right? But
I think it's his way of saying no.
Otherwise, saying no.
Right, that's my read. I mean, if you're asked a yes or no question, and the obvious, easy answer that is not even a headline is yes, right? And you can't get yourself to it, like, of course I believe in this team. It's just easy, and we wouldn't even necessarily have to believe him. To make a choice to not say yes is, to me, pretty stark. It's a big deal to me.
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, he's sending a message in some capacity to somebody, but the trade deadline's gone.
Maybe. But even the wins, several of the wins, you watch and say, like, man, it is not often a pretty operation that they have from their offense. They beat the Carolina Panthers 40-9, and many people come out unsatisfied. Oh, geez, Josh is running around. Everything looks really hard. Thank goodness he could run the ball. They beat the Chiefs, and that's always good to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They did that, but even after that, it was, all right, well, 28-21, that thing got a little close. You played near perfect. You won by 7. I don't know. Why did you put that game away? The standard is high. There's no doubt about that. But, man, watching this offense go, I posted a Twitter poll about Joe Brady midweek, late week. Do you want him back? Forget about whether they win, whether he gets a job, whether he gets fired. Do you want him running the offense again? And that Twitter poll was split, about 33 aside, yes, no, and not sure. And I'm here to tell you that I'm going to be satisfied if this is the final season. I'll let it play out, see how it goes. Maybe they win the Super Bowl. Maybe they find their magical formula. Maybe Josh Palmer returns. But the offense, to me, is just really a tough watch. The passing game has been a tough watch for most of the last 2 years. There have been some games, but, man, the passing game has been tough.
I thought it was also interesting, Sean McDermott, when asked by Jay, he was asked, the question was, Brandon Beane said he still believes there's a championship roster here.
Yeah.
Do you believe that? Sean's answer was, I love these guys in this room.
I love these players.
I love these players. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no.
Right.
And I don't know if that's his way of saying yes, right? But
I think it's his way of saying no. I mean,
or his way of saying no.
Right, that's my read. I mean, if you're asked a yes or no question, and the obvious, easy answer that is not even a headline is yes, right? And you can't get yourself to it, like, of course I believe in this team. It's just easy, and we wouldn't even necessarily have to believe him. To make a choice to not say yes is, to me, pretty stark. It's a big deal to me.
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, he's sending a message in some capacity to somebody, but I mean, the trade deadline's gone.
Join WGR and Bud Light for a Buffalo Football Friday happy hour. Schopp and Bulldog will be broadcasting live on Friday, November 14th from 3 to 7 at Leo's Pizzeria, 2220 Southwestern Boulevard. We will have your chance to enter and win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. Enjoy other live broadcasts coming up at Mitchell's Tavern in the Draft Room. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. The Bills fell to the Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season. In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 20 of 48 pass attempts for 307 yards, and he also threw 2 touchdowns. A little bit of an injury report. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also exited the game with a hamstring injury. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills now get ready to host Tampa Bay next Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. In a report yesterday, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network reported that the Bills offered the Miami Dolphins a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick for Jalen Waddle. Pelissero went on to add that it was the best offer Miami had received for the receiver, but ultimately no deal was done. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Wow.
I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Looking right, now left, going deep down the sideline for Coleman, back shoulder complete, reaches for the pylon, he's in for the touchdown! Keon Coleman with a huge touchdown grab.
One of the highlights of the game, Chris Brown on the call there. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. He was in Miami for this game. He's now bad luck. When's the last time I saw the Bills win on the road? I'm going to think about that for a little bit. So he saw him lose in Miami. Oh, I saw him win in Miami in 2010. That's probably the last time I saw him win on the road. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. So I was just doing some work at the New York Times playoff machine because this loss was big for the division. You need to probably finish a full game ahead of the New England Patriots. Because if New England loses to you, that's all right. The tiebreaker will be on a tie in the divisional record. And here you have a loss to the Dolphins. And I don't know that New England's going to lose to the Dolphins. They are unbeaten in the division so far and could finish the season there. The Patriots' schedule from here, their next 3 games are Jets, Bengals, Giants. Then it's Bills and Ravens, and then Jets and Dolphins. So the Patriots get the Jets twice, the Bengals, the Giants, and the Dolphins. And if you do just give New England wins in games they will be favored in, that does not even include the Bills, they're like 89% to win the division, and they might even be the favorite for the 1 seed, New England. And wow. 803-0550, our phone number. All right, things to get to. The offense, a mess when they can't pass the ball because they don't throw the ball. The wide receiver screens, the bubble screens, sometimes they work. We did see a throw down the field to Khalil Shakir in this game, which was amazing to see the ball thrown down the field to Shakir. Did not get completed, but at least he ran down the field as opposed to taking one step backwards to catch a pass and hoping guys miss tackles. The defense is not off the hook here. The defense was horrendous in tackling. It has been a problem for this group. The linebackers have been a problem. Milano and Bernard have been a problem, big time, for this defense, stopping the run. And it was a problem in this game. I think I saw that Devon Achane had 111 yards after contact. Missed tackles. Cam Lewis, missed tackle. A lot of missed tackles. But I think the big story, of course, is like what has happened to Josh Allen. I mean, if you could go back, if you ever do go back and just watch highlights of Allen from like 3 years ago, he's unrecognizable right now, the way this passing offense works. Unrecognizable. It's either a screen pass or run around for 4 seconds and then try something. That's one other thing I'd like to know. I saw Next Gen Stats 3.53 time to throw. That is with built-in 0.0 seconds just to throw screens. And the offense is just so stuck in the mud. Building a team that is run first, run all the time, and people are starting to figure it out, Starting to figure it out, that the Bills' offense is, just like so fragile. Timo Risk of PFF said Josh Allen masks a lot of stuff, and it's hilarious. They're trying to hide it by hiding Josh Allen behind a run-heavy, short-passing offense. A run-heavy, short-passing offense is what this organization has decided to build here. It's kind of wild. Brian in Toronto. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys. Look, I like Brandon Beane. I really do. But that wide receiver commentary back in July was brutal, and it was tone deaf. But then you throw in the press conference from last week. It was the second worst I've seen since Doug Whaley didn't know who was privy to being fired. Because on the Waddle front, if that report's true, it's an absolute joke. There is zero chance you're sitting here saying this is a championship roster and you're not willing to part with a first-round pick this year. That's not conviction. It's cowardice.
Yeah.
You don't pass on a player who could put you over the top and then tell me you're all in. You're not all in. And on the asset front, go down the list. You spent $6 million on interior defensive tackles. You brought in Joey Bosa, who, God bless him, he's not on IR at this point in the season.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Your third-round pick couldn't see the field for 2 months, finally gets out there, plays 5 snaps, and boom, he's hurt. I get that injuries happen, but this is ridiculous. Yeah. And then on the offensive front, you've got one guy who can separate, one, and he's on the field less than 40% of the time, either because he's hurt or he's schemed out of the formation entirely. And he knew every bit of this information prior to the trade deadline. So you can't claim surprise. You chose this. And I think the thing that frustrates me the most is I've been a season ticket holder now for 10 years. I just bought tickets for the new stadium, and I've defended McDermott and this team for more than a decade. It's just not fun anymore. You watch Josh, it's the same movie every week. He comes off the field, the hat goes on, he stares at the tablet, he looks miserable, he looks sad. And I know his grandma told him to smile. Maybe, his grandma can tell everybody in Bill's Mafia to smile, but it's just not fun watching this team anymore. It's genuinely sad. And the one thing that I would just want to get your opinion on is, I don't know if Joe Brady's the problem. I really don't. But let's be real here for a second. He had one good year as the pass game coordinator at LSU with 3 All-Pros. You and I could have coordinated that offense. So if you're going to make a move, fine. but it seems like all of the offensive staff around him are people that run the same thing that he does. So if he gets fired tomorrow, which I don't know if that's a possibility, who's walking through that door to clean up this mess tomorrow? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brian. On Allen, I'm just thinking back to, he's of course like beloved, as he should be, and he's arguably the best player the team has ever had, and a transformative player. The stadium across the street is built because of Josh, probably, right? Like it's an easy thing where they're winning all the time, and he's amazing. And I'm kind of with you. Like we are fans sometimes, right? We are unreasonable, however you want to say. Fans, short for fanatic, people say all the time. But you follow this team a lot, and these post-game pressers from Allen in games like this, I don't know if there's something in the middle between what he does and going scorched earth and throwing people under the bus, which I don't think would be productive. But any version of anything that would make you feel like the Bills are, I don't know, like I know they're trying to figure it out and they're trying to fix it. There's just always been, I shouldn't say always, there's just been, to me, an air of the division is their right. They're entitled to their division. And when Bean's asked, like, hey, do you focus on the Chiefs? No. Trading with the Chiefs, to me, indicated something. When you traded with them in the Worthy and Coleman trade, I think that was like a red flag. Like, do you think you're way better at this than you really are? Just this level of hubris might be the word. I don't know. The whole thing, he had 30 points a game last year. Like when Bean, in that conversation in April, he said, more points than any team, including the Super Bowl champs. That's a very weird thing to know. Like you were ready with talking points about the offense. You've probably heard it a lot. Highest scoring offense in franchise history. It's actually not in points per game. And did they score more points than the Eagles last year? Yes. They scored fewer points than the Lions, though. Like this idea that there was some unassailable offense that never needed to ever even consider, what if you decided to try to get better? What if you decided to evolve in any way? You guys are forgetting about Josh Palmer's thing. I think I remember all the time. Like, I'm not forgetting about Josh Palmer. I thought that was a nice signing, but you need more. You need to stay at the top. You need to be thinking that when you're up there, others are coming for you. And this, maybe the Dolphins kind of lulled them into this. This division will be ours as long as we have this all together. And here you go. Like you're going to have to chase down New England, and you're a big underdog to do it. I don't know if you have the horses for it. In New England, like, man, they look like they've got it right. They drafted a rookie receiver, Kyle Williams. He just showed up for the first time really yesterday. He was a player that was available in the mid-rounds. And like Landon Jackson, TJ Sanders, Dwayne Carter. On one side, you might have a Bills defensive front that would be very good if they were all healthy, but none of them are healthy. And the other side of that coin is that like the injuries might be masking that they aren't very good right now anyway. Dwayne Carter had never really been a difference maker for them. He's a third-round pick. Then I got second rounder on TJ Sanders, who was not really showing much. Hopefully he comes back soon, and maybe he can find his way. Like the Walker pick looks good, but they poured so many assets into a defense, and like it always seemed such an an overreach to do so many pieces there. The first piece you added in the draft this year was the blocking tight end. All right, I guess. What are the returns on that? And he can replace Dawson Knox going forward. But right now, like if Kincaid is out for a couple of weeks, Palmer's going to come back, right? He's got to be close. He's limited in practice. Palmer's going to come back, and Kincaid is going to probably miss time here. He's got a hamstring injury. That's going to take time. But I just feel like hubris is it. Wanting to hang banners about 30 points per game. Wanting to hang banners about what they did. Like, you've made it to 2 AFC championship games. You've only made it to 2. I don't know. 803-0550. It's nice. I'm glad they've made it. I'm glad they win the division. I think they're still a pretty good team, a pretty good organization. They could probably beat the Bucs this week. We'll see. But if they don't, that Houston game, prepare yourself. The Houston game is going to be miserable. I mean, real bad. Houston's defense wasn't that good against Jacksonville. They were maybe down a few players, but Houston's defense can make you look bad. And for this offense, like it could be tough. 803-0550. I also checked out the 4th and 1 call in the opening drive, and this is slowly starting to become a red flag. The Bills decide to punt on 4th and 1, tied on their first drive of the game. Now, they are inside their own 40, which I usually think, like, McDermott's not going to go for it inside of his own 40. But there was a time where giving up more than a point of win probability was something they would not do. They would just go for 4th down. It's like, oh, if we go for it, it's a plus 1.5 win probability. They go for that. This year, they don't. This year, it's 50-50 whether they go for that. That was a 4th and 1. They punt on 4th and 3 from midfield. They've done that a couple times this year. They are, I think before our eyes, they're just shrinking. They're shrinking back from this team that used to throw it all over the field and rip up and down the field and be great into a team that thinks they have to thread an offensive needle and is a lot more timid in a lot more ways. The entire offense is built so you don't turn it over. These short passes so you don't turn it over. I don't know. I never believed that turnovers were actually a problem for Josh Allen. And people got convinced, I guess, down there that they could just win by not turning the ball over. Their last 2 playoff losses, they won the turnover battle and lost the game because they couldn't get a pass down the field. And, all right, we'll get a break in. I'm late. More of your calls. Chris Brown at 8:30. Frustrating. Very frustrating loss. Just me and you here on WGR on a Buffalo Bills football Monday. The Bills fall to the Dolphins 30-13. Their defense held for a while and ultimately broke. Still some good signs, though. Hairston, Bishop, I think those are really legitimately good signs. And past that, on this day, not many. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Give us a ring here on WGR. On Coleman, Sal, it's interesting that, like, it's another game where he's catching a lot of heat, even though he did make a big play and did catch a touchdown pass. So Coleman, as a part of their offense, it's like these back shoulder throws, it's these jump balls. He got one. And that was the comment from Allen. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Bills fans reading into Allen's postgame where he pauses and then says, well, he got one today. And I wonder if you're also reading anything from that about maybe a disconnect between Allen and Coleman, or if you think it was just, whatever, he got one today.
I thought I noted it. I mean, I thought it was interesting. He paused. He said, the question was, do you believe that he's made the most of his opportunities when you've gone his way? I believe it was like that and phrased in like that. And then he paused. He said, he got one today. And I don't know what he meant by that exactly. Like he got one today and he got one thrown his way and he made the most of it, or he got a touchdown today probably, I guess is what he meant. I'm not really sure. I understand why people would do that. Now, we gave Keon Coleman a chance too in the locker room, talking with him. Question was, how do you feel your chemistry or relationship is with Josh? However, whatever word you want to use, the thing was Jay Skursky, you might have asked it and said whatever word you want to use, and he said it's never been better. He said that, everything seemed good from there. So we'll take it from what it is.
Part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But I think about the Bills, and I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? mean, I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low. But anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback to me is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years we get into what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough. He looks frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question, and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which it's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better. I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying.
On Wednesday, Brandon said he believed that the roster was of championship quality or championship caliber. After a performance like that, what is your confidence level that that is indeed the case?
I love these players. I love these players. I do. I love the guys in that locker room.
Sean McDermott with a change the subject kind of answer. I don't know. You can't say no. And had you said yes, I mean, it would have been brushed aside like, oh, he says this. He agrees with the GM. He says he has a championship caliber roster. In that moment when McDermott asked that question, like, I just wonder why he wouldn't say yes. Why not? Why not say yes? 803-0550. The Bills do a pretty good job of putting on a good front, and that's to their credit, to their culture. You know, they don't get too high or too low. All right, that's our jobs, I guess, right? Get a little high, get a little low, and the high off of the Chiefs win is pretty good, and the low off of this is pretty rough. I was just watching Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson break all this down and say, yeah, you know, if the Patriots aren't doing what they're doing, the Bills are 6-3, and they're thinking like, whatever, 3-game lead in our division, we'll just go. And that's right. That's right. A couple years throughout this run of division titles, most of the years, there's not really anybody to chase down. It happened once, and they chased that team twice, I guess. Patriots once and the Dolphins once. And this time, they look to have an actually good team in their division. And these doldrums are going to hurt more. And it actually might cost you home playoff games, might cost you division, might be the kind of thing that at the end of it, you look back and say, like, wow, you lost your streak. You're no longer the king of your own division. First off, winning the division, you only have to beat 3 other teams. And these teams they've been going through, like, are constantly rebuilding. Miami had a blip, but here's Miami at the bottom, falling apart, trading away Jalen Phillips. We thought the coach might get fired. The GM did get fired. Anyway, 803-0550, wide open for your phone calls. Bill, Ed, Kirk, Rob, Mike, anybody else. Hang with us. I'll blast through as many as possible. We'll get to Chris Brown, bottom of the hour, and talk about this Bills stunning loss. I guess how surprised are you? I'm stunned. I thought they would still come back and win it, and their own sloppy play kind of killed that. And their offense, you know, we're kind of looking every week like, is this offense ever going to find its way? And it's been a rough stretch. Jeremy and Joe here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We didn't dream that. That was not just a dream. The Bills got hammered by the Miami Dolphins. They got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. They got absolutely whooped by the quarterback that is the punchline of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by the head coach that is the butt of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by a team that had traded away a lot of good players or lost some good players, traded away their best pass rusher. Halfway through this game, I said, thank goodness the Dolphins can't rush the passer or else this game could get ugly. And then it was ugly anyway. Wow. Rough one for the Bills. They will probably point to turnovers. And if you listen to this show, you know me. You know that I think turnovers are almost always overrated. And there's good reason for that, whether it's anecdotal or we can actually dig deep enough, far enough into some numbers that I won't do right now. The Bills were down 13-0 while winning the turnover battle. 13-0. They're already in a hole. And they got beat by a Dolphins team that went the length of the field on them on long, plodding drives. They got beat by a Dolphins team that hit them with explosives. And many of the fundamental problems that you have with the Bills were about as big of a problem as they have been all season long. And there are a couple things that, each of us like to key on. Maybe you're about the offensive coordinator. Maybe you're about the run defense. Maybe you're at Terrell Bernard. Who knows? Maybe you're at Josh Allen, Joe Brady. There's a lot of people today that are going to no doubt catch some. Maybe, of course, you're after Brandon Beane, and we got to get to the story about the Bills' pursuit of Jalen Waddle, which was reported widely over the course of yesterday, before the game, with many believing that the Bills would have leaked that story to kind of lower the pressure on themselves for not getting a deal done. We'll get into that and explain that.
Turkeys for Tickets is back again on Wednesday, November 12th.
Sean McDermott, when asked by Jay, he was asked, the question was, Brandon Beane said he still believes there's a championship roster here.
Yeah.
Do you believe that? Sean's answer was, I love these guys in this room.
I love these players.
I love these players. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no.
Right.
And I don't know if that's his way of saying yes, right? But
I think it's his way of saying no. Otherwise, saying no. Right, that's my read. If you're asked a yes or no question, and the obvious, easy answer that is not even a headline is yes, right? And you can't get yourself to it, of course I believe in this team. It's just easy, and we wouldn't even necessarily have to believe him. To make a choice to not say yes is, to me, pretty stark. That's a big deal to me.
Well, and if that's the case, he's sending a message in some capacity to somebody, but the trade deadline's gone.
The Bills fell to the Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season.
Pitch play to the left to Achane. He's got some room. He's through a hole, and he's going to walk into the end zone for a 35-yard touchdown run, and that will do it.
In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 28 of 40 pass attempts for 307 yards, along with 2 touchdowns. Landon Jackson did leave the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also exited the game with a hamstring injury. So that's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills now get ready to host Tampa Bay next Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, some of the results from yesterday: the Patriots beat the Buccaneers 28-23, moved to 8-2 on the season. The Texans beat the Jaguars in a last-minute thriller 36-29, and last night the Chargers beat the Steelers 25-10. Tonight the Eagles take on the Packers for Monday Night Football. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. And in baseball, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted on charges that they took bribes from sports bettors to throw certain types of pitches, including tossing balls in the dirt instead of strikes, to ensure successful bets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Like, the Bills did not make a trade before Tuesday's deadline, but it was not for a lack of trying. I am told the Bills made a run at multiple big targets within the AFC East, offering a first-round pick as part of a package to the Dolphins for wide receiver Jalen Waddle and to the Jets for defensive lineman Quinnen Williams. In fact, I am told the Bills had the highest offer for Jalen Waddle, but Miami wanted a first-round pick in 2026, not 2027, as part of the package. Ultimately, Miami decided that the Bills' offer, which also included a third-round pick in 2026, was not enough to move their star wide receiver.
Tom Pelissero before the game. Then you watch Jalen Waddle do the things you would want your receiver to do. And a first and a third on a guy on a big money contract already. Like, you know, hey, it's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today, also known as Jerry and Joe in some circles. If you know, you know. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. That's Tom Pelissero. That was from prior to the game. The Bills were looking for Jalen Waddle. Now, if we go all the way back and follow the breadcrumbs backwards, Waddle had posted on Instagram a bunch of pictures of himself with Miami. One of those pictures was him in Buffalo in a night game, and we wondered if that was a thing. Was Waddle told he was going to be traded and ultimately not moved? Maybe. Maybe it got really close. But from Tom Pelissero's report right there, it sounds like the deal was a 2027 first and a 26 third, and the Dolphins wanted the 2026 first, not 2027, which is reasonable and makes total sense. A team that's about to start over and rebuild with a lot of picks doesn't want to wait 2 years for that pick. They want that pick now. And the Bills didn't get it done. So not for lack of trying, you know, when it was just this loose idea of they called and they were shut down, that might have been easier to take. And somewhere along the way, yesterday or the weekend, the Bills, I mean, I can't really definitively say the Bills told Tom Pelissero, but it sure would read like who else would it have been, right? The Bills told, sorry, I can't say that definitively. Someone told Tom Pelissero that that's how it all went. I don't know if the Bills would be the ones to include the details about how it fell apart. You know, it's possible. All this stuff behind the scenes, if I could go really conspiracy here. The Bills leaked out, yeah, we had a deal, we couldn't get it done. And then he reaches out to the Dolphins and says, actually, yeah, that's right. And this is why it fell apart. Who knows? But that sure seems like simultaneously a trade you probably should have made. But more importantly, really more importantly here, you shouldn't have had to. Because somewhere along the way, you should have been just, I don't know. I'm going to point to the board behind me. You should have just had receivers that are good. Nuts, right? It gets so expensive. If you don't do your due diligence at this position, you will pay so much for it. And that is true of guys like middle-tier receivers that when they're out of your lineup, your offense looks dead. Josh Palmer. You pay so much for Curtis Samuel. If you don't draft them, you will have to chase it at great cost. And they are chasing it. And here's a deal that would have been a great cost, and I think a lot of Bills fans think, like, you should have paid it. It's probably the opposite of sunk cost. You're so far in, it's going to cost more and more and more and more, and you got to pay it. And if you're not going to pay it, you're going to suffer. And next year, what? We'll be talking about what? Adding somebody? They're going to need a linebacker, too. Anyway, 803-0550. The Bills lose in Miami. I'm sure turnovers are a big part of this, but, man, the turnover. So let me give you one other quick thought, and then I'll get your calls, a lot of your calls here. I think part of the fundamental problem the Bills have in their offense is when the game script goes the wrong way, they are in trouble. Their ability to score fast, they don't really have it. They don't have explosive plays that are just, hey, it's 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line, and here's 52 yards. They don't have the Waddle throw in their bag. I know they threw one to Coleman, and they got a contested catch touchdown there, but they don't have the guy that just strikes fear into the other team. And we know that. And the ways that will show up in how you call games, to me, is a big deal. What are the Bills going to do when they're down a bunch of points like they were in this game, and the drive that Allen gets intercepted on, that's a 14-play, 77-yard drive, interception, no points. It's one thing to turn the ball over. It's another to burn 9 minutes and turn the ball over. I'm going all the way back. I love to make this point because I don't know. I don't forget the Bills-Chiefs playoff game here in Buffalo with the one with A.J. Klein and no linebackers, and the Bills have the ball and Diggs drops it. Like, Diggs drops that ball, and that's too bad. That stinks. They kept going on that drive, and they played that drive so slow, like they play so many of their drives, that they play themselves out of games. And time of possession, like, do you kneel at the altar of time of possession? I don't know if you do. I don't care about it. I know that it can matter a little bit, but like time of possession, in this game, the Bills had 31 minutes to the Dolphins' 28. You are just slow. You're a slow team. Your receivers aren't fast enough. Your offense is not looking very threatening and fast, and you also play slow. They play slow. Their drives in this game took too long. Second half, 14 plays, 77 yards, 9:01. If Josh Allen doesn't get intercepted on that play, right, that interception from Allen is on 3rd and goal at the 5. So that's going to go down as an interception. What do they do on 4th and 5? Just say it gets batted away. What are they doing on 4th and 5? Because if they go for it and don't get it, that's the 15-play drive with no points. If they kick a field goal, I think we're going to be pretty upset about that as well. Maybe I'll plug in the numbers and see like what it would have been. But that's a 3rd down and goal interception. You could have just gone on 4th down if you don't throw the interception and still not gotten the points. And we're sitting here saying, well, they didn't turn it over, but they burned 10 minutes. You're losing by 16. And this also happened in the Atlanta game, right? Their best chance to come back is to do a pretend it's the opening drive of the game, run, commit to it, slow drive. And, like, they're just in trouble if they ever need to get to tempo. Week 1 was a big lie. The Ravens game, we can do that when we want to. Man, was that ever a big, big lie. Because that comeback was incredible. And they caught a couple of breaks along the way, and they have not been able to wing it like that really since. So it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Bills are 6-3. Patriots win again, and chasing them down is going to be tough. And the Bucs this week, like the temperature around here, that is a good team. You beat that Bucs team, all right, that'll help. But another loss and then going to Houston, I don't know. People are starting to really get concerned about this team, and I think with good reason. You're seeing the same things. 803-0550. All right, to your calls. Bill in Old Forge. Hey, Bill.
Hey, man, if I was the owner of this team, after he made that move where he traded out and the Chiefs grabbed Worthy, and he was arrogant about it, like, I don't care if we traded the Chiefs, and everybody kind of raised an eyebrow like we kind of do. And then I remember thinking that draft day, thinking, I'm not going to worry about this to the playoffs. But if that guy tears us up in a playoff game, Bean's got to go. And he did. He came out and tore us up. And everybody saw what I saw. It was bad. It's like, okay, that's the guy you let them have. Wasn't going to hurt us. And it killed us in the end, okay? He would have been gone. Bean would have been gone after that move. He wouldn't have even drafted last year. Then to have him trade out again and grab Keon Coleman, who has done – he made a good play yesterday, but that's not going to get it done. That's supposed to be our guy moving forward, and I don't see it. So then to do that pick afterwards and then not address the receivers coming into this year, now he definitely would be gone if I was the owner. Because in my personal opinion, I think we got a very good to great head coach who can only coach up who he's got on the roster. I think we obviously have a great quarterback, an elite talent that we might not ever see again in Buffalo. And we're now I will finally say I think we're wasting Allen's years. I wasn't one of those guys until this year. And what I'm seeing, it's disgusting to even watch on the field with what he did with the receiving core. And it's my opinion that the guy that is holding this team back with bad, poor roster to just the whole roster is just deteriorated the past couple of years. And it's because of Bean. Bean has done this. And this is what we have now. And unless we move forward from the GM, and I say keep McDermott for 5 more years. Obviously, Allen's here. Why not try a new GM? If you're the owner of this team, I want a new GM here. I want a new guy evaluating talent, picking players to maybe not waste the next 5 years with what Bean's done. So I think he's terrible at this point, and you can't hang your head on the Allen pick. So my question is this. Is there any way do you foresee they would ever move on from Bean and keep McDermott here as the head coach with a new GM moving forward? Because in my opinion, that's what this team needs to do. New GM, keep everything the same.
Thanks, Bill. I don't know that they'll. I don't know. It's almost impossible to imagine like how they would move on. The one thing I do like to say here is I don't think anybody should operate with the idea that they have to be a package deal. That's all. That's my only answer there. Whether that's one goes, whichever one it is. Again, if they make the playoffs again, and for the first time since Josh Allen showed up, really, they don't win the division, I don't know that the owner's going to think that anybody needs to be fired. They've had a lot of injuries. It's not been a great year for offensively. Not a good follow-up to last year, I don't think. But I don't know. I don't have an answer for you how that would work. I like to say, don't treat them like they have to be a package deal. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Just another manic Monday. Wish it was Monday. Oh, my gosh. You could send me the bill, because I feel like I'm going to the therapy session right now. You never hear me complain about anything. This is like Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson. I was completely surprised. How do you go from beating Kansas City the way we did to going to Miami and doing what we didn't do, which was we should have won? And everybody, I'm a fan just like everybody else has been calling, complaining, but that whole championship caliber roster, it's like, for me, it's like we don't even have a playoff roster. I'm concerned about when we get to the playoffs, if we get to the playoffs. It's just the fire inside me. Like, you guys were talking about the fire. I didn't even want to put the radio on this morning to listen to you guys. I was out on my deck, and I said the fire inside as a fan is burning out. I love the Bills. I really do. But after what happened yesterday, and even at halftime, I was telling my fiance, like you said, we're going to pull through. We're a second-half team. We were a fourth-quarter team, and you can't play one-quarter of football. I don't even have to see. Being blind sucks sometimes because when we do win, I wish I could have seen it. But, boy, am I glad I didn't see that game yesterday.
Thanks
for listening, Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Listen, they're going to make the playoffs. They're 92% to make it. I think they're going to make the playoffs. And who knows if they ultimately if they can get back to Josh Allen being amazing. And this is some spot that I'd really wonder. I'd wonder if there's anything to him and his mindset, and is he running as much? Is he jumping over guys as much? Is he just kind of in self-protection mode until they get to the playoffs? When we get to the playoffs, that's when you often get Allen's absolute best. Is he trying to save himself? Because, listen, if they make it as a wild card, they could again, like I don't want to say today like they could win the Super Bowl because it might sound stupid, but of course they could. Wild card teams have made and won the Super Bowl. The Bengals went on the road and beat the 1 seed and then beat the Chiefs. Like, they did that. So I think that's the year they beat the Bengals. They beat the Titans. They beat the Ravens. They beat the Chiefs. Is that what it was? I don't know. Anyway, wild card teams can make the Super Bowl. And ultimately, I still have the human cheat code in Josh Allen. The problem is, like, the code's not working right now. It's kind of amazing to me to be so inept around him offensively that you're playing a Dolphins team missing half its roster that was already really bad against the pass, and you're so easy to defend that some teams can just dial up this formula, and they have it. New England, Atlanta, Miami, the Saints. I mean, the Bills didn't look great against the Saints. So it's tough. The first Miami game, it was 21-21 until a roughing the punter penalty on Zach Sealer got the Bills the ball with a short field. So, it's a week-to-week league, and I know, like, today's is a overreaction day. I'll be guilty of it too. And Joe will be back in tomorrow, and I'm sure, he'll have something to say. The receiver conversation, I get people saying, like, it's time to yell. You got to rant about the receiver. Like, rant? I mean, please. It's been 4 years. What juice is left? I'm out of the juice on that. I don't know. Like, I don't want to sit here and bet against Josh Allen, but it's getting easier to bet against Josh Allen because he looks less than his previous self. And how much of that does he wear? Some. Kirk in Albany is up next. Hey, Kirk, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Listen, Josh is about to be 30. We asked him to grow up, and he has. The ownership, the management, they're not doing their part in giving him what he needs. If I were Allen, I would pack my bags and go.
Well,
you're
that's
like a hockey player. You're developed. You show people you can do things. You stay here in Buffalo, you're not going to win. They still think we need to eat bologna sandwiches out of brown paper bags. These people run restaurants. You got money. Come on. We can eat steak every now and then. Just one.
Thanks, Kirk. I mean, Allen's not going to ask out. I have nothing. They're not going to ask out. And like they've been really good. They've won a lot. Have they won the big thing? No. Have they even been to the Super Bowl? No. I don't know. Is this like success fatigue? Is that a thing? These seasons, they could go 10-7, or they can go 15-2. And at the end of the year, how they lose in the playoffs is how we will remember a lot of the year. It does definitely give me like the Dorsey vibes right now. Could another game like this look so bad that they want Ronald Curry to call plays or Aaron Cromer? They have guys on this staff that have called plays. I imagine it's not fun to be Joe Brady right now, feeling the weight of Allen, Bean, the draft, all the pieces they've added on the offense, the offensive line, the head coach. Probably not fun to be Joe Brady right now. Mike in Syracuse. Mike, good morning.
Morning, Jeremy. How are you?
I'm good, Mike. How are you?
Not great. Crappy game yesterday.
You were there? All right, yeah. How many Bills fans were there?
I watched it.
Okay.
I went to the Chiefs game, which was awesome, and then
yes.
Thank God I didn't go to Miami.
My wife said that. My wife said that she went to the Chiefs game too, and she said, "I'm so glad I was at the Chiefs game because that was so happy, and this is so sad."
It was terrible, terrible. I just have a few comments about some player execution stuff. I was very surprised. Obviously, our two best offensive players are Cook and Allen, in my opinion. I was very disappointed with some of their decision making, mainly just with the fumbles. The fumbles were so bad because the play was already made at that point. We had the first downs. They were good. Cook had a good run. He tried to extend it by putting his hand down. I just wish they were struggling. Why didn't they tuck the ball and cover the points and cover both arms, just go down? I mean, those were obviously game-changing plays. Plus, I felt like Miami was clawing and scratching and punching at the ball constantly. So I feel like that should have been brought to their attention that they needed to keep the ball. I mean, it's obviously you need to try to keep your drive going. And then I just have a few comments. I haven't been a hater of Brandon Beane just because he got Allen. I thought he did a good job signing Cook, and Cook has been playing like a top 5 running back for kind of good money, but not the most money. So I felt like those were good deals. But my other issue with him is it's kind of getting obvious that we needed to get a receiver in the trade. And if this rumor about him trying to get Waddle didn't fall through because he wouldn't succumb to a round 1 2026 pick, that became obvious in the game. I mean, you can coulda, woulda, shoulda everybody. But, you know, with Kincaid going down, again, like our offense drops off tremendously. Like, it's just, that guy is on, I love him. I think he's a good player. Beane's responsible for getting him too. He's a good player. You know what I mean? He's an obvious threat. But the guy's on IR more than he plays. Like, it's crazy. Like, I feel like, not that they're the same position, but he's going to turn into another like Matt Milano. Love the guy. Plays hard as heck. Love watching him play. But he's just going to continue to get hurt until he's a shell of what he used to be. And it's just very frustrating to watch.
Thanks, Mike. I got to get to a break, but you got me thinking something here. So I'm thinking about Milano and Bernard. Like there's a weird thing that has happened here, and I'm going to tie some points together, and it might be, I don't know, you guys can decide if it's a reach or not. But earlier in the year, Sal said he brought up a point with Matt Bove on his podcast, like it's always game day in Buffalo. You know, is it tough for rookies to play because the roster is good, or does it mean the rookies are bad and are not ready? You know, you could go either side of the coin. We consistently are watching where the Bills have their core guys being outplayed by guys they pick up off the street. Like Shaq Thompson is a free agent, whatever. But like they need Shaq Thompson back badly because Bernard and Milano, it's not good. Those are core guys. I got Poyer. I got Jordan Phillips, and we're waiting for Gabe Davis to come in to help the offense. Like the rookies don't necessarily pop up and make a difference that often. Instead, it's the practice squad. I'm like dipping into my practice squad, hoping that is what is going to spark this offense. I don't know if Gabe Davis plays this week, but man, like it's just rough. It's pretty rough. They've had so many misses from their own players this year. Bernard looks like a big whiff of a contract extension. That does not look good right now. Milano coming back for one more year. Like, it's time. It's time. Taylor Rapp, knee injury. Now he's out for the year. Like, the Bills need these IR designations to protect them from players that are not making a difference anyway, right? Like, Landon Jackson's out. Would he have been jumping in to make a difference? Maybe. TJ Sanders, Dwayne Carter. I've got injuries that are going to players that I would hope would make a difference, but they aren't. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it all. I do. It's frustrating. You feel like you were really close in the AFC Championship game last year, and it was time to go in and get better. And instead, like they don't look like a better team. They certainly don't look a better team. 803-0550. Maybe they've got answers. We'll talk about it with Chris Brown. He had the call of the game as we continue Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR. Part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, like there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But like I think about the Bills, and I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low, but anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris, if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback, to me, is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years, we get into what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough. He looks frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question, and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which that's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better. I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying. We didn't dream that. That was not just a dream. The Bills got hammered by the Miami Dolphins. They got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. They got absolutely whooped by the quarterback that is the punchline of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by the head coach that is the butt of every Buffalo sports fan's joke, by a team that had traded away a lot of good players or lost some good players, traded away their best pass rusher. Halfway through this game, I said, thank goodness the Dolphins can't rush the passer or else this game could get ugly. And then it was ugly anyway. Wow. Rough one for the Bills. They will probably point to turnovers. And if you listen to this show, you know me. You know that I think turnovers are almost always overrated. And there's good reason for that, whether it's anecdotal or we can actually dig deep enough, far enough into some numbers that I won't do right now. The Bills were down 13-0 while winning the turnover battle. 13-0. They're already in a hole. And they got beat by a Dolphins team that went the length of the field on them on long, plodding drives. They got beat by a Dolphins team that hit them with explosives. And many of the fundamental problems that you have with the Bills were about as big of a problem as they have been all season long. And there are a couple things that, you know, each of us like to key on. Maybe you're about the offensive coordinator. Maybe you're about the run defense. Maybe you're at Terrell Bernard. Who knows? Maybe you're at Josh Allen, Joe Brady. There's a lot of people today that are going to no doubt catch some. Maybe, of course, you're after Brandon Beane, and we got to get to the story about the Bills' pursuit of Jalen Waddle, which was reported widely over the course of yesterday, before the game, with many believing that the Bills would have leaked that story to kind of lower the pressure on themselves for not getting a deal done. We'll get into that and explain that.
The Bills fall to the Miami Dolphins yesterday 30-13 and dropped to 6-3 on the season. In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 28 of 40 pass attempts for 307 yards with 2 touchdowns. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also exited the game with a hamstring injury. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills now get ready to host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers next Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drops set for 9 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Tua back to pass. Heaves it deep down the middle of the field looking for Waddle, and it's intercepted by Maxwell Hairston. He's up on his feet to the 25, to the 30. Flag on the play, and he's tripped up at the 38-yard line.
One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Chris Brown on the call there. He joins me now on the Western Hotline, part of this Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Well, Chris, you know, we live our lives in the NFL, and I guess we should be less surprised when it happens like this, but beat the Chiefs, lose to the Dolphins, week-to-week league. I know we all know that, but it doesn't really make it much better on a day like today. The Mafia is upset after the performance the Bills put in Miami, which was a dud. It's a low point of the season, I believe.
Yeah, it's a stinker. They laid an egg down there, and I'm just going to give some measure of credit to the defense, which played supremely shorthanded again, and then shortly into the game, even more shorthanded. I mean, they played with 3 defensive ends for 90% of the game. Daquan Jones played defensive end for the first time since 2021, and then when he did it back then, it was in a 3-4 defense as a 5-tech. You know, you've got your dime defensive back playing nickel, your bench corner playing dime DB. So I just thought the defense battled when they were asked to, after turnovers in particular, and essentially held them to 16 points when the game was still a game. The offense just did not show up.
Yeah.
And look, I think the blueprint, at least teams believe they have a blueprint now, going off Atlanta film, going off Miami film. If you shut down Buffalo's run game and you tackle well, you know, no yards after initial contact, you can slow down the number one offense in football.
Chris Brown joining us here on the Western Hotline. All right, so the defense, let's get to a couple of bright spots. I mean, another couple bright spots here for Cole Bishop and Maxwell Hairston. Like, I do think the secondary is coming together. You mentioned, like, what they've got going on up front, and even, you know, being down Taron Johnson and Christian Benford. I've got 2 young guys back there that look pretty good, and if I'm taking anything out of this game that's positive, it's that when the defense does get healthy, I think I'm counting on both Bishop and Hairston to be 2 of my primary playmakers with this group.
Yeah, I think we all felt last week Cole Bishop had arrived, and then it was, okay, let's make sure that wasn't a 1-week thing, and it wasn't. He was inches away from an interception early in that game, making a diving attempt at a short pass by Tua on a slant, and it just escaped his fingertips. And then, yeah, Hairston, granted, it's an arm punt by Tua, but you still got to camp yourself out under there, and you got to race Jalen Waddle down the field for the football. He did both, and I think his early signs of high pointing the ball have been excellent. And then you saw a little bit of his return ability after the INT.
Yeah.
So I think those are 2 bright spots going forward, unquestionably. So I think you got to hope that some other bright spots show up here in the very near future on the defensive side of the ball, hopefully due to improved health.
Yeah, and the offense, we'll see where things go from here. We're waiting for the news on the Dalton Kincaid hamstring injury, which, you know, I feel like there's at least enough murmuring that kind of injury is often one that it will at least keep you out for a week. Like, you don't see guys limping off, ruled out with a hamstring injury, coming back right away. If they're down Kincaid, maybe Palmer comes back, but one way or another, whoever they have out there, Chris, they've got to find answers offensively, because right now it looks like they don't have very many.
Yeah, it's troubling on that side of the ball for sure. I think we all have recognized that the passing game largely runs through Kincaid and Shakir. And over the last couple of years, when you do not have one of them, the passing game looks a little more challenging. I think back to the Houston game in Week 5 last year when they didn't have Shakir. And there have been other instances like that where the offense struggles. You hope they find a way with a week's time to overcome that. To your Palmer point, he's very close to returning. He went through a very rigorous workout pregame, which gave indication he wasn't playing yesterday, but it also gives indication that he's very close to getting back. So getting him back in the fold would help make up for the void left by Kincaid. But that's your leading receiver in yardage, and I think Shakir might have the receptions lead, but he was your receiving yardage leader going into yesterday's game. So you got to find a way around that, as every team does that goes through injuries like this.
Chris Brown joining us. You know, Chris, Allen here in postgame talking about how he's got to be better. The troubling stat for, I think, the passing game was 3.53 seconds to throw, the longest since 2018 for him, as when he's dropping back and they get one-dimensional, and something Sean McDermott talks about a lot, they're one-dimensional, and he couldn't find anybody downfield without using every bit of field he possibly could, back and forth. And we've seen that all year long, and I just don't know if if we had the answers, maybe we'd give them to the coaches. But like, what can be done here? The deadline is come and gone, and nobody's coming through that door to help this group other than maybe Gabe Davis off the practice squad. But they're going to have to find somebody. If it's Palmer, if it's anybody, if it's Shakir vertically, which actually we saw a little bit of that in this game, something's got to get going more than 10 yards down the field.
Right, and you have a couple of speed players. Granted, they're not super tall, but Curtis Samuel, I think, is a player that could be used outside a little bit more with, 4.3 speed. Moore is a little tinier in stature, so he's probably better suited for the short to intermediate stuff, and then getting yards after the catch. What you're relying on going forward now is Joe Brady's creativity. You're relying on his brain power to come up with solutions to get this passing game back to a level where opponents have to respect it, to the point where maybe they're not dropping an eighth defender in the box. And maybe the most discouraging thing yesterday was, while Josh had time to throw, there were also several man coverage calls by the Miami defense. So it's man on man, and it's you got to win, and they weren't winning nearly enough. And this is a secondary that, had backups in. Storm Duck, one of their best corners, is on injured reserve. We know Jalen Ramsey got traded away. I mean, it's a secondary of spare parts with Minkah Fitzpatrick. And to not get open and give Josh options on a consistent basis yesterday is a problem. And so without the cavalry coming here past the trade deadline, you're relying on Joe Brady, Aaron Kromer, and the other offensive assistants to use their collective brain power, to use creativity to come up with answers. I've been a proponent of maybe getting the backs more involved in the passing game, similar to what we saw last year. I mean, they had 70 receptions, 8 receiving touchdowns. I think you can make some hay with that. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all solution, but it certainly is something different that you might be able to turn to. It's usually high-efficiency plays with running backs. So I'd be curious to see if they explore that going forward.
Chris, last thing for you here. Understanding that what the Bills kind of put out publicly versus what goes on internally in the locker room, those can often be different, or we don't always get a look inside the locker room. Do you feel like maybe this year we might get, starting now or soon, and maybe it's a little late, more of a feeling of urgency? Because, 6-3 is not bad, but they are really in danger this year, I want to say as much as any other, even though they chased down Miami that one year, of not having a home playoff game. And I think that they are pretty good at being level-headed, not too high, not too low. But at some point, it feels like there should be some snap of like, we got to wake up here. And whether McDermott delivers that message or whoever does, it feels like urgency is something the team could use.
Yeah, I would agree with that. This is the second time where we heard players after the game saying the other team, and I'm quoting Deion Dawkins directly, played harder than us. That's unacceptable in the NFL. And the players admitted that. Like Daquan Jones said, look, we get paid a lot of money to go out there and perform every single week. There is no excuse for not playing as hard or harder than the opponent. But it happened on Monday night in Atlanta. It happened yesterday in Miami against a 2-7 team that's going nowhere. So they have to find a way to recapture that, or you're right, they will be on the road for the playoffs. And, there's a part of me that wonders, too, because I think we also have to remember, and by no means when I say this, am I saying that the Bills aren't capable of stacking wins, ripping off 5 straight, and getting right back into top seed contention. But the Bills and the Chiefs are the only teams in the NFL that have made the playoffs each of the last 6 years. There's a reason why. It's hard to stay at the top, number one, and it's hard to maintain the hunger and stay internally motivated every single week, year over year, in a league where the margins between the best team and the worst team are minimal. And we've seen other examples of that, right? Like Baltimore's missed the playoffs. Granted, one was because Lamar Jackson had a season-ending injury. We've seen San Francisco go to a couple of Super Bowls and then miss the playoffs. It's hard to stay up there and continue to bring the emotional and physical constitution to play top-notch, lights-out football every single week. I'm not using it as an excuse for this team, but it's a fact if you look across the league. The Bills have to recapture that motivation and urgency quickly.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. He'll be on the way coming up. One Bills Live today. And then home for the Bucs, which I haven't checked the forecast yet. Maybe I'll do that. Home for a Sunday 1 o'clock game with the Bucs. Right now looks like maybe rainy in the 50s, so not too cold as we got snow on the ground today. Thanks, Chris. We'll be listening for One Bills Live today.
All right, have a good one.
All right, Chris Brown. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Yeah, the forecast right now, snowing. Pretty snow. Early snow, right? It's early. We go years where it doesn't snow for a month from now. Early snow. All right, here we go. Kids get excited when it snows. The Twins were in snow gear last night. Like, let's go make snowmen. I'm like, a quarter of an inch on the ground. They were excited. Monday night tonight, Philly and Green Bay is your Monday night game. 803-0550, Bills Bucks, all of a sudden feeling really important for common opponents with the playoff race. And if we don't get a home playoff game, like, what does that do? What kind of, like, shot across the bow is that for this group, this regime, which has just had success, gotten to a certain point? The playoffs, it's been about playoff disappointment, not too many regular season letdowns, and the first one might be coming. 803-0550, wide open the rest of the way. Get more of your calls in. Ed, Johnny, Aaron, we'll get to your calls. Give us a ring. You want to talk about receivers? I'm up for it. I got my growing list of rookie receivers that would add to this group. And the Waddle trade, I'll get you the results. Do you wish they did it? The report leaked by whoever. Like, the Bills were after Jalen Waddle, would have cost a first and a third, and they didn't do it because the first was in the wrong year. Should they? 803-0550 on WGR. On Coleman, Sal, it's interesting that, like, it's another game where he's catching a lot of heat, even though he did make a big play and did catch a touchdown pass. So Coleman, as a part of their offense, it's like these back shoulder throws, it's these jump balls. He got one. And that was the comment from Allen. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Bills fans reading into Allen's postgame where he pauses and then says, well, he got one today. And I wonder if you're also reading anything from that about maybe a disconnect between Allen and Coleman, or if you think it was just, whatever, he got one today.
I thought I noted it. I mean, I thought it was interesting. He paused. He said, the question was, do you believe that he's made the most of his opportunities when you've gone his way? I believe it was like that and phrased in like that. And then he paused. He said he got one today. And I don't know what he meant by that exactly. Like he got one today, and he got one thrown his way and he made the most of it, or he got a touchdown today probably, I guess is what he meant. I'm not really sure. I understand why people would do that. Now, we gave Keon Coleman a chance too in the locker room, talking with him.
Jeremy White
question
here.
was, how do you
Brewing,
feel your chemistry
some
or relationship is with Josh? Whatever word you want to use. I think it was Jay Skursky might have asked it and said, like, whatever word you want to use, like. And he said it's never been better. He said that, everything seemed good from there. So we'll take it from what it is.
part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, like, there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But like, I think about the Bills, and I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? I mean, I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low, but anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback to me is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years we get into what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough. He looks frustrated. He looks exhausted. He's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which that's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better. I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying.
I thought it was also interesting, Sean McDermott, when asked by Jay, he was asked, the question was, Brandon Beane said he still believes there's a championship roster here.
Yeah.
Do you believe that? Sean's answer was, I love these guys in this room.
Yeah, I love these players.
I love these players. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no.
Right.
And I don't know if that's his way of saying yes, right? But
I think it's his way of saying no. I mean, otherwise, saying no. Right, that's my read. I mean, if you're asked a yes or no question, and the obvious, easy answer that is not even a headline is yes, right? And you can't get yourself to it, like, of course I believe in this team. It's just easy, and we wouldn't even necessarily have to believe him. To make a choice to not say yes is, to me, pretty stark. That's a big deal to me.
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, he's sending a message in some capacity to somebody, but I mean, the trade deadline's gone.
Beat caller number 5 to win a pair of tickets to Journey, The Final Frontier at KeyBank Center on June 10th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday, the 24th at 10 a.m. That's journeymusic.com for details. Caller 5 to win a pair of tickets to Journey, The Final Frontier at KeyBank Center, June 10th. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. He's back in tomorrow. We'll give him the floor for a few minutes to rant and rave about being at that game. One of the things I think about these road games sometimes. The Jacksonville game would have been one of these. The Mafia takes over on the road. We know that. And whenever people go to such great lengths to go to a game and then they lay an egg on the road, especially where it should be a home game on the road. I really feel for those fans. Not that you shouldn't do it. Like, go to these games. Have a good time. Sometimes they lose. It happens. But the whole they wanted it more than us is tough. Real tough to take when you're in Miami against a 2-7 team that's missing half of their good players. They wanted it more than us. I've said it a few times this morning. I'm going to say it again about what this team needs. They need someone that's a leader there to, like, step up. And I'm connecting dots, and it's not about the player specifically, but it's not lost on me that Diggs and what he's doing for New England, he did here. When they got rid of him, they needed someone that was more than just like what he gave them on the field, but off the field. As uncomfortable as that might have been sometimes. I saw from Diggs yesterday in New England an intensely fiery pregame speech, a toe-tap touchdown in the final play of the first half on 4th and 1. He got decked catching the onside kick that sealed the game. He's out there as the hands team, and he caught that ball and knew he was going to get smoked, and he did. And then after the game, Trevion Henderson, who had 2 50-yard touchdowns, pointed out that Diggs' pep talk meant something to him. And Diggs said in postgame, I'm hard on him. Someone that makes people uncomfortable can be of value. And sometimes the Bills, they win a lot of games. They win an awful lot of games. I think back to the timeline of the last, 6 years. Deion Dawkins, 4 or 5 years ago, writing in the Players Tribune that Diggs came in and elevated their play because he demanded a lot. And then Diggs walked out the door, and everyone wanted to talk kumbaya. Everyone's so wonderful. Everybody eats and this and this and this. And we kind of learned that everybody eats means that no one's actually accountable anymore. You're not allowed to ask for more from some players. And we've kind of just meandered through that at this point. Alphas, if you want to use that phrase for the receiver, or just guys that demand it. George Kittle. This team needs a George Kittle. They need somebody like that. And they miss that presence. I think they miss that presence greatly. So, someone to make you uncomfortable. Doesn't have to be the worst thing in the world. 803-0550. Maybe that's the coach to do that. Maybe that's a coordinator. Maybe that's Spencer Brown. I don't know. But they just often look like they are without life, without juice. And to go to that game, to Miami, a home game, man. Basically, 803-0550. All right, I keep promising phone calls. Johnny, Ed, Aaron, you're up. Jump in. Sal's on the way at 10. It's WGR Football Monday. Part of what is unsatisfying, I think, about this Bills team, for me, for you, there's a lot of things about them that are satisfying. The season is not over. They could get back in the divisional race. They usually have their lull, and sometimes it gets worse. And maybe this is a season where it's getting a little bit worse. But I think about Jeremy White the Bills,
here for
AAA, I'm wanting anybody to get mad, anybody to sound like something's not good enough, and that's an unsatisfying part of this. Joe Brady will speak today. Will he say he's not concerned with the passing game as he did earlier this season? I mean, I've got some guys that are veterans, and they're probably sending a good message of not getting too high and not getting too low, but anybody acting like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're supposed to be better than this. That doesn't come from anybody. There's a belief around there, as maybe there should be, or a hubris if you want to go all the way to they think they are infallible and eventually they'll just figure it out. But the quarterback, to me, is an interesting conversation. Every 3 years, we get into, what's he thinking right now? How's it going for him? Because we've been down this road before with everything looks tough, he looks frustrated, he looks exhausted, he's disheveled after a loss, eyes staring straight forward. I mean, he's taking a question, and his brain flips to, I'm not going to answer this question, I'm going to say the thing I say after we lose. He's Ryan O'Reilly saying, I got to be better, which it's probably too deep of a cut for those of you that maybe didn't get so in on the Sabres a couple years ago, but I got to be better, I got to be better. I want to play Allen's full press conference. It's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes and unsatisfying is the answer. Unsatisfying. Now that we're warmed up, we'll get more of your calls in here. I'm ready to give you my spiciest take about this game and my spiciest take about the weekend. And that's, I watched the Bills lose, and then I watched the Patriots win. And understanding that sometimes the winners tell stories that are just stories. But did you see the Patriots and what happened in that game? Because I watched a couple things from New England, and a lot of them involved Stephon Diggs. Forget the player. Forget the receiver for a minute. Here's what I saw from New England, and you tell me if this is something the Bills really need on their roster. I saw from Diggs the fiery pregame speech, an incredible toe-tap touchdown. I saw him on the hands team catch the onside kick to clinch the game and get absolutely demolished on the play and hold on to it to seal the game. And then I saw, after the game, Trevion Henderson, their rookie running back, who has not been getting in as much as people thought he would. He's not been getting the carries people thought he would. He took 2 50-yard touchdowns to the house. And what did he say after the game? He credited Diggs because Diggs is hard on him. And Diggs was quoted saying, "Yes, I'm hard on him." I could actually pull the quote up here because I remember what it was like for the Bills to have someone like that. "I'm definitely hard on Trevion because I see so much potential. I've been around some great backs, and I was telling him, the great backs don't get tackled. I want to see you score. I'm hard on him." Who's hard on anybody down there in one Bills drive? They probably are. We don't really get to see it. Diggs was the only player we ever saw get hard on someone. Right? Anybody else get hard on people down there?
A walk into the end zone for a 35-yard touchdown run, and that will do it.
In the loss, Josh Allen was able to complete 28 of 40 pass attempts for 307 yards with 2 touchdowns. Landon Jackson left the game early with a knee injury, and Dalton Kincaid also left the game with a hamstring injury. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills now get ready to host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers next Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, some results from yesterday. The Patriots beat the Buccaneers 28-23 and moved to 8-2. The Texans beat the Jaguars in the last-minute thriller 36-29. And last night, the Chargers beat the Steelers 25-10. Tonight, the Eagles take on the Packers for Monday Night Football. The Sabres fell to the Hurricanes 6-3 on Saturday. They look to rebound in Utah, taking on the Mammoth Wednesday night with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. And in baseball, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted on charges that they took bribes from sports bettors to throw certain types of pitches, including tossing balls in the dirt instead of strikes, to ensure successful bets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Credit to the Dolphins. We didn't play well enough today.
Here's the snap, pitch play left to Cook. Gets through a hole, darting into the secondary, and he fumbled the football. It's loose at the 10-yard line. Still fumbled and loose, and the Dolphins scoop it up.
I got to be better. Starts with a better week of practice. Watch this one, learn from it, get on to next week.
Pitch play to the left to Achane. He's got some room. He's through a hole, and he's going to walk into the end zone for a 35-yard touchdown run, and that will do it.
We should be able to move the ball with Josh through the air, but it can't just be one phase of your offense. It's got to be two working, in concert with one another.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
It is Football Monday. I almost said Friday. Football Monday. It's not a Victory Monday. It is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. He's back tomorrow. He missed the deadline. He missed the inaction. He missed the we tried to do something. He missed the Tom Pelissero report. The Bills were after Jalen Waddle would have cost a first and a third, and it broke down over what year that first-round pick would have been dealt in, which if you want to dig far into that, I think it's kind of amazing that that story was likely leaked to try and keep everyone at bay that the Bills tried. And it makes it worse. I think it looks worse that, it was right there? They actually would have traded you Jalen Waddle for a first and a third, and his cap hit this year would have been easy. You would have had to do some work in future years probably, but they were going to give you that guy? The guy that then that very day ran past your first-round pick for a touchdown and caught a ball while getting interfered with? They were going to, in the division, they were going to give you him? And you said, nah? All right. Give him 26. What are you worried about? It gets back to, whatever. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. What a day. What a day. What else should we get to? I don't know, guys. What's going on in your group chats? During that game, I'm watching the game on my phone. Like, we are coming back from out of state with some family and watching the game on my phone, and I'm not tweeting about it. I'm just watching the game on, like, the Sunday Ticket and YouTube. And then commercial breaks, I would swipe it away and look at the text message and like, 37 tech. The group chats were firing yesterday, were they not? Like, holy cow. Anyway, 803-0550. Your thoughts. The season is not dead. The season is not over. They look perhaps more flawed than any other year. And maybe they win a lot. Maybe they find a way, but they got to find a way. And right now, I think the offensive coordinator is it's like we've all focused so much on the GM and the receivers, and I think, of course, there's a great reason to do that. But like the Eye of Sauron in Lord of the Rings just went like right over at Joe Brady. Like, wait a minute. We might have something that's going on here. They've figured you out. You don't have answers. Multiple games, you don't have answers. I got to watch. The worst I feel about this Bills offense is when I feel like I'm watching Josh Allen play a Trent Edwards offense. Like, what on earth is this? What is this? How could this be the plan? But again, they're missing pieces. They're missing Palmer, which nobody on earth could have thought Josh Palmer would be this important to the Bills offense by the time we got to like November. And Kincaid, we'll get news on him today. We'll hear from some coaches today. We'll see if Joe Brady echoes what he said earlier, which is that he had no concerns about the passing offense, which he said that earlier this year. All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. A Josh Allen team that can't win if it needs Josh Allen to throw. I shouldn't say can't. They've won some games when he's needed to throw. But the game plan is just like, if we stop their run game, we don't think Allen will have anything he wants against us. It's a bad Dolphins team that just played that way. All right. To you guys. Turn it over to you guys. This is the problem. You get 3 hours and 12 minutes into a show, you start really going far. You know? You give me 20 minutes, and there it is. Now it's like, and another thing. Here's what else I'm mad about. Jalen Waddle for a first and a third. All right, fine. I'll go one more here. You know what you should do instead of trading a first and a third for Jalen Waddle? Trade a third to move up for Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then have an awesome receiver on a rookie contract. Everybody's so afraid. Never trade up. Never trade up. Obvious, glaring, terribly obvious needs in Super Bowl windows ignored for like more defensive line depth endlessly. Maybe one more defensive end will do it. That's not fair. They were down too many defensive ends yesterday and actually hurt them. All right, Ed in Boston. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, great job. Seriously, really good job.
I don't know. Maybe not.
No, it's really good. So I called last week, and I said this team is confounding, so let's upgrade them to very confounding now. You were making a point a couple minutes ago about the Patriots and the leadership Diggs gives. I actually thought you were going down the path of Rabel, because I want to put the loss yesterday 10,000% on McDermott's shoulders, 10,000%, because that team was not motivated, not prepared. They 100% thought they were going to win that game, and they got their heads handed to them, and that is a significant part of the issue right here, and I think that has to be dealt with. If you think about it, on one hand, the AFC is pretty wide open, and the teams aren't really that great. But on the other hand, it just kind of feels like this may not be the Bills' year. There's all these injuries. Allen, he actually looks a little tired. He looked like he had never played in a warm weather game before yesterday.
I'll tell you, and I noticed how hard he was breathing after one of those scrambles. I thought, like, he is gassed. Yep.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, and the final point I want to make, and I'll let you go, and I do appreciate you taking the time with me, is I think the way this plays out is I don't think they make much of a run this year, and probably not the end of the world because they, a little bit of a breather and a little bit of a reboot. Dayball gets fired from the Giants, and there's your new offensive coordinator. And I do think they got to make a move for a new head coach. He's been there too long. They're starting to tune him out. Thanks again.
Yep. Thanks, Ed. I wonder about Allen's, I'm not going to say like I wonder about his fitness, but he's not running like he used to. And I wonder if that is a directive to be more protective of yourself. On these scrambles, I guess let me pull up the tape of one of them. He's doubling back more often than he's just going forward. What is he doubling back for? He actually doubled back and found Curtis Samuel on the one, right? That happened. Was that like 11 seconds to throw the ball to find Curtis Samuel in the middle of the field? The double back is like the first or second year quarterback move. You almost never see it. And he has kind of reintroduced that into his game. He's also introduced a couple times, and again, like all 22 reviews will bring this about. The one where he gets sacked by Zach Sealer, I think it's a 3rd and 7 maybe. Does he just decide, I'm taking this myself? I don't think it was a designated draw because he went to a full drop. Like he didn't bluff one step back and then take off through a gap. He dropped, and as soon as he hit the top of his drop, he ran. And he did not get through that hole. He is not getting through those holes the way he did in years past. I don't know. The whole thing My take on Josh Allen for the rest of his career is probably going to be this. If he's not comfortable in your offense stinks. Get rid of it. That's where I was on Dorsey. Would have fired Dorsey. Like, go ahead, let's do this. Fire that guy. Someone else can run the offense. You're not firing Andy Reid here. Am I going all the way to fire Joe Brady? I mean, I just wouldn't blink if they did. I'm not firing Andy Reid. Not firing Jim Harbaugh. I'm not firing, who's another offensive wizard here. I've got a guy that's been here for a year and a half, and right now it does not look good. The offense looks like they don't have answers. You want to blame the GM for that? You want to blame the coach for that? Whatever you want. But if your offense has Josh Allen at the helm and he looks uncomfortable, your offense stinks. Fix it. Fix it or get rid of it. Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Jeremy. Thanks for taking my call. He asked what was going on in the group chats, and, I got a group chat of guys who were all, born and molded by the drought, as Bane might say, and Batman. And it's just guys who were, we started watching football from 10 to 27. We didn't make the playoffs, right? Our first, real memories of football was Music City Miracle. We went through some terrible quarterbacks and some terrible times watching football. And then we get rewarded eventually with Josh Allen, this unicorn of a prospect, this unicorn of a player. And it was amazing watching him with Stephon Diggs and that offense. But we've done nothing to help this man since that Diggs trade. And it's criminal, man. It's like, what are we doing? You want credit for attempting to go after Jalen Waddle after, preaching all offseason that you are great at receiver and everybody eats and we put up 30 points per game? Coming on the show with you and telling you that, hey, you guys got to shut up. Enough bitching about it. It's enough. I'm sorry, man. It doesn't make sense. This is a results-driven league, and you don't get credit for trying anymore. We watched Keon Coleman running routes, and he can't separate from anybody. Nobody can on this team. And yes, Allen deserves some credit or some criticism for sure. But we are the heaviest run team in the league with Josh Allen at quarterback. I want to see Brett Favre mixed with John Elway mixed with Cam Newton. The group chat saying, hey, we look like we're running the Iowa offense.
That's right.
It is so horrible to watch. And it's not just on Bean. It's on McDermott. He's become way more conservative, too. He seems to not have a pulse at all on the offense. It is disgusting to watch. We've absolutely neutered Josh Allen, and we expect him to be this rah-rah guy. And look, like you said, I miss Diggs. I miss his fire. We have nobody on this team that has a fire. You saw that in Hard Knocks. You saw that throughout the season. It's just smiles and giggles and laughter and clapping. We play Mr. Brightside when we win games, and sure, that's great. But Mr. Brightside, man, you know what that song's about, right? I think everybody does. It's about, a chick cheating on his boyfriend. This is what we're doing. We are rah-rah, let's go. And we have no dogs on this team, man. No dogs. And you can't expect it just to be all Allen. Allen is your centerpiece. He's got to hold it together for the team. He can't be super critical. We have nobody to hold anybody accountable, and it starts at the top. It starts with your GM. It starts with your coach, and then it goes to your coordinator. All of them got to go. It's time.
Well, I don't think thanks, Johnny. First off, I'm not here for Killers slander. I love the Killers, and I still love Mr. Brightside, and I liked it before the Bills had it, like a lot of people did. They're not going to trade everybody. Right now, listen, I kind of, in my more calm moments after the game last night, I thought, we've got 2 months of watching this team try to figure it out. You're not going to get a new team tomorrow. You're not going to get a new coach. If you fired the coach and the coordinator and the GM, that doesn't change this season. This season is happening. And maybe if you fire a coordinator, like Sean McDermott took over play calling duties, Dan Campbell took play calling duties from Johnny Morton in Detroit. You have these levers to pull. And they might have pulled a couple levers on their defense, right? Jordan Poyer goes in for Taylor Rapp, which might have been a soft benching, but now Rapp's out for the year. Okay, whatever. We'll see what happens there. Deciding that Shaq Thompson's going to start over Terrell Bernard could happen. Putting Gabe Davis in over Keon Coleman could happen, or over somebody else. Over Shavers could happen, right? Like, you've got levers to pull. And this season is not totally dead. Can they save it? Can they get it back on track? I'm not firing the coach and the GM, because even if you want to do that, it's pointless to do that until January. Like, you might as well see this one out. We could say if you at the end of the year want to fire Bean, you could give your reasons why you want it to happen. He didn't do anything at the deadline. They wasted another year of Josh Allen. Fine. If they make the AFC Championship game, maybe you don't feel that way. I don't know. But you're already on the way. The plane is taken off. It's going to its destination. You got to deal with what you got from now. And I don't know how much to yell about what they haven't done, because that's to a point that's water under the bridge, and we already know what they haven't done and where they are flawed. Now, what will they get back? Will they get back Taron Johnson and Christian Benford and Ed Oliver and Shaq Thompson and Josh Palmer, and now Kincaid's going to be out for a while? Like, they might be more fragile than they have in years past, and their offense might be more exposable than it has been in years past. But this is what you've got, and you don't cash in the season. Like, we're going to see if they can fix it. You might doubt that they can. I might doubt that they can. I might think they have a ceiling. But I also look at the AFC, and this is another dose of reality. The playoff picture, if the playoffs started today, the Colts would have the bye. The Colts, right? The other 8-2 teams are Denver and New England. Denver looks like they stink offensively, like every bit as bad as the Bills. The Patriots are 8-2. If the playoffs started today, the Bills would go to New England. And would we give them a chance to win? Yep. The Chiefs would be out. The Ravens would be out. Like, if the playoff field was what it is right now, I don't know, the Bills might go to L.A. to play the Chargers in the AFC Championship game. I don't know what to say. Like, you've got an AFC that looks incomplete right now. So as much as things are rough, and I'm sure we'll talk about that again and again, the season is only halfway through it. Like, we're going to see how it finishes. And if they're a wild card team and they go on the road and they lose their first round playoff game to Denver, well, then that is a sobering moment, and we have conversations about that. But those conversations, I just don't think they're happening on November 10th. Aaron is up next. Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy. Thanks for taking my call. It's actually an interesting time that you took my call, because I've been trying to get through, but you just made some points about firing Bean and all that. So that's why
that a caller made. I'm not sitting here telling you that they should right now. No, we can all make that evaluation when the time comes.
Right. This is what I want to do. I want to roll through and just see. So I have this conversation with my brother and my cousins all the time. They always are like, he knows what he's doing. He got us Josh Allen. So 2024, pick Keon Coleman, very next pick, Ladd McConkey. 2023, Dalton Kincaid, 9 picks later, Sam Laporta. 2022, Elam, the very next 3 picks are all Pro Bowl, outside tackle, center, defensive end. And also, hey, by the way, in 2022, later on, Trey McBride was in the draft that we did not get, when I guess we could have picked him instead of Elam. And then finally, my last thing, we keep talking about Diggs. We missed Diggs. Don't forget, we traded the pick for Justin Jefferson instead of just picking Justin Jefferson, and then got the Vikings to give us their second-best receiver. We should also have Justin Jefferson on the team. You can just do it throughout his whole history. I literally don't understand how Bean still has his job, and that's kind of what I was trying to call to say, like, can someone explain this to me? Because you guys are experts. You watch the games. You listen to all the news, everything. I don't understand it. He consistently misses every year. I like 1 or 2, like, oh, we got Kincaid. Great. Yeah, you got Kincaid. But guess what? You could have had Sam Laporta or Trey McBride the year before. And Elam's not, I don't even know if he's even in the league anymore. Anyway, yeah. I appreciate it. I just don't understand the perspective.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, listen, the draft, nobody beats the draft, right? Like, that's something you hear a lot. You're going to have your misses. Every GM's going to have hits. Every GM's going to have misses. Like, it's about your process, and are you doing things that are smart? Are you making whatever? It really is a results-based business. But I don't know, like, if I'm looking at the Bills' biggest mistakes under Bean, I can excuse a draft pick like you miss on a corner. That happens. It's not that crazy. The idea that you miss on a first-round pick should not derail your entire operation, and I don't think that it does. Like, the Chiefs have been a dynasty, and they missed on plenty of picks. They missed on Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They missed on Sky Moore. They missed on, it's just the idea that one pick would undo it. I think if I'm getting to something right now where I'm kind of landing, it's just Allen's support system and believing that the best support system for Allen would be a run game. And that I know being able to run the ball is okay. You don't have to have the best run game in football if you have Josh Allen. You don't have to just completely reinvent the wheel to be good at running the football. They were amazing prior to this version of their run game, and they ran it fine. They were fine, and they won all these games. It's almost like they swung things so far back in one direction that it's kind of lost the plot here. Who's the next offensive coordinator for Josh Allen? Is it just somebody else that's going to be elevated from within? Is it just whoever Josh picks? And he went from Daboll, who worked pretty much perfectly with Allen. It was great. It was great. And maybe he clashed with the head coach a little bit, but it was great. Then you go to Dorsey, which was good for a time, and then it wore out, and it was over. And now Brady looks like he's approaching the Dorsey line of is this run its course? You need somebody else here? What do? Allen jumps into a new offense. Is it going to be screens? Is it going to be a yak offense? The yak stuff. I don't know. It feels like I'm watching these other quarterbacks that are with Hall of Fame coaches, and it's easy to get jealous of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Maybe you're jealous of Drake May gets Josh McDaniels, who's been a great offensive coordinator throughout his time, and now with another quarterback. He looks pretty good at it. He's good. He's won Super Bowls, and I've got, a guy that is in this job, and I don't know. I don't know what happens from here. I don't know. Brady's definitely catching flack, as he should. Does he have answers? I don't know. So far, not yet. And I don't know if they're coming. If Kincaid's out for a couple of weeks, then it's going to get tough. It'll be tough. If they can run the ball, they can win. And if they can't run the ball, they can't win. What kind of life is that with Josh Allen? It's kind of wild. Anyway, they had a bad day. They probably should have won. Without those 2 fumbles and end zone interception, they probably win. And instead of the general tone we have today, it's why are you guys mad versus hey, they won, which we have done a lot with this team and with this offense. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Your calls. It's Buffalo Bills Venting Monday. We have Victory Monday and Venting Monday. It's a Venting Monday. And tomorrow, Joe's back and we'll talk it out. 803-0550 on WGR. Terrible day for the Bills. They lose. And let's do the Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Okay, so, Sal, the Barnes Firm injury report. Dalton Kincaid, of course, going to be the biggest name on this because he leaves with a hamstring injury, and it could be some time here.
Yeah, hamstring injuries are always tricky and tough. And, generally when you get a hamstring injury in a game, it pretty much keeps you out at least a game, but we'll see. At that point in the game, they were down. It wasn't completely out of hand yet. So maybe it was okay. Well, we're not going to put you back in. But Dalton limped off the sidelines, even putting weight on his leg. And then when he got there, he went into the tent. He came out, and then he walked to the locker room. And then he came back out in fact, it was, I can't remember exactly when it was, right, fourth quarter maybe. He was in street clothes on the sideline. So he had already been out. That's it. He's not going back in the game. So yeah, we'll see where it goes for there. That's number one. Number two would be Landon Jackson, obviously. And excuse me, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Landon Jackson and his, third, fourth play of the game, maybe. It was very early on in the game. He suffers a knee injury, and right away you knew it was bad because he didn't get up. A couple guys asked him, are you okay? And he waved like no, and they waved for the trainers to come on. And immediately declared out with a knee injury. And then after the game, I saw him with crutches and a brace on. So not good there for the young rookie who was going to be counted on to step up here.
Join Sal Capaccio and Matt Bove for the live recording of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast at Batavia Downs Gaming and Hotel on Tuesday, November 18th from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Don't miss the upcoming events at Batavia Downs, including Thurman Thomas Tailgate Party on November 20th and Batavia Downs Bar Crawl on November 28th. Visit BataviaDownsGaming.com.
On Coleman, Sal, it's interesting that, it's another game where he's catching a lot of heat, even though he did make a big play and did catch a touchdown pass. So Coleman, as a part of their offense, it's like these back shoulder throws, it's these jump balls. He got one. And that was the comment from Allen. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Bills fans reading into Allen's postgame where he pauses and then says, well, he got one today. And I wonder if you're also reading anything from that about maybe a disconnect between Allen and Coleman, or if you think it was just, that whatever, he got one today.
I thought I noted it. I mean, I thought it was interesting. He paused. He said the question was, do you believe that he's made the most of his opportunities when you've gone his way? I believe it was like that and phrased in like that. And then he paused. He said he got one today. And I don't know what he meant by that exactly. Like he got one today, and he got one thrown his way and he made the most of it, or he got a touchdown today. Probably, I guess is what he meant. I'm not really sure. I understand why people would do that. Now, we gave Keon Coleman a chance too in the locker room, talking with him. Question was, how do you feel your chemistry or relationship is with Josh? Whatever word you want to use. The thing was Jay Skursky might have asked it and said whatever word you want to use. And he said it's never been better. He said that, everything seemed good from there. So we'll take it from what it is.
Even with a couple, throws that I was actually really pumped. I told Tua to, on some third down calls to let it rip down the field and kind of operate it as an opportunity ball to, act as a punt. Still with all that, we ended up in the plus. So, by and large, we just executed on the things that we set out to execute. So I think that was the biggest difference.
First interception of the game, Fine. It's fine. What do you mean when you say turnovers are overrated? Coaches call 3rd and 10 deep shots, and you pick it off, and you're like, what a play! Like, actually, the coach is like, yeah, let's try it. It's fine. Arm punts are real. Arm punts are real. An arm punt is punting the ball, and maybe you get a flag, and you get a free possession out of it. Or maybe you get a catch. Arm punts. Had 2 arm punts in this game. One of them was a bad one. The second one I thought was a bad arm punt. But the first one, it's fine. The pick to Cole Bishop was not that big of a deal. When Allen threw one a couple weeks ago, like it was a 3rd and 10. Nah, anyway. All right, 803-0550. Happy Victory, no, Happy Venting Monday. So used to Victory Mondays. How bad is it? Is it really this bad? It feels like people are low, real low. And I've got a quick thing here. I want to read a tweet here. Lots of tweets this morning. Lots of people on hold. Jeremy wrote in, if you could guess the conversation in the coach's office is what would it be? Wide receivers getting open, run game not being effective, turnovers, play calling. What we care about doesn't matter. What does the coaching staff think? And I, of course, have a thought on that, which is a new one. First off, going back to the draft, the coaching staff wanted help at receiver. That's what I've been told. At the draft, the coaching staff wanted help at receiver, and the GM did not provide that. And now we know that they were really close on adding a big-time impact wide receiver at the deadline. According to reports from Tom Pelissero, and again, there's all likelihood that this came from the Bills side of it. That seems the most likely to me, that they were close to a Jalen Waddle trade. How do you think the coaching staff feels about that? I know everyone thinks McDermott only cares about defensive players, but I assure you that is not the case. Like, they come out of that meeting, 4 o'clock hits, and they didn't make the Waddle deal. What's the conversation in the room? How do we let that go? We're just going to go the rest of the year like this? We're just going to let that opportunity just walk right by? I mean, it's tough. I don't know if the GM would be upset about that, mad at another team. I don't know if the offensive coordinator would be, the head coach would be. But anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Hopefully today when they get up there and speak and talk to the media, like the thing I'm looking for, I don't know that it'll make an actual difference, but I'm just looking for urgency. Really, some level of this is not okay, because they talk a good game of never too high and never too low, and that's probably the right approach a lot of times. But, man, your energy, your vibe is just, it is off. It is off. 803-0550. Scott in Rochester. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Greetings, Jeremy. Yeah, very disheartening loss yesterday. I just want to hit a couple macro points. Everyone, wants to talk about the coach and the GM. It's all a moot point unless Terry Pagula is going to demand more. If Terry Pagula is fine with the way this is going and never even making a Super Bowl, let alone winning a Super Bowl, nothing will change. I'm of the opinion that they should maybe just make a wholesale change, GM, coach. I mean, you ran this back tons of times, and the results are absolutely the same. And my second macro point is I would not at all just dismiss the idea that Josh Allen might want out of here. Tell me you could not see him so much happier in either San Francisco or L.A. with an offensive-minded coach that they both have. And basically, I mean, Stafford's going to be done in a year or two, and I don't think San Francisco sold on Purdy. You tell me you couldn't see Josh Allen, who is from Northern California, playing quarterback for the 49ers after just being here, given nothing. Elijah Moore, Keon Coleman, they've been on the downslope ever since Dable left, and it's not getting better. Dorsey, it's Brady, it's the same thing over and over, and they just keep running it back. It's getting very frustrating, especially coming 17 years off this drought where you went from J.P. Lossman to all of these.
Sure.
You swung with these quarterbacks. You got nothing for 17 years, one of the longest droughts in pro sports in North America, and you get yourself this unicorn of just a beast of a quarterback, and you are not helping him. It's pathetic. And unless Terry Pagula starts demanding more, it would not surprise me in the least that Josh says, listen, it's either me or Sean, If not, I want out of here.
Yeah,
Jack Eichel. That's all I got, man. Sorry.
Thanks, Scott. Listen, they made the AFC Championship game last year, and they had the ball and the lead. Like, I don't want to all go to everything has always been bad going the wrong direction. Like, right now it looks like they're having a year, and of course, like, it's not linear. You're going to pop up and go down and go up and go down, unless you're the Chiefs, in which case you're always in the Super Bowl. But you're going to have bumps and ebbs and flows. There's the season they can't win one-score games. There's the season they win all their one-score games. So you do get to a root issue there about, like, would Allen ever demand more? And anytime I ask that to anybody that I think knows, their answer is that it's not who he is. And that's where I get to, again, like I've said it a few times today, it is not about specifically Stephon Diggs being back on the team. But to a fault, Diggs in his career has been a player that when something is not good enough, he's mad about it. And he's furious. And he demands more of people. And you want to say, like, he made his mistakes too? Like, that's fine. I don't disagree. That's totally fine. But when he was here, he demanded a lot of people. And in that time, like, right now, I think they need it. I think they need something like that. They need that energy. They need someone that pushes others to be great. And I'm sure the Bills have a lot of that, but it feels like the leader that's not just Josh back there doing what he can, running around, and then at a press conference saying, like, I just got to be better, I just got to be better, I just got to be better. Like, that's not the message that your fans want to hear. And is their job to give the fans what they want? Not necessarily. Sure, okay. But something to the build, to me, appears to be missing. Maybe they're starting to get on the defensive side of the ball, some juice over there. I continue to think, like, Hairston and Bishop are really, like, for me, they're both working. Deion Walker, like, that works. I think they've got some pieces over there. But it looks like a really flawed team right now. And expecting the defense to just come together with these new pieces and that the offense was just going to be the same, like, that was always a bit of a risk. They let Amari Cooper and Mac Hollins leave, and they signed Josh Palmer. Like, that was the offseason. That was it. Then it was on to blocking tight end and a depth tackle and a street free agent, Elijah Moore. That was your offseason, offensively. I know this because I went to great lengths, ridiculous lengths, leading into the draft, where it wasn't even like they need a number one. It was just like, you should probably take somebody somewhere. Maybe that's Matthew Golden in the first. Maybe that's Torrey Horton in the fifth, a name we actually did mention. Maybe that's Isaac Tesla in Detroit. Somewhere along the way, you owe it to yourself to get a guy, Kyle Williams with New England. He was a guy high on my list. You owe it to yourself to get a separator in the middle rounds because you should get young and cheap and flush at that position. Like, that was an obvious thing that they should have done. And to not do it, I mean, it was always a big problem. How could you think you could just run back your offense and not evolve? I looked into it. Teams that were ranked number one in offense the last 10 years, right? And by the way, the Bills were not number one in offense last year. They were number two behind Detroit. But what do they do? What do these teams do? And more often than not, teams that finished as the highest scoring offense in the league added an offensive piece in the first 3 rounds. And the Bills waited until the 5th round. Like, I looked into that because I thought, I'm not taking crazy pills over here. You can't just bank on last year. Every year's a new year. You're starting over again. Your tendencies are out there. There will be injuries. Like, all these things are going to pop up. To just expect you're going to be able to bank your 30 points a game from last year as a given is a mistake. It was always a mistake. So the season's not over. People aren't getting fired. They're still in a playoff spot. They can win this week against the Bucs. They can beat the Texans. I saw somebody predict 5 straight losses. Like, they're not losing to the Steelers. Come on. The Steelers, capital S, stink. So anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. He's in a minute. Extendo Sports coming up. We're going to throw together a very fast, thrilling 3-way parlay for the Monday night game. We got to do it. We got to do it for the vibes. And Sal's jumping in with your phone calls coming up here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Man, to lose like this, I think the word of the day or the word of the year, and if we want to psychoanalyze ourselves, we can, but we'll save that for Tuesday. This team is so unsatisfying. And is that a high bar? Maybe. But even the wins, several of the wins, you watch and say, like, man, it is not often a pretty operation that they have from their offense. They beat the Carolina Panthers 40-9, and many people come out unsatisfied. Oh, geez, Josh is running around. Everything looks really hard. Thank goodness he could run the ball. They beat the Chiefs, and that's always good to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They did that, but even after that, it was, all right, well, 28-21, that thing got a little close. You played near perfect. You won by 7. I don't know. Why did you put that game away? The standard is high. There's no doubt about that. But, man, watching this offense go, I posted a Twitter poll about Joe Brady midweek, late week. Do you want him back? Forget about whether they win, whether he gets a job, whether he gets fired. Do you want him running the offense again? And that Twitter poll was split, about 33 aside, yes, no, and not sure. And I'm here to tell you that I'm going to be satisfied if this is the final season. I'll let it play out, see how it goes. Maybe they win the Super Bowl. Maybe they find their magical formula. Maybe Josh Palmer returns. But the offense, to me, is just really a tough watch. The passing game has been a tough watch for most of the last 2 years. There have been some games, but, man, the passing game has been tough.
Join WGR and Bud Light for a Buffalo Football Friday happy hour. Schopp and Bulldog will be broadcasting live on Friday, November 14th from 3 to 7 at Leo's Pizzeria, 2220 Southwestern Boulevard. We will have your chance to enter and win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. Enjoy other live broadcasts coming up at Mitchell's Tavern in the Draft Room. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
All right, Extendo Sports, we're going to get our thrilling three-way parlay. Me, Jeremy White, Owen Parker, the parlay killer, and Alt Joe, who loves his alts. Three-leg parlay tonight on Packers and Eagles. That's the game tonight, and we'll get to more of your calls and more calls here on the North Automotive Extra Point Show coming up top of the hour as well. All right, so I'm taking a Josh Jacobs anytime. It's minus 150. He scores a lot, and I think the Eagles' defense is kind of like meh right now. I don't want to pick a winner in this game because both these teams go very Jekyll and Hyde. The Packers have one good win. I like the Eagles plus 1.5 here, but I'll just get on the touchdown game, so give me Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown. Alt Joe.
All right, I like Josh Jacobs 110-plus yards, alt rushing and receiving, so a combination of both. He's averaging about 91.5 after 2 low games against Arizona, Pittsburgh, but Carolina, he hit 100 last week. And
Okay.
he 157, 150, Dallas, Cincinnati earlier, so I think we got a good shot at that.
All right, over Josh Jacobs, alt rushing and receiving combined.
Yep, and I'm going with a Jalen Hurts touchdown, rushing touchdown, just because I think that the Eagles are going to try and tush-push their way through the Packers because the Packers tried to kill
that's
the
so
tush-push.
Right. What a good pick.
So I think
What a
Sirianni's petty enough to go.
They're going to tush-push from the 17.
Right, they're going to tush-push 18 straight times.
Oh, my goodness. Well, if they want to get the play banned, then run 7 straight tush-pushes for, 10 yards. And,
right.
All right. Good call. Really good call. All right, there's our parlay. It's 10 to win 62. Trevor in Buffalo. Hey, Trevor. Good morning.
How you doing, Jeremy? Thanks for having me.
Doing good.
All right. So first of all, I really do think that Bean owes you an apology for the way he spoke to you and Joe at the beginning of this season, especially after what's been going on with this receiver core. And I've been saying this all season long that this team does not look like a championship team. Last week you were asking your listeners, is this a championship team? The answer is absolutely not. There's no way. And Schopp and the Bulldog hung up on me after the Atlanta game because they thought that I was sounding like it was Halloween. Well, it's looking scary like Halloween because of what Bean does not do. He should have absolutely said, yes, we'll give you the first for 26 so we can get our generational quarterback some actual help. We keep throwing to Coleman, who can't get open, who can't catch the ball. He caught a ball. He got his touchdown, whatever, but we know his issues. Here's how we're going to be a championship team. Mike McDaniel down in Florida is going to be gone. He needs to step in. We got to stop hiring from within. We got to stop bringing in all these old-timers that we already got rid of and start moving the ball in a different direction. That's what I think.
All right.
What do you think?
Well, I think Mike McDaniels is less likely to coach the Bills' offense than me. And I've never called plays. I'm going to call plays in Madden, which, by the way, was our college coach this week. Some college coach said if you called plays in Madden, then you have called plays. Did you see that headline?
I did see something about
Maybe it was Liam Cohen. Somebody said that. I apologize for not remembering who. So in that case, I've called plays. One other stat of the day for you. We had somebody call earlier and say the Bills look like they're running the Iowa offense, which was, a funny little line here. I got 2 stats of the day for you. One of them is that this weekend, Wisconsin won a game. They won a game. They beat Washington 13-10, and their leading passer was their punter, who was 1 for 1 for 24 yards. They won. The other stat of the day, which is, this one might blow you away, this stat. Matthew Stafford, did you watch the Rams yesterday? Oh, man. Listen, if the Bills don't win the Super Bowl, I am 100% on board with the Rams. Give me the Matthew Stafford Hall of Fame jacket stamp of a second Super Bowl. Stafford is amazing right now and so fun to watch. Anyway, they won. Matthew Stafford's career record just went to 500. 115, 115, and 1. That guy should go to the Hall of Fame if he wins another Super Bowl. He'll be the argument against QB wins. He was in Detroit forever. They couldn't win games. 115, 115, and 1. He is a 500 career quarterback after 231 starts. It is the most starts by a quarterback before reaching 500 since starts were first tracked in 1950. That's Matthew Stafford. He had been under 500 since the day he showed up in the league. For the first time in his life, he's a 500 quarterback. And he is awesome. And so is Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. All right. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. Joe's back tomorrow. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe we're overreacting. Beat the Bucks. Bucks just lost to the Patriots, so they did not do you any favors. All right, Sal's coming up. And if you're on hold, Greg, Sean, those of you dialing in, Sal, I'm sure, would be happy to chat with you. It's a Buffalo Bills football Monday after a loss to the Dolphins. We're back tomorrow, 6 a.m. here on WGR.
Back to pass, looking right, going deep for Waddle. Coverage is there, and is it picked off? Yes, picked off by Cole Bishop. The safety in coverage. What a couple of weeks for the second-year safety. A takeaway for Buffalo. Looking right, now left, going deep down the sideline for Coleman. Back shoulder complete, reaches for the pylon. He's in for the touchdown. Keon Coleman with a huge touchdown grab. Tua back to pass, heaves it deep down the middle of the field, looking for Waddle, and it's intercepted by Maxwell Hairston. He's up on his feet to the 25, to the 30. Flag on the play, and he's tripped up at the 38-yard line.
I think Joe Callie's trying to make people feel a little better this morning, that's all. Playing all good stuff, all highlights, right?
Maybe a bit. Maybe
a bit. Hey, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that on a Buffalo Football Monday. We need something to pick us up a little bit today, right? How about the fact that people are off tomorrow from work or school, maybe, right? That could be. You have a one day, then you have off, right? It's like taking my son into school this morning, and I'm like, you don't have to go to school today. Then you have off tomorrow, basically. Like, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm like, well, then you got to go back for 3 days. He's like, and then it's Thanksgiving. I'm like, no, it's for a couple weeks from now. Right? It's all good. Joe Callie producing right there. Those are calls from the Buffalo Bills Radio Network, courtesy of the Buffalo Bills Radio Network here on WGR, and Chris Brown on the calls right there. Cole Bishop interception, Keon Coleman touchdown, Maxwell Hairston interception as well. But few and far between actual highlights from the game yesterday. 30-13. The Bills lose to the Miami Dolphins. We're going to talk about it here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Let me get everything out of the way early here. All right, because it is a Buffalo Football Monday. We got a lot to get to, a lot to say, and a lot of calls. And of course, every Buffalo Football Monday is presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premium Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We will get to sit up, stand down, hey buddy, way later in the show. First big chunk of the show, especially the first full hour. It's about your calls after I give you some thoughts on what happened in South Florida yesterday. 803-0550 is the number to call. I'm just going to say this today, you call, you talk today. We do it every week anyway, and you're always really great about it, and we get a lot of great calls. And I had a lot of people texting me last night saying, I can't believe it. You're going to have to take these calls. Good luck tomorrow. All these calls. No, you guys are great on Monday. Win or lose, I've enjoyed the space we've created here on a Monday to talk about the team and the game and the organization, whatever. And it doesn't mean we have to agree all the time. We can debate, we can discuss, but my job here is to give you the forum, give you the platform. And I always say this, as long as you're respectful and you do it the right way, you can call up and, what we try not to do is just, oh my God, towering infernos, versus Super Bowl parades, right? I mean, there's always a space in between. But I think towering infernos today probably is and what I mean by that is you're hot and you want fire and brimstone and you want people fired, you want changes and all of that. And I get it. And you want to call up and talk about that today, you can do that. But let's try to get to a good spot of, moving forward and what needs to happen, because this football team is in danger right now. They're in danger. And if you want to talk about it on the phone lines, we got it. Or if you want to join us on the YouTube and Twitch stream, we can do that as well. And hello to the bullpen, as always, on a Monday. Thank you very much for joining us at the WGR 550 YouTube page. Got a lot of people in there. Black Cloud AC, James, Steven, Vlad, Tony, Dan, Chudley. Thank you very much. Nick, D-Baz. So I just want to say hi. Darius, all of you. Thank you so much for coming aboard. We've got a great community there. If you want to join in the chat, if you don't want to call, you just want to get in there, we can do that as well. Okay. 30-13. If you would have told me the score of the game, the Buffalo Bills against the Miami Dolphins, was going to be 30-13, I would have said, absolutely, that makes total sense to me. Bills are going to go to Miami. They're going to crush a 2-7 football team that just fired their general manager. They're kind of playing out the season. They have their quarterback calling people out and players-only meetings, and the head coach seems like he's kind of lost at press conferences. This team they're a rudderless ship. They're going nowhere. The Bills are going to go put their foot down. They're going to stop them 30-13. I'll even say this, okay? If you told me the Dolphins would score the first 13 points of the game and the final score would be 30-13, I might actually think the Bills would score 30 straight points and come back and win. That's how confident I would be that the Buffalo Bills would crush the Miami Dolphins on a Sunday afternoon in sunny, hot South Florida. It's not what happened. It's not what happened at all. From the jump, we heard this from players in the locker room, and this is a big issue. Deion Dawkins, Josh Allen, Daquan Jones, Spencer Brown, several players in some form or another said they wanted it more, they played harder than us. Folks, that's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. You can't have that. And I'm actually glad that they said it out loud, because when it comes from your own locker room, when it comes from the leaders on your team, it should mean more to how you to respond. That should be personal to you, to every person in that locker room, including the guys who said it, right? It wasn't even if the Miami Dolphins played harder than the Buffalo Bills, even if the Miami Dolphins wanted it more than the Buffalo Bills, which is terrible to say and think about, and oh my God, I can't believe that in that situation. Even if that's the case, the Buffalo Bills should have still beaten the Miami Dolphins in what they had on the field talent-wise. And they didn't do that. And they came home, and I did, after a sunny 80-degree day, getting on that airplane and then walking off the plane with the snow and the wind flying at you. And I didn't know. Joe Cali, I did not know I was supposed to put my wipers up so it wasn't a freeze on my windshield when I got back to the airport. But that's what I'm like, why didn't I know that? I couldn't believe it.
It happens sometimes. I wasn't it wasn't supposed to snow as much as it has.
Right.
So I do not fault you on that.
So I'm like 4 hours after the game. It's 80 degrees. Get on the plane. Come back here. Snow. Just fall in. Be careful getting off the ice and walk in. Get to the car. And I'm like, oh my God, I should have put the wipers up. That's adding insult to injury, I guess, right? To think about the state of mind that you're in.
Oh yeah. I don't know how you kept it together. I would have been in shambles if that happened to me.
Well, I'm trying to keep it together today. That's why I want to hear from you. But folks, seriously, even if that were the case, the Miami Dolphins played a little harder. They played harder. They wanted it more, whatever. You're still the Buffalo Bills. You have Josh Allen. You're the number one rushing team in the league. They're one of the worst rushing defenses in the league. They are depleted in the secondary. They're giving up big time, yards per play against the pass. Just go do your thing anyway. And then you walk away from it and go, you know what? We didn't play our best football, but we still won the game. Didn't happen. Now, I'll be the first. I know. I've said this many times, and it's true. And I hope you understand. Like, it is tough. It is tough to always, for 17 straight games, be the most energetic, up for every game, amped up, whatever, on a 1 year basis. And then you go year to year and you win, you win championship, division championships. You get to the playoffs every year. You have the success. You get like the success fatigue where it kind of doesn't matter. What do they say about the Chiefs? Well, they only care about the postseason, right? You have this conversation in Kansas City probably a lot. I get all that. But in this situation against that team, that can't happen. It just can't happen. And then if it does happen, you still have enough talent to win, but they didn't. Why? Let's talk about the X's and O's, all right? I'm looking at the official game book right now. Oh, you know what? I can do this on the camera, on the stream. I can show you, actually. This is the official game book. There you go, okay? If you're looking on the stream, this is the offense and defense, starting defense. This is what we get after the game. They put out there that you can find online, too, by the way. But I'm looking at this for a specific example. On defense, the Miami Dolphins started 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. Okay? There you go. Oh, and you want to zoom in again? I'll show you what I mean. Just so I can get an idea so people can see. There we go. They started 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. We call that a base defense. Okay. Why am I pointing that out to you? Because right when the game started, okay, I asked Spencer Brown, did the Miami Dolphins do anything different? He said, first play of the game, they come out in base, not in nickel. I said, okay, and I'm thinking about that. The Miami Dolphins made a conscious decision in this game to say we are going to take away what the Buffalo Bills do best. And what the Bills do best is not throw the ball with MVP Josh Allen. What they do the best is run the ball with James Cook. And the Miami Dolphins said, we are going to do whatever we can to make sure you cannot run the ball. because we're not really afraid of you throwing it on us. 3 linebackers, not nickel, not an extra defensive back. In what universe am I living in where the game plan against the Buffalo Bills offense is to force Josh Allen to beat you? And it's not a Josh Allen point. He could be better. He hasn't been great. This passing game is struggling big time. He had the most time to throw in his career yesterday, according to Next Gen Advanced Stats. Now, a lot of that is because he scrambled around a couple of plays, and that bakes into that, but overall. And it still was a struggle to get guys open downfield, for guys to get open downfield. You know, you could tell me all you want. This is on Joe Brady. I'm here for it. That's fine. Everybody deserves blame. Sean McDermott and his staff deserve blame for them not, being ready and prepared. But again, I think that they generally do a very good job of on a week-to-week basis being prepared in each game as its own entity. But this week was not that, right? So you can go there. You can blame Joe Brady all you want. That's fine. Scheme this, scheme that. I've said multiple times this morning. I just recorded a podcast, and I said this earlier on with Jeremy, and I'm going to say it again here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I am the worst artist in the world. Like, I draw stick figures, okay? Like, literally, you said, could you draw this? No, I can't do it. I draw stick figures. You could give me and bring to me an incredible painter, an incredible artist, I should say, a teacher, an art teacher, to work with me on a weekly basis. And I don't even think I'm going to get much better. It's just, at some point, as much as you can blame or want to point at Joe Brady, that's fine. It is his job to scheme open. It is the people he is trying to scheme open that have to do it. Right? So it's all baked in there. And then it's up to the quarterback to trust that, to pull the trigger when those guys are open. And all of that is happening. It's not one thing. Defense had a couple struggles yesterday, no doubt, especially late in the game. They were gassed. I'm putting this one more on the offense, even though the defense did give up. Max Harrison got beat by Jalen Waddle deep. He gets beat by Waddle a little bit later. Yes, he had an interception. I do like the way the secondary's coming together. Cole Bishop with another, interception, but they gave up a couple big plays. The run game gave up a couple big plays, but you are not in that position if the offense does their job early. Okay, gets my last point here about all of this, all right? And the roster and the team and where they are, and then I'll get to your phone calls, I promise. I just told you the blueprint is out on the Bills, right? Which is, I think, take away James Cook, dare the passing game to beat us, and they can't do it. I'm also going to say this, and this is on the heels of it. The Buffalo Bills are not built to be able to play a game of catch-up. They're not built to play a game of chase. And Sean McDermott was right when he said that yesterday. He said after the game, we had to chase the game. Yeah, they can't play chase. Do you know what happened against Kansas City? They scored first. They scored early. Kansas City came down, I think, was a tie game maybe? Either way. The Bills were never not at least in control of that game in some respect. They were in control. Miami was in control of this game. The Bills can't play a game where they aren't in control. They were not really in control against Baltimore until they got a couple breaks go their way late in the game, and then they made their points, and they did what they had to do late in the game, and that was nice. And you could say, oh, there it is. And Joe Brady said, hey, we can throw it when we need to throw it. And that happened, all right? But generally, this team is not built to do that. They have to control the game. That's why they try to run the ball the way they do. They try to run the ball so they can control the game. And then score by doing that and throwing it when they need to in those situations, and you're getting good down and distance, which they didn't do because first and second down was not good. And they can't. They can't play like that. If the Buccaneers come here next week and they're up 10-0 early, that's a really, really, really bad news for the Bills. In years past, I wouldn't think it as much. If the Bills get up 10-0, it's really good news because they can play by controlling the game. That's what they can do. But they have to do that. They have to be in that position and put themselves in that position. And you don't put yourself in that position when you punt early on fourth down and think that, okay, we'll just play a defensive game and then things come right down and they score. You don't do that when you fumble the ball away, when you throw the ball to the other team. They couldn't. 803-0550 is the number to call here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. All right, I spoke for about 16 minutes here. Greg in North Carolina is up first. Hi, Greg. Go ahead. You're on WGR.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it on a sad Mafia day.
I don't think I felt this bad since the 13-second game, but today's the 50th anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. I feel like I'm on that ship. But to get to my point, probably I'm barking up the wrong tree looking for excuses, but all these soft tissue injuries which have been a real drag on our team all year long, how much of that you think falls on the training staff? I mean, these guys are not only supposed to help get the guys recovering from injuries, they're supposed to prepare them for the games and the season. And it just seems like all these soft tissue injuries are something that could have been prevented with the right kind of training, and whether it's preseason, whether the collective bargaining agreement doesn't allow you to have as much practice as you used to. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, obviously, it is an issue, Greg, and it's not, and they're not shying away from it. Sean McDermott I asked Sean McDermott this. I don't know if you were listening Friday. I specifically asked him this question on Friday on this radio show, and he said it's something that they're looking at, and they have to turn over every stone. He addressed it yesterday. You want to ask me how much is on the training staff? Well, obviously, they're the people in charge of that, but again, take care of your body is the right way in the offseason as well before you get back. That could be part of it. I don't know the answer to your specific question, but I agree that it's an issue. The Bills believe it's an issue. Sean McDermott has recognized it's an issue, and they'll have to look at it. And I don't know if there's an answer right now, to be quite honest, and I'm sorry for that. Let's go to Sean, who is in Long Island. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
All right, so I just have 3 points. If you can just bear with me, I won't be too long here.
Okay.
Number one is, when you take a look at what goes on in the field, I've been saying this for a while. You know, anytime things are not going well, and Josh has that dejected kind of puppy dog look, goes to the end of the bench, sits down, looks at the tablet, talks to the quarterback coach, talks to Trubisky. It's just, man, it was so obvious when Diggs was around. I guess we took it for granted a bit that he was a little bit of the pot stir that was, now that we look back on, needed. I don't think there's anybody on this roster right now, or at least on the offensive side of the ball, that really offers that. I don't know what the answer is for this year to solve that, but for next year, I don't know if it's a player. Maybe it's Dable coming back and drawing up a passing game again that was conducive to Josh's skill set. I don't think Dable is going to be with the Giants next year. Maybe that's a fit for us next year. He's also fiery, if you will, and urgent, and maybe he'll light up the players that he doesn't think are giving it their all. We need more out of that. We need more leadership out of Josh. And I don't mean just getting in people's faces, but it's just, I'm tired of that 1,000-yard stare. That's number one. Number two is, I don't think that Bean deserves any sort of credit or any sort of kudos for the effort for the Dolphins or Jets trades. You got to be smarter than that. Anybody that doesn't even work in the front offices of the NFL understands that trading within division is going to be very difficult. And if you were hanging your hat on or hoping that was going to work out, it just didn't make any sense. It's not my job to then tell you, oh, well, what else would he have done? That's his job. Find a match. Start the process earlier in the season, so that you're not scrambling at the end to maybe have to throw a Hail Mary at the Dolphins to try to pry away Waddle. So to me, that's an issue. And then third and foremost, possibly the most alarming, is that I think we do overrate this roster. I know they're banged up a bit and stuff, but the contracts that he's given out to pretty average players at an above-average rate as far as their pay is concerned, and the missing of draft picks has really come to a head this year. And my main concern is that this is now the beginning of a 2 to 3 year period where these multiple holes, linebacker, defensive line still, most prominently wide receiver, there's multiple holes in each of those position groups that need to be filled. We're going to have guys leaving next year, guys coming in. We're also going to be in a place, too, where I don't think, the way Josh is playing and everything and the way this season is kind of playing out, it doesn't look like it's that destination anymore. New England looks to be that destination now. The top young QB, the great coach, and you're going to have to maybe overpay somebody to come in here. And that's my fear. You had Josh for a bit where you had some guys like Sanders and Beasley, some other I know Von signed for a big contract. We had players that said, "Oh, a chance to play with Josh. Maybe I'll come a little bit on the cheap there. Great opportunity." Now, we don't have that clout any longer, and Bean should be very much on the hot seat for the construction of the roster. I give him a lot of credit for what he did back in 2017, turning the roster over. and getting the picks to acquire Josh, and then building the roster with Diggs, Beasley, Brown. That was he did build a good team there, and that was our shot, I feel like.
Yeah, Sean, I got you, buddy. I want to run, okay? I got a lot of calls on the line. I appreciate your 3 points. I got them all. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. The good stuff there, good talk, and I appreciate you laying that all out. Let's go to Steve in Virginia. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Hey, so a quick shout-out. Today's the 250th Marine Corps birthday. Just want to say happy birthday to any fellow Marines out there listening today.
Are you a Marine?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it.
Just wanted questions about the use of Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, I know Elijah Moore had over 60 catches, I believe 61, and the year previous he had over 50, I believe 57. And Curtis Samuel, the 2 years with Washington, he had over 60 catches. I'm just curious, is Brady not using these guys right? Because, I looked it up last night. I don't think either guy has 10 receptions, at all each. And we keep hearing about how Curtis Samuel has 4.3 speed. I'm like, are they not being used properly? Why aren't we getting more out of these guys?
It's a good question. Let me look at the snap counts from yesterday again, and if you look at it, wide receiver-wise, hold on, let me give you wide receivers. Khalil Shakir on the field, 45 snaps. Keon Coleman, 42 snaps. Then you get down to Moore at 25, and Shavers at 24, and Samuel at 24. So they're on the field for 35% of the snaps each. It's a good question. I don't know the exact answer, Steve. I'll go back to what I said earlier. Like you can, you have certain players with certain skill sets. You can draw up stuff for them. They also have to have the ability to get open. And I think it's always a lot of chicken and egg. So I don't have the answer for you there. You're just as frustrated as a lot of fans, and I appreciate that, and thank you. John is up next. Hi, John.
Hey, Sal, how you doing?
I'm all right. Could be better today, though, on a Monday for sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm right there with you.
Okay, buddy.
Got a lot of points about the game itself, but I think just because of time, I'll jump to my main point, which is going to be the hardest one to hear. But, at the end of the day, the Bills are and always have been a poorly run organization. And you look at the Chiefs or the Rams, and they're drafting well, adding the proper pieces. Or you look at the Patriots, built on winning, won a lot of championships. Now they're running for the 1 seed. And when Diggs left, and you look at that draft class, his frustration kind of came out. They never got a solid number 2 guy behind him, right? You had Jackson Smith-Njigba, Jordan Addison, Marvin Mims, Rashee Rice. Some of these guys were taken 20 and beyond as far as the pick number, even second round, and just not drafting well enough to keep that roster together. And when they had the success that they had during that time, they didn't know how to progress and direct the team. And now you're kind of falling back. And that's really the main point of that. Their history, they haven't won anything since 1965.
Yeah, I don't agree that they are just always a poorly run team. They won 5 straight division championships, and Kansas City Chiefs have missed on plenty of draft picks lately. Even there's whispers that Xavier Worthy isn't So I don't want to go there. But no, if you want to make the point that they've missed on draft picks, sure, that's fair. I don't want to. They've always been a poorly run franchise. It's just not true. It's just not true. You could be upset now and go back at some of the contracts, and all those things are kind of own entities that you can point to. But they're not. They haven't always been a poorly run franchise. They've actually been a very well run franchise, I think, over the better part of the last 7-8 years. To be honest with you, but no, it doesn't mean you have to win championships, and it doesn't have to equate to good or bad run franchises. I understand that. Kansas City's had their misses too, plenty of them. I don't know. I think the New England Patriots have been a terribly run franchise for 4 years now, or since Bill Belichick left, I guess, and even before that maybe. And now they're finally starting to get their footing again because they found a quarterback. So either way, thanks a lot for the call. Mike in Denver. Hi, Mike.
Yes, hello. I wanted to talk mainly about 2 things, and that is first of all, is the missed tackles on defense. It reared its ugly head yesterday again. I know the Kansas City game was fairly good when it came to, one-on-one tackling. But if you go back even earlier this season, I remember hearing this about missed tackles, like after the Baltimore game, for instance. And so that's one thing I noticed. I guess Achane had like 110, 111 yards, something after contact. And so that's the first thing I've noticed. And then the second thing is, did it ever occur to Joe Brady that somebody just might take away our second best weapon in James? I just can't imagine how an offensive coordinator couldn't imagine a scenario where the opposing team is going to take away your second best option on offense. I mean, can he ever come up with something other than a wide receiver screen and an over the shoulder pass down the sideline, and maybe a 7 or 8 yard pass to a tight end like Kincaid? I mean, those seem to be our three bread and butter plays. And, can you run some bunch formations? I mean, they never run a bunch formation where they can get Samuel or Moore open, and I think that would help. Thank you.
You got it. I'll go back to what I said earlier. I just don't know if you can do that and still rely on them to get open. I mean, maybe. I'm up for anything, though, to be honest with you, Mike. I mean, I think they imagine that scenario. James Cook gets stopped, and what's your alternative? You have Josh freaking Allen. He threw the ball 40 times. He had 310 yards, but is anybody to say that was a really good passing day? Of course not, right? So no, I'm all for whatever you want to draw up, design, and send into the offices to help out. I just don't know if you have the people to do it, to be honest with you. 803-0550. Good start to the program. Half hour in, taking your calls. 803-0550. We'll do more of it on the other side on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday here on WGR.
Hand off to Achane, looking to cut it back. Gets through a hole and into the secondary. Still loose, and he's going to go the distance. Max Hairston trying to track him down. Trips him up, but he's into the end zone for a 59-yard touchdown run, and that'll put this one to bed.
Devon Achane. Oof. Run defense again yesterday. Big numbers put up on them. And really they were not terrible until the very end when they gave up runs. I mean, numbers-wise. And Miami was doing some nice things, but 6.2 yards a carry they wind up with, courtesy of Achane's 174 yards on the ground. I do rankings every Tuesday. Here's where the Bills fall in the rankings after that week. And, folks, they're always cumulative. Like, after this many games is where they fall, not, like, just specifically that week. And it's going to look bad again. It does every week because the run defense, it started off that way after Baltimore. It's just been bad all year, and it's going to fall even further. Let's go to Adam in New Jersey, firing the phone lines back up. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Sal. How are you?
I'm all right. Then I'm talking to you. Have better days, though.
I got 2 quick points. I promise I'm going to get through them. I want to start with Joe Brady. The offense is completely lifeless. It's the same recycled plays every week. No tempo, no creativity. I shouldn't be able to sit on my couch and call out the next plays before the snap. And that's and you know what the crazy part is? A couple weeks ago, he said he's not worried about the passing offense. And I know, Sal, you were bringing up your parallel with your painting, or you're not a good artist.
I'm terrible. Yes, yeah. The analogy. Yes.
I always say it's players, not the team. But I know that's what you said. But let me explain this, Sal. When MBS was here last year, he did nothing. Got cut. Goes to New Orleans, scores 2 big touchdowns and long bombs in his first week there. So I know that's a very small sample size. So that tells me that it's not so much the personnel, it's the play caller. And let me ask you something.
What
Sal.
did he do after that? What did he do after that?
Well,
nothing. No. Wait, what did he do after that? Let's be honest here. Yeah, he had a nice game that week. Guys have come here to have nice games, but it doesn't. He's also been without a job since then. But go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you something, Sal.
Okay.
You can appreciate this because you're a sideline reporter. Being on the sideline as opposed to being up in the press box is a different feel of the game. Why doesn't this guy come down to the sideline to call plays like Ben Johnson, Mike McDaniel did when they were OCs, instead of hiding upstairs, being detached from the game? You know that it's a different feel up there from down there. You have a frustrated quarterback and a frustrated offense. Why can't you come downstairs and have a feel of the game? Why can't you? I want to know why.
Well, he can. He can. Can you slow down? Okay. Can you take a breath and slow down, and I can answer your questions?
Sorry.
All right. That's okay. Sorry. It's all good. You said you had 2 quick points, and then you're just it's okay. All right. So listen, I know you're frustrated. I get it. I know. But let me explain. You're not going to like my answer, but I'm going to tell you why. Okay? Because here's the thing, Adam. Just like you used my analogy and said, "Well, this guy did this," and look at that. I'm going to use Adam. Just go back throughout history. There's been plenty of great coordinators who've been on the sidelines. There's been plenty of great coordinators who've been up top. There's been plenty of great, play callers on the sidelines. There's been championships. There's no one right way. And I don't disagree with you that you can get a different feel on the sidelines. You know what? You also have a lot of distractions on the sidelines because I am down there.
Oh, stop.
Okay, like I said, you don't care. Okay, I got it. So I'm lying, I guess. It's all good. It's all good. All right, Adam. All right, have a great day. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, yes.
He didn't want to hear what I had to say, but hey, that's what we do here. I was trying to at least give him an answer. He didn't have to like it. I told him that. But listen. Joe Brady could come down anytime he wants, and maybe he does that next week. If you think that, wait, hold on 1 second, Billy. If Adam thinks that's what's holding the Bills' offense back, so be it. I don't think they have the right people. Playing wide receiver, getting open. I don't know if Joe Brady coming down on the sidelines is going to change that. Maybe Adam's right. Maybe that's the secret to the success. But I've been around football long enough to also tell you I've seen it done both ways. I've seen it fail both ways. I've seen it succeed both ways. There's a lot of things happening on the sidelines. There's also a stale environment in the radio booth. The radio booth. In the coach's booth that can allow you to see things more clearly. It's just personal preference. That's all it is. That's all it is. Personal preference to how you want to see the game. And maybe Adam could call me next week because maybe Joe Brady will be on the field next week. And they'll score 45 points. He'll say, Sal, I was right. And that's cool, Adam. You can call back and do that. I was just trying to tell you why they do, and you didn't want to hear it. So let's go, Billy. What's up?
Yeah, that's the least of our problems. Anyway, Sal, very simply put, I think I got the remedy of how we're going to win the Super Bowl. We just got to pray that we don't play New Orleans, Carolina, or Miami in the playoffs, because I'm not disappointed with when we play the good teams. We're there. We've beaten Baltimore. We've beaten Kansas City. Was this game bad? Yeah, it was real bad, but listen, it's just one of many. I know there's so many things that we can work on, but when it comes to playing the good teams, this team shows up. So once again, Sal, I'm not worried. There's only one thing that I didn't like, though, in yesterday's game.
But it's a problem if you don't show up against the lesser teams, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know. But listen, the one thing that I did not like was when we were down for 15 in the beginning of the fourth quarter. I still have faith. I still say, you know what, we're going to come back and we're going to run 3 touchdowns and we're going to win this game. But we didn't. But what I didn't like was, my God, every single there was no urgency. I was watching the clock. We were running everything down to 1 second. We were killing 30 seconds off the clock on just about every play. We had to get into, we had to get to the line of scrimmage and start and making plays. But to sit back there and wait right to the last second, we basically ran off 9-10 minutes. Now I know it didn't make a difference in the end, but man, you got to get desperate when you're down 4.
Yeah, no, I hear you. The sense of urgency didn't seem there, right? Sense of urgency, and it started from the get-go when guys said, "Hey, they were played harder than us or wanted it more," and it's just a bad sign when that happens, right? You just can't. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Chris is in Boston. Hi, Chris.
Alrighty, Sal, I got to start off with a few shout-outs. First off, shout-out Newhouse Mafia. Second, my guy, he called in a little bit earlier with the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. So a few years ago, I was at that disaster against the Vikings where we fumbled on the one or whatever to end it. And my buddy and I drove all the way back to Rochester with Edmund Fitzgerald playing on loop. And it's just been my disaster song since. So reason I called, a few people said it, you're the sideline guy. Jeremy was talking about this a bunch this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But what type of guy was great? So I'm in Boston. All of a sudden, these Celtics green merchandise that people wear is turning into Patriots blue and right out of the woodwork. I see a lot of Matt Collins. What type of guy was Matt Collins on the sideline? And outside of the money ball, the stats, what did we lose with him? What did he bring that stats can't capture?
I think he brought an element to all, both phases of your game. That 3 phases if you want to count. Passing game, he was the leading receiver as touchdowns for the Bills last year, even though we would never kind of think of him that way, right? He's not the guy you rely on. He's not your number one target, but he was available and reliable, and that means something. And he blocked his butt off, which means something. And I know people don't want to hear about blocking receivers. I get it, but you're asking me this question. He also was very good in special teams, and he was a guy that kind of did everything you asked of him and was always available and reliable to do all of that. Now, his attitude, incredible. He'd catch a pass. He'd have something to do the backpack thing, quirky, interesting personality. Yeah, I mean, look, Matt Collins is not some superstar, but could you make an argument, as you are, Chris, I think here, saying you miss a personality like that, you miss a guy around like that to kind of uplift everybody? Sure, I think you could make that argument. I'm not going to make the argument, though, that talent can't be replaced. Matt Collins' talent can be replaced and should have been, and it can be, and it is. You're not missing his talent. Could you miss the intangibles he brings? Sure. And you don't have to use a roster spot, an extra guy, because he plays all these different parts for you, right? As a veteran, still doing that, it's important. So if that's where you're going with that, I agree. Let's go to Craig. Hi, Craig. You're up next.
Hey, Sal. How are you? It's
good
thanks. To talk to you.
Yep.
I really wanted to kind of put to bed this old adage. You don't really hear it too much anymore, but sometimes on the Shouty shows that elite quarterbacks will elevate the play of wide receivers around them if they're mediocre. And I think that is just a lazy take, and that needs to be stopped. And I think that this everybody eats mantra is a little bit of a tangent of that. Back when Dable was leading the offense, he had some amazing receivers. And so I think that there needs to be more of a clear path towards elite level wide receivers. I mean, Brady back in his day, Wes Welker and and Julian Edelman and Gronkowski and Hernandez, like all these amazing guys, and like Hill and Kelce on the Kansas City and Hollywood Brown and Devontae Adams on the Eagles. Like, this is what wins Super Bowls. And I don't understand why we have not put more emphasis on the wide receiver room. And Keon Coleman was supposed to be that, but I don't, and maybe you can shed some light on this. Like, I don't understand why he was drafted, because his draft profile is what he is. He can't get separation, good at contested catches. But we don't throw him when he's not open, so he can't make those contested catches. So, like, I don't understand what the thought process of drafting him was. And then as far as Brady, I think he's just trying to lean in what works.
Yeah, right.
Kincaid and James Cook, like, that's what was working. That's it. They can't get open downfield. Josh Allen is running around 5, 6, 7 seconds. Can't find anybody. I'm exaggerating there, but like,
no, I get it. No, you're right. I agree with a lot of what you said, Craig. I agree with a lot of what you say. I want to just kind of touch on the point of the wide receivers, your main point here, and it's right. I mean, like, it is something that when you say everybody eats, what you're basically saying is we have a bunch of pass catchers and we have an elite quarterback, so he's going to make them great and they're going to be even better because of it. And they could all do a certain role, and they're all at this baseline. And when Brandon Beane comes on WGR and he says after the draft, and we had the viral moment here on the morning show, and he says you can't have all pros at every position. In some positions you have to kind of, whatever phrasing he used, I think that was an indication saying that, right? Like, hey, we don't have the top-end paid wide receiver. We don't spend all these incredible resources on them, because we have good guys, good players who can do a good job, and an elite quarterback, and that should add up to making up that gap, if that makes sense. That's the way I read the philosophy, right? And that's not wrong, that you can't have all pros at every position. Every team has to make those decisions. There's no way around that. Keon Coleman was drafted in the second round. The Bills obviously infamously drafted out of that draft spot with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, at this point, I'm not going to tell you that Kansas City even got a great player in Worthy, because right now he's just kind of is what he is, and Keon actually has more yards, I think, in his career. But that being said, who cares about that? What it does tell me, though, they didn't like their options where they were sitting, Craig, right? They didn't like their options. Yeah. Whether that was Worthy or McConkey or Leggett or Keon Coleman, they didn't feel there was a value for anybody sitting there at that point. And I think at least we have to recognize that and say, so they moved down and they took a guy. To me, you ask me why? Well, I think they probably believe he's a great athlete. We can develop him. He's got a big catch radius. We have an elite quarterback. We'll figure it out. And I just think that's it. And for whatever reason, it hasn't gotten to that yet.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, if that's the thought process, like, why not trade up? Like, why not go after those guys that are in the top tier? And I know it's expensive. I know. Yeah. It's expensive.
Well, maybe they tried. I don't know. We don't know that, right? We don't know if they tried to trade up for Brian Thomas or try. And I don't want to sound like Brandon Beane. It takes two to tango is true, right? You do have to. We know that now from the reports. I get it, and I do think, Craig. I do think if you believe these reports, which I do, about the Jalen Waddle stuff over the weekend, I do believe that is an indication they will change that philosophy this offseason. And very much so think about allocating more resources to that position. That's the way I believe. And you could say it's too late, and I get it. You could say it's too late. I understand. It is right now. But I do believe that's an indication of a change of philosophy.
Yeah, and I hope he comes back on WGR, especially if Jeremy, and offers an apology.
Well, I don't know about that specifically, but, we'll still talk to him, no doubt. And he came on during training camp, and they talked to him. So, and he'll give his rationale and reasons either way, whether that does happen or not. But I do think that could be a change in philosophy. Okay, we'll take a time out here. I got to get to a break. I got to take more phone calls as well when we come back here on WGR, and we'll do that on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on Buffalo Football Monday. All right, rolling along here on a Buffalo Football Monday. Ryan is down in Florida. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, Sal. I got two basic question comments here. Not assuming anything, you're just looking at the facts. There's two guys on New England that we let go from our team because we didn't want them anymore, and Matt Collins and Stephon Diggs. If you go on paper, the weapons that Drake May has, you could argue that ours are better, right? Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore, Josh Palmer, Kincaid, Knox, to what they have over there. Yet every week, Patriots, Drake May's completing a 50-yard pass to some guy who was either picked up off the street, booty, Diggs off an ACL, Matt Collins that we let walk. So it brings me to like kind of this thought, which is we say all this blame on receivers getting open on Brandon Beane, but their guys aren't better than ours. Mm-hmm. So why is it so easy for them? And Drake May has nothing, so why is it so easy for him? And my other second thought is, with Ken Dorsey, he was basically ran out of town because the Bills don't do any motion. It's all vertical pass plays. They're running these, deep in routes, and we struggled to throw the ball into town. We had all this motion. We had the heavy package. We had running the ball. We had these quick little yak screen pass plays that we do a lot. But I just feel like we're still in the same spot where it's 3rd and 12, and you have to throw the ball, and it's not a little quick screen to Shakir. I have no confidence in us. And it brings me back to that point, which is like, it's still a struggle. Ken Dorsey, Joe Brady, whatever. It's still a struggle now to convert these like long passing downs. And I don't understand why every team since the Texans game last year hasn't played us this way. Mm-hmm. Sell out against the run against the Bills and make them throw, because we can't throw. It's so hard. It just doesn't look easy. And everyone calls in all the time on this channel, and I'm a very loyal listener. It's Brandon Beane's fault. It's the roster. Get him a wide out. Drake May has no one. He's dropping 60-yard passes to Matt Collins. Tell me how it makes sense.
I don't know. It's a good question. I wonder, too. I can't watch I didn't watch the game yesterday, the Patriots. I'm on the sidelines, and I have to keep up with the games around the league, and I see the same thing. And I'm like, every week this happens, Ryan. I agree with you. It's like, oh, my God, he completed another 50-yard pass. Like, what is going on here? It happened against Atlanta. It happened against Bucs yesterday. And I don't know, man. I wish I had the answer for you, Ryan, and I appreciate it. Very well laid out. I appreciate your call. Thank you. And I don't know. It's dumbfounding. And I don't disagree with Ryan, by the way, that you could make the argument the Bills do have better weapons than the Patriots on the outside and receiver-wise and tight end-wise and pass catcher-wise, right? And at the very least, it's not much better if you want to go Patriots. I mean, I just don't think it is at all. But agreed. I don't know that answer, but I see it too. If you're on hold, please stay with us. I got to take a quick time out. We'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday on WGR. All right. Welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Okay, we're going to get to more phone calls in a second. I want to get connected with you, our fans, and you can do that by tweeting me as well, which is at Sal Sports. I'm going to read you this tweet, which I think is just off the wall. Calf, who says, I think in all honesty here, he's not trying to troll me or anything. I think this is totally wrong. He says, this is one of your least impressive shows I've ever listened to. Well, at least I've been pretty impressive, I guess. But he says, coming across so defensive to criticism of Bean, Brady, or anyone else. What? I've literally been criticizing them. The only person I've said is, the only thing I've defended on Brady is I just don't think he has the tools to work to scheme to get these guys open. I have been sitting here for the last hour, Calf, telling you they don't have enough at wide receiver. I've been telling you that. I just told you it was the coach's fault. They weren't ready to play. I don't know what else you want me to do, buddy. So I'm sorry. I just don't think that's right. I think it's the exact opposite. But the main thing is, Calf, I have let everybody here talk and give all of their opinions, and that's what I do here. Guy tells me, Joe Brady needs to go downstairs and call plays. Then yes, I'm like, dude, I don't know. Is that going to change anything? That's not defending Joe Brady. It's just reality of it doesn't matter. Just trying to help you out and understand it. I think it's the exact opposite. But hey, if you turn on the show and think that's what I'm going to do, that's your bias. I just want to say, I have done my best here today to definitely not do that. Like literally thought about, dude, this is a show where there's no defending people today. There's like, you gotta allow people to call and say what they want, and that's cool. And I've done that today. And I've told you, go read Arrow Up, Arrow Down. I gave an arrow down to Sean McDermott and his staff. I gave an arrow down to Joe Brady. I gave an arrow down to Brandon Beane. All three of them are addressed, Calf. Holy crap. I don't know. Anyway, it's all good. Thank you for listening, though. I do appreciate that. I just think that's amazing to me. Like, what are you listening to if you think that? I've been telling you here for the last hour that no, I don't think it's all on Joe Brady to get guys open because I don't think they have the right tools to do that. So that is a criticism of the roster, right? But I will tell you that, like, I think Joe Brady's certainly not perfect, and he didn't have answers. Want me to criticize Joe Brady here for a second? Like, once the Dolphins showed you the blueprint to what they were going to do, he didn't have enough answers right away, early on especially. So you got to have more answers. But saying that I don't care if he's going to come down to the booth and call plays or not, it's not a defense, it's just reality. It's just like, who cares? Okay, let's get back to what matters here. That matters. I do appreciate the tweet, though. Thank you very much. At Sal Sports. Let's go to Thomas in Niagara Falls. Hi, Thomas. What's going on, man?
Good morning, sir. Don't let these idiots get you discouraged.
Oh, it's not an idiot. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's just like I'm doing my best here to literally just give you, like, what we do here on a Monday is say, hey, here's what's good, here's what's bad. Let's put it to it. Like, let's try to keep it honest and real. Whether that's, and I've been sitting here this morning pretty heavily criticizing a lot of things. So to get that tweet just stunned me.
I hear you. It's all good. Listen, my question is, do you think Odell Beckham might have some juice left that we might be able to get him for a tryout? What's your opinion on that?
I don't know. I think that ship might have sailed with him, but I mean, can you imagine? Here's the thing: what happened? Okay, Where is he? Where is he right now? What he's doing? He's doing nothing, right? I don't think he's
nothing. Right.
Okay, so I just want to make sure he's not on a team. All right, so it says NFL suspends. He has a 6-game suspension, by the way, once he signs with somebody. I didn't realize that.
Oh, I didn't know that neither.
No, I'm reading that right now. This is from a month ago. Here's the thing, though, about this, Thomas. Let's say the Bills did that. We'd have 50 people calling and saying, I can't believe you're going to get up all washed up guys anyway. What's he going to do? Like, that would happen, too. So I don't think so. Let's go to Jeff in Buffalo. Hi, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you're there. Thanks for holding, buddy.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to point out, so you're doing a great job. But
it's okay, thank you. It's all good. We're having a good day today. It's all good. I found that tweet a bit stunning to me after the first hour and what we talked about.
Considering the circumstances, it is good. But anyway, first series, they look they look totally dysfunctional, Miami. Then he throws the pick. Then we don't do anything with that. We go 3-and-out. I looked around and I said, man, what a missed opportunity, and let them back in the game. They go down and score. I'm like, My point is that, and if I could make a point about the defense, I know our offense is struggling, and I think it's route concept. Myself, you play with the chess pieces you got, and obviously he doesn't. But as far as defense goes, when it comes to Bernard, I've seen him get run over by Henry, which is, Henry's Henry. I've seen him get run over by smaller backs. I've seen him misstep. And when we signed him and he had the great year, and I understand defensive line wasn't in front of him. Our defensive line's all banged up, and that matters. But that's when you put your trench strap on as your linebacker, as your captain, and say, you know what, I'm going to step up. And one more thing, what's Milano doing? Is he, protecting that injury? And what's going on there? Because in 2 games he's been on the field, I haven't heard his name once or twice. Again, back to the offense, if you got the receivers, you know you're not going to run fly patterns, at least work something out where somebody's open in the middle, or at least 12, 13, 14-yard concept where you're not struggling at 3rd and 7 all the time.
I think they're trying though, Jeff. I think they're trying. I think when I think they're trying, and it's not. But I'm not telling you that they can't try to do other things different. I'd like to see the running backs more involved in the pass game. I think that's been a big failing this year. Okay, for Calf, here's a Joe Brady criticism for you. Okay, I think the running backs need to be more involved in the pass game, and they haven't been. And actually, yesterday they did get more involved. 4 catches, 40-something yards. That's nice for the running backs. You need more. I think they have to be more involved in the pass game. So there's a criticism for you. But the linebackers have been an issue this year as far as, we're not seeing enough splash plays and plays made. And I do think that the D-line in front of them being banged up is a part of that. And when you get people on top of Terrell Bernard, who's a smaller, undersized linebacker, then what you just said and what you described is right. There's no doubt. And I need to see more. I also feel like he's just not the same. Like there's dealing with something. Or I know he's been on and off the injury report, and I feel like that's been an issue with him this year. Because every time I watch him, it feels like he's not the same. He's not moving the same as I've seen him in the past. But yeah, the linebackers haven't been making the splash kinds of plays we've been accustomed to over the last few years. And I think that there's a lot of reasons for that, right? Injuries have played an issue here with both Milano and Bernard. Defensive line injuries have played an issue with them as well. Either way, yesterday, being on the field for as long as they were, the entire defense, very, very, very difficult to maintain a control of a game when that's happening to you. And that's the offense also putting you in that position. Buffalo Football Monday, every Monday here on WGR, is presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We are on YouTube and Twitch at WGR 550, so thank you very much for coming aboard. And the bullpen, hello, said hi to a lot of the people in there earlier. Good to see you. Good to talk with you. Give a call if you'd like, or you can comment in there as well in the live chat box. Okay, we have a couple other things we have to get to today, including our Barnes Firm injury report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Got to feel really, really bad for Landon Jackson, I think, today, and I know I do. But, maybe we get a report that is not as bad as feared, but when you have a knee injury, you're upset like that, and you get declared out immediately, that's never a good sign. And he was. And then after the game, or late in the game, while he was on the sidelines, on crutches with a knee brace. Not good. So the rookie who you thought you might have to count on here down the stretch to really eat up a lot of snaps and develop, probably not going to be available to you. We'll find out more from Sean McDermott when he speaks today at 4 p.m. Dalton Kincaid, leaving the game with a hamstring injury. Also, not ideal. He's been pretty much the best part of the passing game this year on the other end of it. When you lose him, and you couple it with Josh Palmer, now you're compounding the issue we've talked about. The Bills were without Josh Palmer. They were without Taron Johnson. They were without Christian Benford. Good news, Daquan Jones came back, but the injuries continue to pile up, and it just seems like whenever you take a step forward, you might take 2 steps back. We'll get an injury update from Sean McDermott, like I said, a little bit later today when he meets with the media. Let's get to Joe in Rochester. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's up, Sal?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, ridiculous. So frustrating. I know we all are feeling the same way today, but, dude, like, you take the ball away. You get Bishop taking the ball away on the first drive of the game, okay? You go out on offense, and you go 3 and out, and what? They're moving to – correct me if I'm wrong. I recall that they were getting close to or were in plus territory. So you could – I don't remember. You could check on maybe – but how do you not go for it against this team and make a statement and impose your will on offense and say, hey, you guys have no hope. We're going to jam it down your throat today. We're the Bills. You're the Dolphins. This is our division. And instead you punt. And I feel like over the last few years,
They just so you know, they were at their own 34-yard line.
Okay.
They were not in plus territory. No. I agree with you. I would have loved to have seen them go. I think, unless we're looking at the wrong one, I think that's the one though. Yeah, 4th and 1. So third and 2, they give it to Cook. He goes for 1 yard. 4th and 1 from the Buffalo 34-yard line. Now, I agree with you. In that moment, I'm like, I'm not too worried about the Dolphins today. I'm going to make a statement. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Joe, but I will, at the risk of someone saying I'm defending, I will at least give you a reason. I think the opposite could also be true, where Sean McDermott goes, look, I'm not going to give them an opportunity here to do something and get behind right away. They're not going to threaten me. I'm going to punt the ball away and stop them. And then from there, it did not go very well, right? But that's probably the thinking in that moment.
Understood. Totally understand. I just feel like over the last few seasons, like when Josh first turned the corner and our offense was really running on high octane, I think we had Emmanuel Sanders. It was that year. Davis was playing his best football. We had Diggs. And, like, over the last few years, yes, we know receiver's been a problem, but I feel like the strategy of the offense is also just – we keep saying, like – I keep hearing McDermott and the offensive coordinator say, well, we're looking to evolve every year. No, I feel like they just keep, devolving. Like, they took away the best thing that they did last year, I thought, which was throw the ball to the running backs. And now we don't throw the ball to the running backs anymore? Yeah, we did a little bit more yesterday. Okay, wasn't effective. So I think they do not have any belief in their personnel anymore. And I think Josh is frustrated, obvious. I cannot stand anymore. I love Josh Allen. You're talking to the biggest Josh Allen fan and Buffalo supporter. I love him. But I can't watch him on the TV anymore just look dejected. He's got that look in his eyes where it feels like he's lost any killer instinct he ever had. I'm sorry. So, go Bills. I hope we turn it around. But if this team comes out like they did yesterday against the Bucs next week, they're going to get embarrassed. Thanks, Al.
Thanks a lot for the phone call. We had the follow-up from Calf. I like it. Calf, it's the way you are talking to callers with valid concerns. You have shut down multiple callers. No, I have not. One guy said, hey, can you take a breath and I want to explain something to you? And he said, yes. And I did. And he goes, oh, stop it. Otherwise, everybody's talked today, dude. I don't know what show you're listening to. I don't know if you're calling or tweeting me about a different show or something. Maybe you're listening to a past show. I don't know. Let's go to Alex. Alex, what's up, man?
Good morning, Sal. I want to give kudos to that previous caller, man. He hit it on the head.
Yeah.
We need to support each other. But I'm a diehard Bills fan and a diehard Yankee fan and a diehard Knicks fan. I'm here in New York City. And I'm starting to see some parallels, where the Yankees and the Bills, and it's kind of getting unfortunate. I know you're a Yankee fan, and maybe we could talk about it for a second. We have Aaron Judge, Aaron Boone, Josh Allen, Sean McDermott. A regime, we had the GM has been there for almost in perpetuity in New York. And at some point, we got rid of Joe Girardi. I'm not trying to make this a Yankee call, but there's at some point where, like your children, they just don't listen to you. They start tuning you out. And when I see a team not prepared to beat the 2-7 Dolphins in which you've owned, a team that just fired their GM, got rid of one of their best defensive players, they don't have Tyreek Hill, there is no reason on earth that we should have lost to the Dolphins, but any given Sunday. At what point does Josh Allen stop listening to McDermott because he's heard it for 9-10 years, his whole career? Even Derek Jeter had a new head coach at some point. and a Hall of Famer. So, at what point we're going to pick Josh Allen over Sean McDermott every day? And at this point, I think we're at that point where we might have to make that decision and start looking for another voice to lead this team.
Okay, well, I mean, that decision isn't coming today or tomorrow, and at the end of the year, there's those decisions are always on the table, I would guess. I mean, in a manner of speaking, I guess, if I say on the table, at least discussed, right? Evaluation of the entire organization. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think I know people are mad and frustrated and they say like, hey, I want this guy fired or that guy fired. And again, outside of they did make a coordinator change a couple of years ago in November, you're not going to see that happen at the top of the organization here right now. And I know your call there isn't saying that, and I get it, and thank you for the call, and I appreciate that. But as you evaluate things, you want to let things settle and kind of say, I don't think it has to be a decision between Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, as you say. But there's always an evaluation of everything and everybody. And Josh Allen ain't going nowhere, to your point. That's right. Let's go to Luke in New Mexico. Hi, Luke.
Hey, Sal. Great to talk with you. I appreciate everything you do for the Bills organization. And my point was the extensions in the offseason with, like, defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, we can't predict like injuries and that sort, but like Terrell Bernard and those type of guys just aren't living up to it, It's kind of disappointing in a certain sense. I hate the fact we don't put those resources into the offense. I'd really like to see that with Josh Allen, hitting 30 soon. It would mean a lot, for the fan base to give him that appreciation at least, from
I think
from this season on forward.
I don't disagree. I think what you want is resources into the weapons for Josh Allen because listen, because Luke, they have paid their 2 tackles and they paid their running back.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when people say resources into the offense, they used a first-round pick on Dalton Kincaid, a second-round pick on Keon Coleman. They paid big money. I mean, heck, they're paying big money for a backup tight end, right? We can talk about that, and you could say that's a bad choice, but they paid their left tackle, they paid their right tackle, they paid their running back, so they are putting resources into the offense. I think what you want to say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, I think what you're trying to say is maybe resources into the people that can help the quarterback when he drops back to pass.
Sure.
Right? You know what I mean?
Solid points, man.
Yeah,
like drafting. Yeah, we can't call. Coleman's gonna kind of play the way he was, but no one really thought he was going to be great anyways from the start. Looking at draft experts, but Ladd McConkey, those type of guys were sitting there, and it's kind of frustrating to see. Allen could really use a guy like that right now. Looking back, of course, I hope this second half of Allen's career we give someone. We put a little more effort into giving him the more resources other than the defensive side, which hasn't really lived up to, the salary.
Yeah, well, thank you. Look, I appreciate the phone call. We'll get to Tony in Jamestown who's up next. Hi, Tony. You're on WGR.
How you doing?
Good.
Just 2 things. One, Jordan Hancock situation. Jordan Poyer has obviously been horrendous in pass coverage and missing a bunch of tackles. Why Jordan Hancock isn't playing is beyond me. You can see the youth of the team with Harrison, Bishop. Hancock might add a bit of a, playmaker back there, and McDermott always talks about playmakers. And the second thing is, what is his fascination with all these old guys? White, Milano and Poyer. I think McDermott has some weird fascination about the playbook and guys knowing it. But the offense is the offense. I think we'll be fine. We have Josh Allen. I think the defense is more concerning to me because we just act like they didn't run for 200 yards on us yesterday, and we got these same old guys making these same old plays from 2020, and we expect them to be better at the age of 35. And Hancock is sitting there as a playmaker. Why not throw Hancock in there? Thank you.
Well, he is in there. He's getting more time, and I understand. I will say this, though, Tony. I think having Jordan Poyer there has helped the secondary, and I don't have a problem with the secondary yesterday, so I don't think that's an issue right now. I mean, the secondary, they gave up a play. Max Harrison got beat one-on-one. That's a Max Harrison getting beat issue. I don't think the secondary was that bad, but I will agree with you that Jordan Poyer is definitely not the player he used to be, right? And you'd love to see more of a transition to Hancock. And the reason I would say is he is young, and you worry about him getting beat at this point, you probably say, hey, you're going to get beat, you're going to get beat. Keep developing, getting those reps. Nothing wrong with that. So, hey, I'm with you. I don't disagree. I'm just trying to give you the reason why and say, like, what they probably think. Now, the other part of it is, why you bring back these guys, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, when you're in the middle of a season, it's tough to just bring people in from the outside who have no idea how you operate. It just is. And it takes you a while to get up to speed. You need somebody in now to immediately fill. That's where Kingsley Jonathan comes in at defensive end from last week. That's where Jordan Poyer comes in at safety beginning of the year, whatever. I'm not saying it's always the greatest, right, most incredible approach, but you have to understand how the league works. It's not just in Buffalo when those things happen. Yeah. With the Chiefs, Sky Moore, right? Sky Moore comes back to the Chiefs a couple years ago. Same thing. Like little things like that. Like every team kind of has those guys. The Bills have leaned into it more. There's no doubt. Joe and Canandaigua. Let's get to Joe. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Sal. Great show as always. Couple quick points. Going back to a previous caller who asked the difference between the Patriots passing game and the Bills, I think it's fairly simple. Josh McDaniels. He's an awesome offensive coordinator. He's won multiple Super Bowls. Just imagine him being on the Bills staff. Not that that's ever going to happen, but I think that's the primary difference. My other point is Dawson Knox. I had heard, and I'd like you to confirm or deny this, is that he is the second largest cap hit on the team either this year or next year. Is that accurate?
It's got to be close. If not, I'll look it up, but I think you're probably right because one of the reasons is they did sign him to an extension a couple years ago, but part of the reason is they've moved the money down the road, and now you're paying for that. And that's why when people say the salary cap isn't real, well, it is, and you have to pay for it at a certain point, but that's part of the reason that's happened, Joe.
With the development of Hawes, I don't see any need for Dawson Knox, especially at his price tag. But great show as always. Thanks a million. And I listen to WGR morning, noon, and night. Thank you.
You got it, Joe, in Canandaigua. Thank you very much. JD is out in Hamburg. What's up, JD?
Hey, Sal, love the show. I just want to say that, if this was a team on the rise and we were 6-3 like it was 6 years ago or something, I'd be very happy. But I think Bills fans today just wake up to the realization that your expectations are really shattered. 5 of the last 10 teams to play in the last 5 Super Bowls have been teams that finish first in the conference and get the bye. And this is, to me, Sal, I don't like what I'm seeing out of Allen, but what's happening now is very much on Brandon Beane. This whole thing with everybody eats, we needed speed at receiver. If you watch the All-22, there's guys who can't get open, and this is just not what we need with our expectations being what they are. So I put this on Beane for being unable to bust a move and maybe have to offer more than he thought he was going to have to offer or whatever. But there's just a couple key spots here where they're not really going to meet their expectations. And then I'll just hang up with this. James Cook in the running game being 50% of the offense, that's actually a blessing. And that's some of the best news Josh Allen could ever get. But setting that aside, I just want to say I think our expectations are kind of shattered. And unfortunately, it's always next year around here.
Well, yeah, there's always next week, though. Let's remember. You could have a lot different feeling. Next 10 days, right? You get a game on Sunday, a game on Thursday. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Bills are going to go beat both teams, but because the way they looked yesterday, they lost to a pretty poor team. If they were to beat the Bucs and then turn right around and beat the Texans, you'd be feeling a lot different about everything at 8-3, right? But they got to go out and do that. And right now, I agree. The expectations, confidence right now is at a low point of this season. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll get to your extra point from the sideline. Sit down, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, and more of your phone calls on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
Man,
Okay, back here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Monday. Let's get to our Extra Point from the sidelines, a deeper look at something that happened in the game from the sidelines. Brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care. I mean, the takeover of South Florida was in full effect. And I say this, and I said this against Atlanta. And against Carolina, but against Atlanta mostly because they lost. Man, when you are there in that stadium and you see those Bills fans jacked up to see their team, and some people, that's the only chance they get. I know a lot of you went down to South Florida. A lot of people did. They travel. They're from Buffalo. Some people just, Bills play somewhere in their region, so they go see them, whatever it is. And they only get a chance like that on the road. And you want them to just come away really loving the performance. And it wasn't yesterday. But man, Bills Mafia, as always, showing out in South Florida. Loved it. Great to see you. So many of you had a great time at the annual Russ Salvatore party at the Blue Martini the night before. Meeting a lot of you, saying hi. So thank you. But the sideline view of the red, white, and blue, as always in Miami, pretty amazing. And it was again yesterday. Let's get to Frank in North Tonawanda. Hi, Frank.
Oh, hey, Sal. Nice to speak to you today, buddy. And just want to say, number one, I really like your show because you're always upbeat. And I know today's a tough day because we have a lot of expectations, with the schedule and all that stuff. But, a reminder, Atlanta cleaned our clocks. We couldn't tackle anybody. It looked like doom and gloom. We go to Carolina and shut down their running game, which, yeah, it's Carolina, big deal. But then we play Kansas City, and Josh goes 23 of 26 or something like that. And we basically embarrassed Steve Spagnuolo. Maybe not embarrassed, but, we handled them well. And then we came up flat, and the division rival slapped us in the mouth. And I just think that's the NFL, and I look forward to us whipping Tampa. And Sal, have a great day, buddy.
Yeah, you got it, man. I love the optimism. I love the energy. I love the upbeat attitude. The sun came up today, and you have a game on Sunday, right? I mean, that happens. And that can't happen. I agree with you. It is the NFL. I think, though, that, I'm the guy. I'm always the one who says every game has its own DNA, right? I love that. Every game has its own DNA. I love saying it to you because so many of you say it to me, and I've said it over the years. What does that mean? Every game has its own DNA. It means when someone says to me, you can't play like that when they win. You can't play like that against that team or you're going to lose. I'm like, well, they didn't play that team. You have a different game plan against every team. And then something happens in a game that's different than the next game you play or the last game you play. But that said, there are concerns that have continually popped up. This isn't a one-game concern about wide receiver, passing game, all that. And that's where I think the frustration comes from fans who go, I just don't know what the answer is because it's been happening, right? Every game does have its own DNA. You didn't play the Dolphins last week. You played the Chiefs, and you had a great game plan. You played the way you wanted to play, and you controlled the game, and you won. And this week, you didn't play the Chiefs. You played the Dolphins. And you didn't have a great game plan, and they played harder than you, from what players said, and you gave the ball away, and you lost. There are things you take away from each game that you like and you don't like. It's never as bad as it looks, never as good as it looks. But you pick up the pieces, you go back on Monday, you figure it out for the next week, and that's where they are today. Let's go to Eric in Virginia. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Sal. How you doing? I had a couple of points to make. First, I'll start with the question that I called about, which was the salary cap. And I know that we've kind of been behind the eight ball the last couple of years, having to move salaries into bonuses and kicking the can down the road. And obviously now we're, it trapped. We're painting ourselves in the corner with the salary cap. My question is, how long, do you know, how long we're going to be in this cap jail with the Von Miller deal and all these other, the Taron Johnsons and the Josh Allen deals that we've kind of converted to bonuses to free up cap space?
Well, I think let me look at the Von deal. That might be done. I think that was done. You don't have to worry about that. But your overall point is to answer your question, as long as you have Josh Allen making the money he's making, and then obviously some guys around the roster like Dion and Spencer Brown you sign and some extensions, But especially, Josh, you're going to be in it for a while. That's what happens when you pay your franchise quarterback. Taron Johnson's deal, whatever. You can point to a lot of these deals. To answer your overall question, though, it's going to be a while. I mean, you're going to have to keep doing what you've been doing, moving money down the road, cutting guys. But here's what we don't know, Eric, which is, like, what do they do at the end of the year? Remember the one year they got rid of, moved on from Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, Gabe Davis, Stephon Diggs, all in the same year, right? Like, those things opened up cap space for the following year, and you could have a year like that again where you get more money. But right now, they are actually over the cap for next year as it is.
That's good news. Okay, thank you.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. So, hate to break that to you, but that's the way it goes. What else we got? I think we've kind of taken care of everything. Got sit up, stand down, hey, buddy, coming your way. Man, good calls today. And it's another, frustrating day after a loss to a team you shouldn't have lost to. Atlanta was this same way. Speaking of Atlanta, let's take a look around the league, Joe, shall we? Let's take a look and tell everybody what happened yesterday in the NFL. Shout out to my wife, Yana, by the way, who told me yesterday, I'm in Miami and getting ready for the game, and she texted me. She goes, hey, this game is going on in Berlin. And I've said in the air, people know my wife is from Germany originally. And she said, did you know? And I did not know this. So shout out to my very smart wife who said it's being played on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. November 9th, 1989.
That's cool.
And they played this game in Berlin on November 9th, 2025. Good nugget, right? I don't know if the NFL planned that or not. I really don't know. I'd have to find out from somebody.
I would take credit for planning it.
I mean, they knew they were going to play in Berlin a couple years ago, and then they made it this date, so who knows? I'm not really sure, but either way, Colts win in overtime. This was a back-and-forth affair, and the Falcons tied it up. Colts tied it up, I think, late, and then they went to overtime. They won 31-25, so the Colts move to 9-2. I'm sorry. Are they 9? 8-2 on the season. 8-2 on the season. How about Jonathan Taylor? More on him in a minute, but 244 yards rushing. 8-2. Colts, they are top of the AFC in the 1 seed. Who can figure out the Carolina Panthers? Bills crush them. They go to Green Bay and win, and then they lose to the Saints. I've been saying all year, the Saints are actually better than people think, but they got to win these low-volume games, and they did in this one. 17-7. Holding Bryce Young to 124 yards passing and Rico Dowdle to 53 yards rushing. Tyler Shook, 282 and 2 touchdowns. Maybe they find a bit of a quarterback there. They go to 2-8 on the year. 5-5 are the Panthers. Giants, I didn't see the end of this game. Something happened at the end because, fourth quarter collapse. It looks like they were up 20-10 in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left. And because I saw online people going, that was a horrendous collapse, and I don't know how Dable survives. Like somebody was saying that.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't remember because we were watching the Bills game, but it just was like a normal Giants loss this season. They're up ahead, and then they collapse again. That's like a normal thing for them at this point. So
yeah.
Dable's job is definitely in question, I would say.
Yeah, so Jackson Dart makes NFL history where he ran for a touchdown in 5 straight games. He's first quarterback to ever do that, by the way, I believe, right? That's what I read. 6 carries, 66 yards. He threw for 242 and no touchdowns. He did score 2 on the ground. Didn't matter. The Bears, they have the same record as the Bills. 24-20 they win. They're 6-3. Caleb Williams throws for 220 yards and a touchdown. You want to talk about a collapse, folks? The Jacksonville Jaguars collapsed.
That was bad.
They were up 29-10 in the fourth quarter to Davis Mills.
Legacy game for Davis Mills coming back.
292. A few years ago, I said, I like Davis Mills. I actually thought I liked what I saw from him and some mop-up duty or some times when he played. And I really liked him. But, they got C.J. Stroud. He looked great his rookie year, not as much. Now he's in concussion protocol. Davis Mills comes in, 292, 2 touchdowns, an interception. They wind up beating the Jacksonville Jaguars 36-29. They score 26 points in the fourth quarter. Oof. Jags 5-4, Texans 4-5. Baltimore Ravens, they were down. They had to come back. Lower scoring game here, but Lamar Jackson throws for 176 yards and a touchdown. Derrick Henry runs for only 75. Lamar contributes 36 on the ground. J.J. McCarthy, 248 yards passing for the Vikings in a losing effort. They fall to 4-5 after a big win last week. But now the Ravens, they're at 4-5, and suddenly the favorites to win the AFC North because of what happened last night, which I'll get to in a minute, between the Steelers and the Jags, Steelers and Chargers, excuse me. Let's get to, though, the Jets winning their second in a row. Justin Fields only 6 for 11 for 54 yards and a touchdown, and they win over the Browns, 27-20. How does that happen? I'll tell you how it happens. Because the Cleveland Browns, you know what? They didn't turn the ball over. They couldn't get they had 4. Oh my God. I'm actually looking. I looked at the box score earlier, and I must have mistaken, but right now I'm looking at it. The Jets averaged 3.6 yards a play to the Browns 4.0, and the Jets won 27-20. How are the touchdowns? Njoku. Oh, a kickoff return gets you there. That's a big one. Okay, Breece Hall catches one from the backfield for a touchdown.
Yeah, they did have a
wait. Breece Hall caught a 42-yard touchdown pass, and Justin Fields had 54 overall.
Yeah.
So 12 yards outside of that.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yep.
Dylan Gabriel, 167 yards and 2 touchdowns. The numbers look good, but I'm reading a lot online from Browns people like, yeah, that was not good.
Yeah, we were just the red zone clips we would see. Nothing looked fantastic from Dylan Gabriel whatsoever. I'm surprised. I mean, it seems like the organization will never play Shedeur Sanders, but I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a look yet.
Yeah, I know. All right. Let me get to 2-1 Jets, 2-7 Browns. Bills play both of them, by the way. Jets go to New England on Thursday night.
I don't know. I don't know how interesting that could be. I get it's a divisional game, but hoping the Jets can just pull some voodoo magic out of anywhere and make a stand against New England, but it'll never happen. But
all right, Patriots 28-23 over the Bucs. Tough to see if you're a Bills fan. 147 yards for Travion Henderson. 270 for Drake May. He's now the leader, maybe, in the MVP race in the betting.
I think so.
They came back and won. They were down a little bit. They came back. Bucks came back. Didn't matter. Baker Mayfield and company come here next week on the heels of 273 and 3 touchdowns, but a loss. They fall to 6-3, same record as the Bills. Seattle just boat races Arizona.
Yeah, they right out of the gate annihilated them. That game was out of reach within the first quarter. It was bad. It was really bad for Arizona.
Yeah, for sure. So in this game, it was Sam Darnold, 178 yards. He didn't have to do much, though. The run game got going with Charbonneau and Walker.
Big defensive plays, too. There's a fumble recovery, I want to say, like all of that in there, too. So they absolutely, every aspect of their game, just annihilated the Cardinals.
Cardinals at 3-6. 42-26, the Rams beat the 49ers. 7-2 now, along with Seattle atop the NFC West. 49ers fall to 6-4. Matt Stafford, another 4 touchdown passes, by the way. Pretty impressive performance. Detroit, they score 44. They beat the Commanders 44-22. Behind Jared Goff's 3 TD passes at 320 passing. Jahmyr Gibbs, 142 yards rushing. 6-3 Detroit, 3-7 Washington. Late last night, boy, the Steelers' offense was not good. Couldn't get off the mat early on. Gave up a safety. 221 total yards. Chargers 314, Herbert 220 passing, Rodgers 161. $25-10, the Chargers win. The final score 7-3, LA, 5-4 Pittsburgh, who now find themselves as the underdogs, basically, to win the division there. All right, we'll take a timeout. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, on the way on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Hey, everybody, Sal Capaccio here for my friend. All right, real quick. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, let's sit up. On Jonathan Taylor maybe winning the MVP. I think he's got to be in the race now, right? You got to be considering a running back. I mean, consider this guy now. He's got to. Another great performance from him yesterday, no doubt. Running back for MVP, Jonathan Taylor. I mean, hey, James Cook's having a great year too, but Jonathan Taylor's odds have gone to a spot where I see that. All right, let's stand down on Trevor Lawrence, all the hype that came with him. This guy, I mean, against Davis Mills yesterday, I know it's not his fault, but why is he not elevating this Jaguars team the way we thought that he would or should? Let's get to Hey Buddy and end out the show. Real simple today. Tomorrow's Veterans Day. My buddy, just want to say thank you to everybody who has served this country. As a son of a veteran, I am not a veteran. I did not serve. I have many family members who have. I know the sacrifices that go along with having a service member, person in the family, friends, but I do this because of what you do. Thank you very much. Have a great, great rest of your day today. And of course, please spend some time to thank and remember and, honor our veterans tomorrow and every day.